little different today. See you guys in a second.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics Thursday edition at 4 p.m. Central. This is a rarity. If you do not know, I usually either do not even stream on Thursdays or stream a little bit later. So this is going to be fun. Yeah, hey, I got everything working again. Also, let me just do this real quick. Let's get this rolling, and then I will say hello to everybody. Dahlia, hello. Bordeaux fan. Timu Mike from PA. I've gotten that one before. Have you said that one before? You might have been. Who cares? What's up, man? Hey, Bryant Frankfurt, welcome to the show, buddy. Always good to see you. Also, like I said, hello, Dahlia. Alrighty. Oh, man. Yeah, I had some technical difficulties, so we had a little bit of a different start to show. There was obviously a carryover from what happened yesterday, where I don't know what the hell is going on with my my stuff lately, as far as like my OBS and all that. But yeah, it's almost like I have to update daily at this point. It's kind of annoying, but we prevail. Josh, what up? What up? I mean, horizontal. Damn, 50-50 chance. You know what? Because I do have that little pesky dyslexia, I have that problem too. I had the hardest time with like right and left for a long time. I'll just admit it. I was probably 13, 14 when my brain finally like clicked and I could, on instinct go right, left. Cause that like, I remember being like 7 or 8 years old, still doing like the, but yeah, I didn't know I had that, so I just grew up thinking I was stupid. So it is what it is. Oh man, don't ever fret though if you guys get a diagnosis later in life. Just roll with the punches, man. If anything, I'm kind of happy just to have that explanation. It's like, oh, that's why it was harder for me to read, even though like I could never explain it to anybody. I'm just like, yeah, it's like the letters jumble, and then it's like I'm on a roll, and then I try to like get to the next sentence even. It was just like, yeah, you got a broken brain there, Pally. It's just like, yeah, great. I think I have to think Horizon before I remember which one it is. Well, they call it portrait mode. which is kind of weird. Like when I go live, it says portrait. So, hey, what's up, Axel? Good to see you. I posted in your Discord when you get a chance to watch the recording from when I spoke out. Hey, I will watch that later. Probably not on stream, unless you want me to, but I'll check it out afterwards. I know that I'll have a little bit of time. Hottest topic in local tax increase. Local tax increases are always like the one that will get people to show up to those things. I've shown up to a public hearing because they were increasing our taxes. And then I found out that it was four Republicans on the board in a blue area. How did we let that one happen? It's because we didn't vote for city council positions. That's why I've been advocating for that, because I'm just like, yeah, guys, we really screwed the pooch on that. I just realized I left my water upstairs, so give me a second. It's not like water goes bad. Was born in 73. They didn't have autism then. They just called us weirdos. Yeah, no, that's true. Like I think back to my dad's best friend. Like, I called him Uncle Fred. But he was just like, he had this giant train collection. He didn't have kids. So like he spent so much money on his trains. Like his entire basement was one of those, hobbyist paradises, but he was good at it. Like it was awesome. I loved going to his house and seeing it. And he actually, for me being a little kid, I got to play with the trains, but essentially I just got to go, woo, look, I get to press the levers up. Woo, woo. Oh, he actually, there was one cool thing that he built that like I didn't see on any other train station. He had like it was an area on the train station that it was collapsible, but he could pull a string and it would all reset. So it looked like there was like a landslide coming down. That was pretty freaking cool. And then it also had like this like little slide for like if you wanted to add some water effects to it. It was really, really cool. I gotta say. Bring back some memories, and I appreciate that. Wow, I'm losing hair. Yeah, dude, that's what happens. It's gonna happen to you too, buddy. Trust me. If you are a male and you're not already on that shit, in like your 20s, yeah, it's gonna happen, dude. You start losing hair. That's how that goes. But notice how I'm not really bothered by that, because that's just how life works. So, is that what you do though? Is that like you go to try it? Like, did you watch a pickup artist and they said, "Oh, you gotta focus on the insecurities," and then you just attributed that? Oh, wait a minute, you're gay and you have a crush on me. Oh, well, that's nice. That's nice. I'm not balding. This is what you call a forced part. Oh, man. I'm actually gonna like just even stop addressing this stuff because, yeah, it's getting a little hack at this point. But yeah, it's a forced part. This is what happens when you have a cowlick that makes you, again, look like fucking emo Dave Grohl. Yeah, sure. FBI says fucking 2 terror attacks. There's only been one, by the way. They said that there's an imminent threat to California, but I don't trust anything this administration says anymore. That's actually the most dangerous part about Trump's bullshit, is the fact that I can't trust the authorities. I have never been in a position like that where I just blatantly couldn't trust what the FBI said. Like, obviously there was always like the cover-up aspect of certain cases, but when it came to like, shootings and stuff like that, never really had to question it. But notice how it always fits a narrative with the Trump administration specifically. Because number one, what happened? Like, because I'm gonna just ask, what happened? School shootings kind of calmed down a little bit, unless they were trans, and they just, yeah, we needed that to push the fact that trans people are dangerous. And then conveniently, Charlie Kirk's guy. I mean, how do you guys not even see it? Are you guys that disingenuous where you're just like, oh yeah, Kash Patel's totally not lying to us? Like, you think Kash is really not only on the up and up, but actually good at his fucking job? Jesus Christ. Sometimes there's sycophantic, and then there's like sycophantic and delusional. Yeah, no, it's kind of sad that you guys cannot see past that when the rest of America is kind of just like, oh, Trump is really bad at this. I mean, dude, it's been what, a week and a half, not even, and he's declared victory. But also simultaneously, every metric is saying that we're running out of munitions and we're not making any movement. I have a whole bunch of stories about the new leader that you should probably pay attention to, because I don't think that your news media or your consumption is going to have that on your radar. So that's for you, though, because I've also I have determined that there is no reaching any MAGA that doesn't want to be reached, or there's also the side that they know what's going on, and they still pay attention to it. They come here, but they also, it's a sunken cost fallacy, like inside them, that they just can't fully admit, like, I think I need to leave this, but because now they're doing the veiled thing that we used to do with George Bush, where it's like, you know what, George Bush, I don't like him. He may not be the greatest president, but man, we gotta rally behind that flag, because you know these people want to attack us, and they already proved that with 9/11 and blah 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 blah. That's also why, like, I don't know, I am very skeptical about anything that we're being told right now as far as like attacks. Like this synagogue one, again, FBI says that this guy fucking rammed a synagogue, you know, because it's a ramp up. You know, same with Austin. So it's like, okay, so now we got Austin, Michigan, and then we almost had New York, but then they were just like, no, we're not part of like Iran's plot or anything like that. They just said we were inspired by ISIS. Which, did you notice, by the way, that Walter Masterson, he was one of the guys that, like, not only he was the guy that actually, like, when the guy grabs the shoulder to like lob it, that was him. But then he also ran after the guy and made sure that the cops knew that that was him. He was just like, yeah, that was 100% him. So yeah, there's also that whole thing where, yeah, we took care of business, you know. That's kind of cool that we can't really, you can't really have this narrative that, oh, these guys were leftists and this was part of the protest, blah, 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 blah. I don't know, man. For the party that was really, really into calling every school shooting a fucking false flag, you guys can't recognize one when it's right in front of you. Even Alex Jones is back on the, you know what, there's a little suspect, gotta say. I apologize, you said one. I said no. Don't know what you're talking about. What up, Bear Dog? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Oh, man. I trusted the FBI. I mean, again, trusting the FBI is something that I haven't done since I learned about the history of Martin Luther King. But there are aspects that I never had to, like, question. Again, like, I think back to Die Hard when, and I know it's a movie, but when they're arguing jurisdiction, you got the principal from Breakfast Club sitting there like, the FBI's here, and it's just like, you want a breath mint, and it's like, Special Agent Johnson, this is Special Agent Johnson, no relation. I just think about how there was like an error of like, oh yeah, like that's how this works. Like if it gets out of the local police hands, the FBI, they come and handle it, and you know, the federal government, they're at least, their main goal is to protect us. Now I don't feel that way. Now I feel like their main goal is to protect the administration at all costs, and that means protecting the narratives that they're spinning. So why do you think Cash fired the Iran intelligence officers? Exactly. But no, that type of incompetence will never be reconciled. Will never, you know. I was watching the Andrew, by the way, I'll just address this. I watched the Andrew Wilson debate last night. He was on Speakeasy and Circa, which, man, I have not heard that name in quite some time. But yeah, Circa was debating him. Did not do a good job in the slightest. They were arguing the prompt of, is Trump fascist? Not a fascist, just is Trump fascist? He did a piss poor job on selling it, because, like, honestly, it's a disingenuous prompt. It should have been, is Trump acting like a fascist? Because then that would have been a little bit more honest. But you know what? That's what debates are for. And that's where I do think Circa did a bad job. Not that Andrew did a good job, just saying that Circa did a bad job. There was actually some funny moments in it, though, I will say. Not going to cover it today or anything like that, but if you guys want to check it out, check out Speakeasy's channel. I got to say, like, he's good at what he does as far as, like, putting these debate panels on, and also doing it the way that he's definitely in the same vein as us, where he likes to be a little lifted while doing so. Yeah, I actually got to say, pretty good. Don't agree with his politics, but puts on a decent show and also has been kind to me. So, yeah. Anyway, GSA, no payday. Coast Guard, no payday. Well, what are you talking about, Dirty Money? You do understand that the government shutdown's been over and nobody fucking discussed it. Like, that's my favorite. Dude, weren't you here yesterday? I'm not sure if it was you, but I know that there was a bunch of dipshits in here yesterday talking about the prices of gas. Like, whoa, look at the price of gas today. It's like, it went down 5 cents. And then it went up 34 cents again. So guess what, guys? That $4 gas is going to be here for a little bit. And then all of a sudden, Trump changes his tune, going, oh, you know what? It's going to be until about 2027. High gas prices are good for the country. They're good for the country. It makes the country a lot of money. We're the ones selling the gas, not to us. Hey, Rebecca Green, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. I think that you've been here before, but I surprisingly have seen more and more people using their first names and their handles. So we have a few Rebeccas here. So, but I appreciate you being here, checking out the show. Like you have a car. Wahahahahahaha. I got one of the best cars ever. If you are looking for something economic that you don't have to worry about, losing power or any of that, get yourself not only a hybrid, but get yourself a Toyota Camry hybrid. Fucking dude, I gotta say, I am very happy with that car. Because I bought a dud my last go around, so yeah, gas prices don't affect me as much. I'm just gonna say that's why I appreciate my vehicle, and I do not have to wait an hour to charge it up either. So, fuel in OKC is $2.88. Diesel is $3.79 in Oklahoma. Oh, that's hilarious. You mean Bufu of the fucking country? When what's the average for the country there, Dirty Money? Or are you just always a liar? Number one, because I have a feeling if I look it up right now. Let's see. What's the gas price in OKC right now? What do you say it was? 288. Current average 355. Bitch, you a liar. You a liar. Why you lie? Why you doing that, dude? That's funny because you could just look at a fucking gas tracker. Huh. Coming in here talking smack. Doesn't even know his own gas prices. All right. I'm kind of done with that shit anyway. Was not good when I filled up. Yeah, as I said, I think Cali is Oh, dude, Cali's fucked. Cali, I cannot wrap my head around the fact that they have what is it, like $1.11 gas tax? That is insane. I think that ours is like 60 cents, which I thought that was bad, but whew, not going to complain as much anymore. Just gonna say that much. Man. But, oh, hey, got the dog here. Sorry, as I said, had technical difficulty starting up stream. There we go. Got the pooch. Surprising Chicago is under the average. Yeah, I know. But, yeah, people don't understand what it's like to, live in a city and, love your city, but hate the taxes, but also understand your taxes. One thing I don't understand, again, it's a lot more bearable when the average gas price goes down. So, Looking out my window, 409 compared to 369 a few weeks ago. Hey, what's up, Zombie Banana? How are things in Austria, pal? Good to see you, dude. Haven't seen you in chat in a minute. I hope you've been well. But, oof, fact checked. Yeah, what up, Natch? Yeah. No, I'm not in the mood today for their bullshit. Again, I watched Andrew Wilson in that stupid debate yesterday, and I was just like, all right. Now it's like I'm gonna at least get like just the bare minimum of the debate bro shit. When I started stream, I was like, you know what? Be prepared for that one, because I already knew with what we're discussing that was gonna pop up. Also, 421. History repeats itself? What? A Democrat comes into office and saves us from the Republicans that fucking ruined our economy? Dude. I bought my first house under the Bush administration. And that was a fucking mistake. That was the only thing I have ever lost significant money on. But I bought another house under the Obama administration. It was kind of like one of those post-collapse. It was like a, what do you call it? A bank foreclosure. But it was also with what Obama was giving us for like the subsidies to go buy a house and first-time home buyer credits. Which my wife got. That was nice. That's also what marriage does for you. So. Biden. What about Biden? It went up since yesterday. Dirty money, yeah. Yeah, it did. That means that Trump, it's literally going like this. But you just got handed your ass here. And you're embarrassed, and now you're trying to walk it back. That's adorable. No, dude, people are pissed off. Just deal with it. You're going to have to, like, get better at this, because if you think that you can come in here and then use that in your real life to fucking convince people that Donald Trump isn't responsible for this, have fun. Again, I've seen it since Clinton. He was a piece of shit, but he balanced the budget. True. But he also set up, like, he had some pretty bad policies. Yeah, don't forget to like the stream. Oh, yeah, guys. Damn. I gotta get better at that. Yeah, like the stream. And also, if you have not if you have not... Yeah. Oh, hold on, guys. Hold on. Damn it. I just realized I forgot to reset something before I started stream. I just got a warning about it. There we go. Okay. Yeah, if you're not subscribed to the channel, please sub. Please. Oh my god, dude. Fucking A. I can say what happened. I got some bad news from my insurance company that because of what we're dealing with, that they're not dropping us. So it wasn't the bad news I was actually expecting, but they did inform me that my copay went up again. God, man, can the American healthcare system just stop? I don't know. That'd be really, really nice. I kind of brought this up a little bit yesterday, but man, we've been getting hit by this. Like, these bills are insane. And then I'm not sure if it was bad information or like bad advice from one of the nurses advocates, but they said, oh yeah, wait until you can consolidate it all. And like, I just kind of said, I'm like, well, what if they try to send it into collections? And sure as shit, I hope nobody ever has to deal with this, guys. I hope you never have to. Dean, you know what, bud? why do you come here daily? This is what, your 6th or 7th stream coming here? Like, I do not understand the mentality behind hate watching. And you spend significant amounts of time here. Like, it's kind of sad. I gotta say, man, are you lonely? Do you feel like, are you that guy like that hangs out in like the mall food courts? I mean, old reference, but yeah, it's like this old lonely dude and he would just kind of like peruse the food court, and then if he heard a conversation, he would kind of chime in randomly. He'd just be like, "Hey, nobody invited you to this." The worst was when they would like sit down. It's like, oh damn, we're gonna go over here now. Bye. Union jobs, the folks that brought you the weekend. Rebecca Green, I live in Australia and feel really sorry for you guys over there when it comes to healthcare. Thanks, Rebecca. No, oh yeah, shit. It's not up. Hold on, give me a sec. There we go. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, yeah, I have a cancer fund for my wife. The $5,000 is not even, let's see, percentage-wise, it's probably like 0.05% of what we actually owe in our medical bills. So, yeah. I'm so happy to pay 50% taxes. Healthcare is, or healthcare for win is an all, or healthcare for all is a win. Wow. In the casino of life. Yeah. Now you're just making me jealous. I got to be honest. Like, and I'm not joking. I am not joking. I'm not happy with the way that things are going with this, because it's also not helping in her progression of trying to beat this cancer. Adding that layer of stress is really fucked up, man. My rage bait needs some work. Oh, what am I rage baiting today? The Cali Psyop? It's definitely a Psyop. Michigan Attack, okay. And Taylor Destiny versus Taylor Lorenz, really? What am I rage baiting you here? Actually, this is one of my more tame ones. I didn't even have Trump in the description. So what's going on? Bad day to call me out. What up, Distracting? Dude, it's good to see you, brother. I haven't seen you in chat in a minute. It's always good to see you. I always appreciate the guys that were, well, the people that were here through the very beginning of all this. Oh, thank you for the $10 donation. It goes a long way. Also,
at Rebecca Green 1827 10 Australian dollars.
It all goes a long way, folks. Hope you understand that. Also, thank you for all the good vibes and all that, all the positivity, and also to some of the people from the right wing that come in here and just say, hey, I think that your politics are shit, but I pray for your wife. I appreciate that. I genuinely do. You can put your politics aside, especially for someone as awesome as my wife. No, I really, really appreciate that. You're a real one. Oh, yeah, thank you for covering that, man. You are a real one, Rebecca. I really appreciate that. Y'all are real ones here, except for some of the trolls. They could be real ones if they would just, I don't know, stop sucking for a minute. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. One reason I watch besides the coverage is, and that good, the good stuff is, I don't have any friends to really talk to or chill with. Oh, really? You know what? I'm blessed in that department. I have really good friends. I have different friend circles still. Like, I'm damn near 40 and I still have multiple friends, like, circles. You know how crazy that is? That I don't think they've ever met each other. Um, yeah. Have they? Oh, wait, one of them has. Okay. But yeah, I don't really see them as much. Like, I try to make the effort, but this is one thing that always pisses me off about, like, TikTok trends. And I saw this one kind of taking off where, like, the loneliest aunt that I have posted something about how, oh, sometimes you feel guilty about not reaching out to somebody, but then you realize that the phone works both ways. Yeah. But that's also a way to just, I don't know, remain shitty. And just, it is nice to just be the person, just take the effort, just do it. Just call them, text them, just be like, hey, thinking of you, haven't seen you in a bit. It's always nice. And also, God, one thing I've noticed with, like, American friendships is just the way that we do not compliment our friends, and the way that, like, I always feel like that is insane, and I feel like, unfortunately, millennials kind of started that, where it's just like, we got to get over that. Good. Oh, wait. Okay, so multiple cancer deaths in your fam. That's how I know how screwed up the insurance companies are. Yeah. I don't even know. Like, I know that I kind of, like, talk a little bit about it, but there's not much else to say except I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. We're in this for the long haul. It's not like she can just not, like, it'd be nice if she could just not have the cancer, but, you know, that's what we're doing. That's what introverts say. Well, I mean, being introverted's not a bad thing. You just have to occasionally go outside of your comfort zone and try, just try. Friends are not overrated. They're not. Family is overrated. As somebody who has had, like, I love my family, like, my immediate family, but as far as, like, the cousins and stuff like that, I don't know, man. Like, I got cool cousins, but, like, the one cousin that I was closest with, ironically, we used to go to hockey games almost, like, multiple times a week together. He told me that not only is he comfortable with me ending up at a camp, he would be totally fine if I just left this earth. Over Charlie Kirk. That's why I was like, you know what? Fuck you. I will never talk to him again. Never fucking ever. Which sucks because his grandmother is my aunt. And, yeah, it's gonna suck when she passes because, I know I'm gonna have to actually, like, see him, and it's gonna be very hard for me not to knock his fucking teeth down his throat. Yeah. He's a real piece of shit, guys. Like, a certifiable piece of shit. Nothing after he found out that my wife had cancer, and my wife used to, like, literally buy him shit at hockey games and stuff like that. Like, no, he's a real jagoff. No, he's one of the worst human beings I know. That's why, like, anybody in this chat, there's nothing you can say to me that would hurt me. Because, like, that's the shit that it's like, yeah, over Charlie Dirt. Yep. Relatives you can't choose, friends you can. Yeah, exactly. That's why my family of choice is who I decide to... Yeah, family is chosen. Josh said it best. Because I was just like... I remember the year that it happened. I threw a Friendsgiving. And my Friendsgiving was so much better than any family event I had ever been part of. And I was just like, oh, this is what I want from now on. Cool. Cool. If you fight at a funeral, you should live stream it. I'll make sure my sister gets on that. I'll have her as my camera guy, just in case. Friends are the best because they are the people you choose. Yeah, exactly. No, Teddy, it's kind of weird. Teddy doesn't really agree with anything on my stream here. So to see him actually say something agreeable, I can give credit where credit's due, I guess. We infused a turkey last Friendsgiving. Hell yeah. Yeah, we did that 2 Friendsgivings ago. What sucks about sometimes with Friendsgiving, like, I'll say this about friendships. Nothing sucks harder than when you're part of a friend group, right? That there are 2 friends that have been, you know, buddies forever. And I mean, like, since they were little kids. And then they have a fucking falling out that affects the entire friend group. And then, yeah, you kind of just go, okay, well, now I have to kind of make a choice here. Especially if one of them is just overtly a fucking asshole. Where it's like, oh, because I had this happen to me, I'll just say, like, the guy decided, you know, since I was still friendly with our other friend, he was just like, yeah, I can't be associated with you guys if you guys are a continue. Like, it was an ultimatum, and I was just like, you just took yourself out of the friend group there, pal. Patreon goal, 5K. Pep fights, and Pep fights his cousin. Teddy is overstuffed. But also, yeah. I try to give this advice to people because I, like I said, see a lot of this bullshit on TikTok and all over social media where it's essentially trying to tell you the world sucks and being lonely is the way to be, which it's not. It's not. It's actually dangerous, man. Like, it really, being antisocial entirely and going into the narcissism too. Like, you understand how fucking narcissistic it is to just be like, oh, I'm never the problem. It's always everybody else. Because that's that mentality, which, come on. No one is awake. I'm awake. I'm kind of awake right now. I don't know. We're rambling. That's what I like to do for a little bit before we get to the little bit of news here. Although, yeah, there's a lot to get to, and the FBI did just give us a update on what's going on in California and Michigan, so we will be going through that. Man, I'm still dealing with something shitty that happened today. I was going through my basement, and yeah, I found what nobody with a basement wants to find. Yeah, I found a fucking mouse nest. I was just like, oh, shit. So I got to spend the majority of my day figuring out where the hell they even got in. So I think I got it, though. I think they were coming through my drainage pipe because there was a little bit of a gap there. Just a little bit. So rent a cat. I have a cat. No, he's good at that. That's why I was kind of surprised to even find that, because you see him on stream. I was just like, huh, that's crazy. Like, the fact that a mouse would even have the balls to come into this house is kind of funny. It's just like, but yeah, that's what happens though when you move a bunch of boxes, you know, like, God. You also do that thing, too, where you find out where you're like, oh, do I even need this box? No, I don't. So, cool. We are a tribal species. That's why we do things like chatting in Pep stream. I mean, ish. I try to make sure that you guys aren't, like, too tribal, you know? I try to be welcoming here. I hope you guys... I do hope you guys have fun here. And I hope that I don't always, like... if I bring negativity to the stream, I hope it doesn't like make you guys kind of feel negative. Like yesterday, good example with the Destiny thing. I was getting a little bit like, might suck though. Hope that gets sorted out. Yeah. So again, got the cat in the area that I found the nest. So I'm just kind of letting him do his thing until. Yeah, I got an exterminator coming out just to make sure, because I also want to make sure that it's sanitary. So got one of those exterminator -- sanitation dudes coming out. It's gonna probably be decent amount of money. Like, God, the last time that I had to deal with anything like that, I remember having sticker shock. I was just like, yeah, what do I owe you? Like $100? He's just like, no. It's closer to 1,000. I was like, what? The one thing I have to say is if they do get in to like the insulation of your house, that's bad. That's really bad. You do not want that. It's hard to watch Destiny, I get it. Sucks he's good at what he does, though. Yeah, no, it does. And I just admit that. It's like, yeah, he is good at what he does. I saw that Hassan responded to the Destiny thing. Although, here, can I find that? Ah, shit, I didn't put that on Twitter. Damn it. I just PM'd Duke of Bread just because he mentioned to reach out to friends. I have not heard that name since he left this channel. It's been about a year. Holy shit. I hope he's well, you know? He's one of the guys that was a little out of pocket when he called. Dude, he literally said that I'm irresponsible for having this show. Like, that's a little much, but okay. I know that there's going to be some people in chat that probably agree with that. But whatever. Wow, Mr. Exterminator can fuck all the way off 1,000. Yeah. When I got that quote, he was just like, you have an attic? I'm like, yeah. Okay. I'm like, why is this a problem? Second quote I got, $400. And I was like, that's better than 1,000, and 400 seemed reasonable. I mean, he was here for like 2 to 3 hours, so. It does suck, though. Like, that's the one thing about Chicago. Like, we do get that. You got to be very, very, very careful if you have a basement. But it's like my exterminator the first time I hired him said. He's like, everybody that has a home probably doesn't even know that they have mice. It's just like, oh, that's scary. You got to go. Breakfast time. Much love. Rebecca, again, thank you for that kind donation. I really, really appreciate that. And also, thank you just for being here. Oh, yeah, you have been here before. Sorry about that, Rebecca. Well, now I will remember you as Rebecca Green, and then we have other Rebecca, Wiccan, the Wiccan Rebecca. But unless you're a Wiccan too, which that would be kind of wild, gotta say. I figured that Duke would say something out of pocket. His heart's in the right place. No, he seems like he's in the right place. Devil's Advocate Productions, thanks for the raid, bud. Appreciate that. I hope you had a good stream. Yes, Rebecca, there's another you. Yeah, see? Hey, there's the proof. Rebecca's out in full force today. Yeah. God. That's so crazy. Just kind of thought of the odds of that. I'm like, wow. Ravy, welcome to the show. Appreciate you guys being here. You guys know what is up. Please hit the like button on your way in. I really, really appreciate it. Oh, man, we got to get this channel. We got to get my channel out there. Because, yeah, let me finish up with the Destiny and Taylor, like, wrap up. Because we're going to do part 2. I actually have, like, a little funny bumper for it made up. But I did genuinely go into a little bit of a bad headspace with it. Because it did remind me, like, oh... I just feel like I fucked up, okay? I'll leave it at that. I just kind of feel like I fucked up. I feel like I may have missed an opportunity that really could have helped me out. I know that my wife is still not exactly pleased about what happened, but she supported, just so you guys know, she supported me in my decision. She did say that, like, my integrity is worth more than being worried if, you know, I would be in litigation with some kind of entity. So, still sucks. Anyway, What's up? I'm the local bisexual witch of chat. I am original Rebecca. OG Rebecca. In this case, yes, you can have that moniker. Anyway, yeah, hit the like button on your way in and sub to the channel if you guys haven't already. I think we're 3 away from 26 hundo. Yeah, shit. We're 3 away. That's pretty cool. Also, if you guys don't already follow this space, please do. Sorry, Pep, don't know what it's all about and don't need you to repeat, just love. That's all. Oh, no worries, Devil's Advocate. No, I watched the Destiny Taylor Lorenz debate, which is 2 hours long. I only got an hour through it, and it was about chorus. It was about the chorus thing, and yeah, man, I don't know. I think that we talked about it a little bit a few months back. God, yeah, that's right, about the time that we started working together. But Devil's Advocate, it's a we're in a weird space, man. Like being on the left and also, you know, being content creators, trying to just want to have your integrity and you want to do things the right way. So that's where the dark money argument comes in, and we're just like, oh. We'll talk about it a little bit later. Do you think Trump is a funny guy? Yeah. No. Teddy, I'll give you that. No. Trump literally makes me laugh out loud sometimes. And it's not like when he tries. It's not like his stand-up routines that make me laugh. It's the fact that he is just him, and his ego doesn't allow him to not say some of the stupidest shit. Where you're just, what the fuck? Like I saw a clip from his rally where he was talking about just like, the war's pretty much done. You know, we already won, but I shouldn't declare that we won already because I got people in my cabinet that don't want me to do that. Also, might be bad luck. It was just like, oh God. Trump is like German satire, painfully funny. A little bit. Little bit. All right, guys. Yeah, let's get to the news. The war barely even started. I know. That's why I'm like, a week in? No, that's why, Teddy, you probably disagree with this, but I'm just seeing it from my point of view. He's freaking out because people are starting to blame him for this. He can't just get away from it. And then he has people in his cabinet saying, hey, energy prices are not going down. And then that's why he's pushing for the SAVE Act as aggressively as he is now, because he's just like, ah, crap, this is the only thing I have. Because, yeah, people are pissed. You got people not only leaving, like, you're going to see kind of like what happened with Biden. You're going to have a lot of disaffected MAGA not voting in this midterm. And you're also probably going to see a lot of disaffected MAGA if he doesn't get this shit rolling by the middle of 2027. You know, for all the rhetoric that I hear in chat about how the Democrats will never win another election, yeah, he's talking about like cheating to do that. I think that like organically, the Republicans might not win another election for at least 8 years because of what he keeps doing. Like, you want to talk about like ego and just in general overconfidence? That is what's happening right now, which you got to be careful about that. Anybody that studies social psychology knows that anybody that's all bluster, they could be knocked down so easily. And like I have been repeatedly saying, we have just completely forgotten the lessons from Bush. And this is not for us. This is not for, you know, the blue team. This is for MAGA. And MAGA, because you guys don't see yourselves as being, you know, Republican classic, you guys don't own the neocon time, which, fine, whatever. Even if you didn't support it, the fact is, the party that you currently support is who those people were. Like, Lindsey Graham is a direct descendant from all that bullshit, and he's getting everything he wants. Like, dude, the fact that he has the balls to go out there and just, like, tell other Middle Eastern or like other Israeli lobbies that oh yeah, we'll just keep going. We'll go for this and we'll go for this and we'll target this. It's just like, you're a fucking senator. What in the actual shit are you talking about? The way that he just talked about the West Bank, just like, yeah, you know what? We'll also let them have that. Yeah, he made Texas turn blue. Well, not yet. Don't count your chickens yet. Georgia still is not blue yet. So if Georgia moves blue, we can celebrate for MTG's special election. Also, yeah, James Tallarico, he performed well in the primary. We just have to see what happens, okay? Keep smiling, bro. Oh, okay. Was that a threat? Just make sure that you log that one, Natch. Here. Okay. He's making Bush look look like an intellectually strategic, brilliant, upstanding leader. Yeah. I hope the swing voter woke up to this fact. Democrats are not satisfying, but Republicans fuck everything up. Yes. Yeah. Well, this is where the Democrats need to get off their ass and they need to figure out their shit, so. The Cali thing is so dumb, their drones can't even go half that distance. Yeah, I know. That's why all of us were just like, what? Like, we know where... That's why here, let's see. Yeah, you know what? Here, I'll just do this. We'll start the segment because this is what's going around on Twitter right now. Beware false flag attack imminent. I mean, when you got the likes of Steven Crowder being the ones reporting this, New York Post, yeah, and it's all the same thing. FBI says. That's why everybody's just like, yeah. I'm not American, but these actions would have triggered a double dissolution of the parties and total restructure of the Senate. We might see some, like, restructuring. Like, you might see it next week if they abolish the filibuster because they want to pass the SAVE Act that bad, which, I know that John Thune signaled that it's going to be dead on arrival, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I saw people legit concerning in the comment section of a news post from my local area. Really? Oh, here. You know, I'll do this. Teddy, why am I not even surprised? Yeah. Yeah, Teddy. It's because one side holds views that means that the person that you're talking to they're like capitulating to you is saying, yeah, we don't need rights and our friends don't need rights. They don't need protections. We don't need to protect anybody. You know what? Yeah. Look out for you and yours. But you know, Jesus. Make sure you go to church to learn all about that Jesus fella that totally didn't have anything to say about welcoming the neighbor, loving thy neighbor, loving the stranger, taking, pity on those who are not as well off as you. But yeah. That fucking pesky Jesus fella. The ones that really get me are the ones that are MAGA, but they're like, I'm not religious. It's like, how's that work? Mitchell, I got sucked into the meltdown someone had on Professor Macheo. Macheo page. I don't even know how to say that. The SAVE Act is, oh, yeah. Mouses, how you doing, buddy? I'm doing good. I will just say that there's a lot going on in the world with politics that is different from even like the Bush era. And I think that's what you're talking about. Because during the Bush era, it was mostly like, oh, so you don't agree with protecting America, and then you also don't agree with, prosperity. You don't agree with American prosperity. It was a lot harder to kind of argue. Now it's very easy to argue because it's like there was no reason for this at all. If you want the short and just simple answer, there was no 9/11 for this one to be justified to the American public. That's why Trump thought that the play was to just do this and then be done with it. And he thought this was going to, legitimately, he thought that he was going to have, the same results as Venezuela. Like, he thought that this was going to be in, out, bing, bang, boom, done. Bing, bang, boom. All right, I'm out of here. See ya. All right, later, Teddy. Good luck with the wife. Hey, no, I appreciate that. What's my religion? I am not religious. I used to be religious. I was a Christian. I was an evangelical Christian. I was a doomsday Christian. I was actually, I was what you would call now a Zionist Christian. We didn't consider ourselves that. We considered ourselves to be, not so much Orthodox, but, it was like literalism. Like, it was like, we took the Bible kind of literally, which I always was uncomfortable with. So even when I believed I was uncomfortable with the interpretation of my school and my church at the time, I always thought that it was like, you guys are you're cheering on the end of the world. That's not great, because I'm not sure if they know this, but yeah, the whole ending is just we're not here. That if you're a Christian, that is then it's then why care so much? This is what I also don't understand. Why do they care about saving money and taxes and all this shit if they truly believe it's the end? That's what I don't get. That's why I do think that Donald Trump, he's not a Christian. He's not even a Republican. I don't think that Donald Trump is a right winger. I don't think he's a left winger. I think that Donald Trump is just for Donald Trump. That's it. It's him and him alone. He doesn't have any morals. He doesn't have any guiding principles. He just does things. Oh, my dog just farted and it's gross. Are you a non-believer? Yeah. Yes, I am. I am a non-believer. I don't know. I guess people would call me agnostic because I'm more of the, I'm not like the Bill Maher, I don't know, type of atheist. I'm not like that. I'm more so the, energy transference, energy doesn't die, so if you want to call it reincarnation, fine. I don't think our consciousness stays together and we go to heaven, hell, or any of that crap. I don't buy that. But if you do, I also don't want to dissuade you from your beliefs, because I honestly think that do whatever you want to do. That's where I wish you guys could be like me. Not care and just be like, whatever, man. The thing is, Christianity is so much more dangerous than trans ideology because of the way that they constantly victimize people and use their ideology to constantly find the new victims and ignore the fact that, again, per their ideology, that they might have a problem with ICE or deportations in general, but whatever, man. Again, that pesky Jesus fella. Matthew 25, man. That might as well just be a redacted chapter of the fucking book. So you're a spiritualist? Ish, I guess. I don't know how to describe myself really anymore, because I just know that, yeah, I just know that I don't believe in deities. I don't believe in a soul. I don't believe that we have this collected soul. I think that we have our lived experiences that make up our brain patterns, and then when we die, we die. I mean, you can't be a believer and not care. Yeah, you can. Yeah, there's a lot of people that use being a believer to not care. It's called being a Christian at convenience. No, my dad's one of those. He was one of those, like, I'm hedging my bets kind of guys. Ooh, Cabin by the Lake. Good movie. The devil gets all the best music and scientists. All Christians who follow the Bible are polytheists because it's no other gods before me. No. That's not true. But, interesting interpretation. George Bush said he attacked Iraq because he believed it. Yeah, but that's where I'm trying to say, guys. We've been through this. I went through this in 2003. My church thought that the end of the world was going to happen by 2012, and they thought that that was the beginning of the end. So when Jesus didn't come back on his winged horse, you know what they did? They threw their fucking hands up and said, you know what? Let's go buy another truck. Bearded Sky Boss. Yep. The Heavy Metal Tin Man. How can you be? How can I be what? I know that there's... Sorry, my delay's a little bit more pronounced today. I had to turn up my my latency, so... If it seems like it's a little bit slower, that's why. My bad, guys. But not really my bad. It's actually YouTube's bad, okay? Got a virtue signal? Well, Again, I don't want to be a virtue signaler. I never do what I never, like, try to push my values, again, like a Christian would. Because, trust me, that's one thing I got from being a lifelong Christian, was seeing how antithetical it was being so, aggressive with the way that we would shame people and try to bring, like, again, we would shame people first and then just be like, but because you're ashamed, you need to come to our church. It's just like, that doesn't really work. You know, maybe tell them that they're loved by Jesus, and that would have worked a little bit better, but maybe I would have had a different outcome had they taught that type of lesson, but they, instead of teaching God's love and Jesus's love in exception, they just decided, nah, we're gonna focus on hate. It was bad. Hey, what's up, Bandit? Good to see you, brother. Hey, we got Zombie Banana from Austria back in chat here. It's always good to see an old timer. We also got Distracting. You know what? We got a bunch of the old crew here. Got the OGs in chat today. I really appreciate that. You know what? I gotta find a way to give you guys a special badge. I'm gonna figure that out for you guys over the weekend here, because I was talking to Speakeasy about how he does some of those emotes, and yeah, you know, again, look at that, a right winger and a left winger with two opposing YouTube channels helping each other. Crazy. The Fitzwater, what up, man? How's it going? How are you? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Guys, if you are new here, please, I genuinely mean this, hit that like button. It really fucking helps me. Not just me, smaller channels, bigger channels, but like, if you see anybody under that 10K mark, please consider, if you even enjoy a little bit of the content. Really appreciate that. Only go to church pep talks and then have a beer. Nah. And noodles be with you. Are you talking about the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster? Even when I was introduced to that, I was just like, really? That's what you guys got? But then I saw the illustration of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. I was like, all right, that's kind of funny. Your Shutter Island came out. Every psych teacher found a way to talk about it. That is odd. All organized religion taught me was, as a woman, I am only a good woman if I get married as soon as I turn 18. Yeah, and then you become a vessel. And then after you do that, then you have been used up, and if you do not take care of your child, then you will just be shunned. But yeah, then God forbid you turn 40 or you hit menopause, then no, guys, it sucks. It sucks because Jesus and his teachings this is what was always confusing about the Bible to me, is why would they write about this guy that preaches, again, the opposite of what most of the Bible teaches. Like, it's like finding a socialist message in Project 2025. Just very jarring. Now you're a pagan and dance in the rain and flowers. One of my cousins is pagan. And he is very, very, he takes it very seriously. So, you guys would get along. Touched by the noodle appendage. My fake god is better. It's just the sun. Without her, we are all dead. There you go. There you go. I just don't understand, again, why newer Christians are always the ones that feel the need to go and shun people and just or shame people. I've noticed that people that kind of grew up with Christianity, they're the ones that kind of keep that, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not apostle, apostolization. What the fuck is the word I'm looking for? Spreading the message. Having a fucking brain fart, but I remember when I was a liberal. I remember when I was liberal, and I turned 6. Okay, that's a very... Wait a minute, that's a closed-minded ass take. The fact that you have to, like, live by your idea of what conservatism or being right-wing is, without recognizing the bad sides of being right-wing. Like, this is what pissed me off about the debate on fascism with Andrew Wilson and Circa. Circa would not mention that it's a right-wing ideology. And that's a good starting point, because it's always steeped in right-wing ideology. And that was just something that he never got or challenged Andrew with. And I was just like, yeah, that would have been a good start. But proselytizing. Thank you, John the Heretic. Hey, the Heretic has come through. Cat also, what up? But yes, proselytizing. Thank you. Go to church Sunday. They sin Monday through Saturday. Yeah. Yeah, because also it's not like they are Catholics. Most these people in America do not practice like the common form of Catholicism, which you do need to kind of recognize your sins. That's the whole point of confession. That's why you'll never meet somebody like so far up their own ass than a conservative evangelical person. And then they will get very mean with you if you even try to challenge them on that, which, again, it's just, why get mad? Wouldn't you just forgive me? To go with the Bill Hicks bit, where it's like, all right, then forgive me. What liberal ideas do I disagree with? Well, what do you find to be a liberal idea? Let's see. Liberal ideology that I disagree with. Good to see me. Thank you. Good to see you too. My thoughts on the Naturalization Act of 1790. I don't know anything about it. I'm not one of those fuckers, dude. Watching that debate last night made me realize that everything's an ism, and that usually people that talk about that, where it's just like, oh, that's statism. Oh, that's isolationism. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, can you ever just not? Like, for people that like to talk about like how you don't need to go to college and, they're always very anti-education. They love to be steeped in fucking poli-sci and theory speak without actually having any substance to the arguments. It's always just trying to prove, I know more college terms than you. At least that's how my idiot brain takes it. But hey, hate me all you want. Remember, I'm the aggregate here. When people talk about the average American, I'm way closer to how they think, which is not necessarily a great thing. But I do read beyond a 6th grade level, which even with dyslexia. And here it comes. Are you sure? To be fair, I do worship. Oh, I mean, I'm not even sure. Can I say that? Pep at the front of the congregation smoking a J, preparing to dunk on them. Dunk on them trolls. And the Lord saith, chill the fuck out, man. And pass to the left. Pep Talks 420. And I saith, pass to the left. Merch. I don't know if y'all know this, but Pep is kind of a big deal. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Pass on the right. Ah, dude, I always get mad when people like nah. Like if I start seeing somebody do this, it's like, I will stand on the other side of them, especially if they like pass it to me, and then they're just like, it goes back this way, and I'm like, okay, then I go over here. I make sure that I do not break Roto. That, you want to talk about etiquette? That's bad etiquette. Only right-wingers break Roto. The confession hotbox. Dude, I like it. Oh. All right, my child. What have you come to confess today? Well, I crashed my car and I committed a hit and run, Father. It's fucked up. That's fucked up, but I ain't no snitch. Say you're say 420 Hail Marys, and then spark one up. The Lord forgiveth. I just come out and rip the shit. All right. We are having an impromptu communion. Just remember that today's communion features the body of Christ, aka Doritos. And then we are also going to wash it down with a little bit of pineapple Gatorade. And the Lord saith, there might be pizza. Now, everyone put your hands up and let's chill. Hey, I'm liking this Church of Pep idea. You know? Shit. I might have to make this a full-on bit, dude. Oh, wait a minute. There actually might be a church that would allow me to do that, too, because I know that there's a decommissioned church that they use for, like, wedding events and shit like that, so I could actually probably film there. Save on those taxes. That's enough. Oh, man. Just remember, we also have a table at the back of the congregation to make sure that if you are in need of medicinal approvals, that we have the right representation. Could I do could you? I mean, I could do that if you if you donate to the stream, or you follow, or I think if you sub to the channel, you will hear my impression. Although my impression is actually what you would call a water pipe. Anyway, and another table of snackies. I mean, dude, my church would have so many snacks. Obviously, this would be, actually that would be my body of Christ. It's like, and here is the body of Christ, and I give it to them with a chopstick, and it's just like, And the Lord saith, do not make your fingers orange. Use chopsticks when eating Cheetos. Now say ah. Dude. Publicly publish your address as a church. I think so, yeah. I know that they don't play. I know that they don't play those games. Perfect. God flooded the earth because of a screw up. I mean, that's why even when I was a Christian, I did have like moments where I would be a kind of a butthead about it. Where I'd just be like, well, if God's so perfect, how come he fucked up so bad and then had to clean up his fuck up? Ah, man. My church doctrine teachers hated the fact that I would ask these questions and I would do it just like that. I kind of brought that to this where it's like, oh, I lost one of my streams. Oh, no, I didn't. Hold on. Your internet's dead? My internet didn't go dead. No, some guy threatened that he was going to shut my stream down. The thing is, like, if he can get around like what I have set up, then it's like, congrats. Whatever, man. I will just say this, like, the people that come to my channels and they feel so... No, I'm still here. Just give me a minute, guys. Yeah, if I need to end stream, then I'll end stream and I'll start again. But, I mean, it's already my... I'm already streaming on my day off, to be completely fair. But, yeah. I'm not worried about it as much as I said, because, yeah. This is... That means I made it. You know you're important when you get DOSed? Yeah, I know. It's like I said when I got my first, like, actual threat on my life. Piss off the feds. Yeah, I mean... Who knows? Who knows? No, it's always, it's usually somebody from the chat, because I don't know why they need to admit it, but they do. So, whatever, man. This immature-ass world we live in. But I'm in a chill mood today. I'm not gonna let anybody fucking ruin my day just because they got some saltiness. This is some... It's always some rich kid D-bag. Yeah. Yeah. Always. And the thing is, they don't even really know why. It's like, do you even know why you hate me? I don't think you do. Alright. Hold on, guys. I'm still getting reports of high internet. Yes, I know. Okay, thank you for that. They pay someone they met on COD for a tool that requires a subscription. They're like Patrick. They say things and don't know why. They hate me because they're told to. Yeah. I mean... Yeah. Saith the Pep and Marinara be with you and Alfredo be with you. Hey, right back to Church of Pep. I like it. I like it. No, I know, dude. I know. Okay, I have a screenshot. Yeah, me too. No, and that's another thing, guys. Like, I appreciate all my mods. Thank you so much for taking care of all of that kind of stuff. I really do appreciate that. Working class supports the Trump administration. Yeah, sure they do. Sure they do. You say that the day that gas shoots up to $120 a fucking barrel, like, is this what the kids say? Cope? That is cope, though. Like, dude, come on. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm going to be fair where I don't even need to be, but I'm going to be. They might not actually know what's going on. The more I expose myself to this shit, the more I kind of figure out they don't know about this. They don't listen to it because I pointed it out and I was kind of being a little cheeky bastard about it where I was just like, oh, you guys, you turn off your brains when you see CNN or any news that you disagree with, which they did that on purpose to make sure that you are ill-informed. And then I was like, oh my God, I nailed it. That's exactly what it is. You want to talk about the Psyop? It's not on us. The Psyop was never designed for us. Honestly, they knew that we were going to see through this crap. It was them. And this is what they wanted out of it. And they got a little bonus where, like, I'm not sure if they counted on it, but again, the people are so stupid that it's like, no, then they go out and fucking fight against any common sense or any common narrative. Have nothing but just fucking bravado and ego, just going, yeah, we're the winners. Everybody loves us. Chris, that's not how that works, Chris. Do you want to know why gas prices are so high today? Do you understand how OPEC works? No? Do you understand global supply chain? No? Okay. Strait of Hormuz produces, even if it's a small percentage for us, like I think it's under 20%. I think the last time I checked, it was 14% of our oil comes from the Strait of Hormuz. It goes to Asia. Now, Asia is going to have to pivot to other markets. So no matter what, with this oil not being available to the global markets, all of that oil that we're selling is all going to have to be sold at an inflated rate. And this is the bitch of it. Trump doesn't give a shit about us. He gives a shit about making money. So he's not going to release the reserves where we get to benefit from it. He's more than comfortable seeing the oil futures being fucking sky high, where he said it yesterday. Like, he told on himself. He's just like, you know what? We're selling oil. We have all the oil and we're going to make all the money from it. It's just like, there it is. There it is. So yeah, man, you disrupt the global supply chain. Then we also have the issue that China is holding off, man. China being this silent on this is scaring the shit out of me, because I am now more than ever convinced that they have set themselves up to move us off the petrodollar. And they're going to use the fact that we cannot be counted on to be stable anymore. You know? That's kind of the bitch of it when you have all this destabilization, when you have a bunch of morons that are willing to break quorum or decorum. Break quorum is fucking Senate procedure bullshit, but break decorum like on the world stage where, again, man, there's a reason we had these rules of engagement. There's a reason that we never crossed these lines. And then you got idiots like Pete Hegseth that go out there and not only like they do it, but then they blow hard about it, where he's out there going like, no longer will we be pussies and be held down by those pesky rules of engagement. It's like, dude, holy shit. You understand that there are some of the worst warmongers in history that even they knew, that you don't say that to the fucking public. Like, miss the good old days where our government, at least tried to hide it. A whole grain silo full of dicks, even. What's up, Pinkerbell? Oh, man. Pinkerbell, you missed somebody trying to take me down. They even gave me a warning, though, so that was nice. Rules of engagement protect us, just left us out in the cold. Yeah. Stock market is down due to trade freezing on oil and other markets. What? Is that true? No way. Here. Oh, it is. Holy shit. And it also says that Iran has conducted a massive cyber attack. Oh, shit. That makes me wonder. Nearly one. Wait, that's a million. That's a billion. That's a trillion. That's $1 trillion. That's $1 trillion. $1 trillion was wiped out on the stock market today. Trump administration opens the door for ICE to target anyone. Breaking, nearly 1 trillion wiped out. Oh, wait. Under this new rule, the State Department will be able to revoke the trans people's visas over misrepresentation. It'll give ICE ground. I'm not sure if I talked about this, but I have a friend that is trying to get her passport, and she has run into that problem. She also ran into the problem that they actually are saying, hey, you might not want to do that right now. Just a abugamania. I mean, I don't think that... I don't know, DA. I don't know. Here. You know what? Here. These are the funniest ones. These just came today. Kat Abu Ghazaleh isn't who she says she is. Let's check out the facts. All right, accepts tens of thousands of dollars from donors who gave money to Republicans and Donald Trump. Accepted contributions from donors from the right-wing members of Congress. Accepted contributions from wealthy members of America's wealthiest families. Members of America's wealthiest families. Caught by the press for lying about not accepting billionaire contributions. Accepted thousands from the billionaire family of a Saudi Arabian arms dealer. That one I still can't find anything about. I don't know. We'll see. The thing is, I still have not committed to voting for her, and I will not do so until next week. I'm giving her... Well, actually, I want to vote tomorrow, but I don't know, man. We'll see. I can't commit to voting for her because she showed me that, unfortunately, I don't matter to her. And that mattered to me. Again. And my wife, she's not going to vote for her either. I have two friends that they already voted, actually. They beat me, and they voted for Daniel Biss, which I did not say to do that. That was their choice. But in my opinion, Kat is still the best viable option. But my vote is, yeah. No, it's still mine. And that's where, just because she wants to say that his campaign is over, and that she's the only viable one, that's actually really fucked up. I'm gonna just say my piece on that one too. Especially in a primary. Like I said, I've beaten this point to death, but I'm gonna she is not owed my vote. What happened? She blew me off in October for an interview that was booked. And then which that didn't bug me. I wouldn't even bring up the other two where I'm just like, okay. But they set up an interview with me, and then they had to cancel literally 10 minutes before the interview. So I had already made the bumper. I had already done all my due diligence to get her on the program. And again, had the booking, which again, I'd be fine with. But it was that little bit afterwards where it's just like, oh, we're sorry, we're gonna have to cancel this interview. We'll reach out to reschedule. And I was like, oh, okay. But I kept following up. And yeah, man, it's just, that's what happened with me. And then I was going to give her the benefit of the doubt. So I went to a local event that she was scheduled to be at, and I was just like, you know what? I just want to talk to her. I wasn't even gonna like film it. She decided to blow that event off, and like I watched a lot of people be very fucking mad at her, and like the thing that was being thrown around was how she was immature and they don't trust her. They're like, oh, she has her national platform. Like a lot of people think that she's doing this for other reasons, like for media clout kind of shit. And I'm like, all right. And she really doesn't have a good excuse or like she doesn't have anything to kind of address that. And anytime that she does kind of, get cornered with it, she tends to get like combative and not handle it very well. Like the way that she handled the Ryan Grimm situation also bothered me because I'm like, okay, so it's great when she has her prepared statements and all that, and it's great if the topic stays specifically on ICE and Gaza, but anything past that, she seems to fail the stress test, and that really bugs me. And it kind of like I thought about this too. With all of the ICE protesting she's been doing, I don't know actually a lot about her platform. Like I didn't know about her foreign policy platform until they leaked emails from somebody in her campaign that then all of a sudden he became a problem. Like I said, out of 16, I was wrong. I kept saying 15. 16 candidates. She's the only one that did not return an email past, just like a correspondence with Kat, because I got emails back from other candidates where it was actually them. I was like, oh shit. Or phone calls, just saying, hi, what are your questions? Every single other candidate has addressed my concerns and my questions. Now, they respectfully said, no, I really don't want to be on a show, but because you're a constituent, I will answer any of your questions. Now Dan Biss, like I have also said, because he all right, any question, because he answered it, but he didn't give me a satisfactory answer. Because when I asked him about would you sanction Israel, he was just like, that depends on what you mean by sanctions, and he's like, I don't like mincing words with defense and offense. I was like, oh, shit. I don't know, man. But he's currently 6 points in the lead with Kat. I know that my constituency isn't exactly like, it's not like a big cat fest here, okay? Like, I'm gonna just say, like, you don't see a lot of Cat Abu Ghazaleh signs in yards. Actually, the ones that I've been seeing is a little problematic. Like, Laura Fine definitely put the money out there. Because, yeah, she's, like, probably the most represented as far as, like, yard signs. But whatever, man. AIPAC controls the U.S. Congress. Well, I would love to vote for a non-AIPAC candidate, but Dan Biss, he's not technically an AIPAC candidate, but man, he might as well be. That's my assessment on him. But because we have 15 other candidates, yeah, I'm going to vote for the one that best represents my interests, and that is Mike Simmons. Mike Simmons, had she not come here and carpetbagged, I think that he would have been in the top 3. Now, what does that mean? He'd beat Daniel Biss? Not necessarily, but he's the one that DSA was comfortable getting behind. He was the one that had like the early endorsements of a lot of the progressive chapters in Chicago. So I see, so no. We'll see. Like Dross, I don't know, man. Much to consider. No, and that's why, like, I'm upset that she doesn't, like, even have the wherewithal to just be like, hey, I should probably, like, I don't know, maybe have her campaign check a fucking email every once in a while. I don't know. If any of the whomever you're voting for from the 250 legislators went on the cultural field trip. It's a wrap. Daniel Biss didn't go on the field trip. He had already had like previous experiences vacationing in Israel because of his family and shit. That's why, honestly, I did give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt because he goes against a lot of that stuff. He was very outspoken on, the genocide in Gaza, except he wouldn't call it a fucking genocide. That he was on that Bernie Sanders shit. I think he regrets that. But then, also, dude, I saw another one where he thought, he got asked the question, do you think AI art is art? And he was the only one on stage that was like, yes. And I was just like, oh, no. So, that's why I can't vote for him. I'll just say it. I'm not voting for Daniel Biss. I will make that announcement. Daniel Biss is not getting my vote. It's between, literally, Kat, if she, I don't know, if by some chance her campaign says, hey, we should probably get a hold of this guy, because it's at that point guaranteed 2 votes at that point. She would have had a guaranteed 4 if she didn't blow me off. And in this district, that's a percent, like that adds to the percentage. Like, again, we're not a ranked choice state, it's whoever wins. If you got the numbers, you got the numbers. Amen, bro. I was so wrapped in my rearing my brother's kid. I feel like I missed anything not on YouTube between Candace and Canticos and the Wiggles. Not even Helen Keller would call that shit art. Yeah, Dan Biss, unfortunately, really fucked up. But at least that motherfucker gave me... Dude, we talked for almost an hour. Like, that was kind of surprising. Because he was, he had good answers for everything except that. But that... You could tell that he was disappointed when I asked it at the very end, too. Because he was just like, oh... Have some pics of my dog for when I went ice fishing. You know where to put that. I check up, just so you guys know, I usually check the rest of the Discord on Sundays when I'm just chilling, so. Dude, it makes more sense for the campaign to hit the widest audience possible. Don't not vote for someone because they didn't come on my show. That's not why I'm not voting. Alex, I think that you're missing this. It's the fact that she has shown with ditching me and then that campaign event that it's like, no, this is a broader problem, man. But I don't know, because realistically, dude, if you got burned by somebody like that, it wasn't that she didn't come on my show either. That's actually kind of a shitty way of putting that, because she was supposed to be on the show, and it's another thing, if you're gonna cancel, then reschedule. Like, but that was a literal, like, okay, sorry, we can't do this, and then ghost. No, I deserve to have my fucking questions answered, whether it be on my show or not. And the thing is, she has proven to me that she doesn't give a fuck about that. How am I supposed to interpret that otherwise? I think that's fair, man. And honestly, like I said, 15 other candidates are in here, and she is not the one that truly represents my values. I don't like the fact that honestly, Alex, I don't like the fact that she's from fucking Texas, moved here with her boyfriend from The Onion, who, again, dude, she wants to posit like she's a fucking renter. Dude, she lives in a pretty, I think it's like a $500,000 fucking penthouse. I'm sorry, man. Like, no. And that's what I was worried about. I was worried that, like, because of her broader coverage with this shit, and because I do this, yeah. No, I knew I was going to take some shit for it, especially because, like, the pressure is that I should put that aside and just vote for her because she's technically the better candidate for the movement, according to everybody that's listened to her. But I'm glad that she focused on Hassan. I'm glad that she focused on the national platform. I'm truly glad. While she was blowing off local events with people that actually can fucking vote for her, yeah, no, that was real smart. Like I said, nobody's owed my vote, and that's what I don't like, is the fact that people feel like I somehow, like, she deserves my vote just because she's been on fucking Majority Report. Like, or she's been on Hassan, and she's part of, like, the leftist contingent, even though, again, man, how am I... She hasn't given good answers about this either. How am I supposed to know these aren't true? Just because she says that they're AIPAC funded? Again, she didn't give a good answer about the fucking Republicans who donated to her campaign. I mean, Alex, again, all due respected, brother. You know I love you. Here. And I know that you guys are probably getting sick of seeing it. But I got more. Look. 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 This is how badly people want my vote. Oh, so you are too small? I don't know. I don't know what it was. They didn't give me an answer. Outside of, I think I just literally, like, I don't think there's anything malicious. I'm going to be completely real. I think that she just has a shit campaign manager. I think that they kind of missed the forest for the trees on this one. I think that they thought, like, oh, yeah, we can afford to lose that to go on Hassan or Piers Morgan or whoever the fuck. But like I had said in numerous emails post our whole situation there, I gave them the chance to get a hold of me just to have her have a quick conversation. And that's why I showed up to that event with the expectation that I would be able to ask this candidate my questions. It's just, literally, it's just a few fucking questions. And the biggest one is, how do you act? Like, it was a carpetbagging question. I'm like, okay, so I know that you've been going around here. I really appreciate what you've done with ICE, but it's like, how do you actually feel you can represent this community? Like, what do you actually know about the 9th district of Chicago as far as our values and, like, the demographics and the people, like, and what the actual people care about? I don't know, man. Butthurt. I see how it could be taken that way. Trust me. That's why, I mean, I'm a little defensive about it, because, yeah, I understand that it can totally be seen as me being like, oh, she didn't come on my show, I'm not voting for her. It's way deeper than that. I'm not that catty. Especially if it was, like, the true, like, you know, difference maker. But, no, if she wants to act that way about my vote, like, oh, well, she's already the, you know, most viable between the two, now it's a two-way race, then fuck it. Okay, she doesn't need my vote then. She's proven to me that she does not need my vote, and it's fine. If she wins, I will vote for her in the general. I will vote for Laura Fine in the general. I'm committing to literally voting for whoever the fucking blue representative of my district is, because we live in a purple district. This is also where she has not been honest about her competition. This is one of the first times that we live in one of those districts like Texas where it's like, I think plus 37. It's not that anymore. I would be shocked if we're plus 8 because the way that they gerrymandered our district, they took in a bunch of farmland. Like, I'm talking, like, our districts, and I think that she said this, it stretches from Lake Michigan all the way out to the fucking plains, like, where there's lots of farmers. And those farmers are very vocal. And I have to say, man, I'm not comfortable in this idea that it's a fucking deep blue district anymore. Like, when it's like, nah, they made it purple. So, gotta say, Pep dropping the gotcha questions, that one wasn't even that controversial. Yeah, I know. Damn those farmers beating your unemployed ass. Yes. That's how that works. And that's particularly gross how Hassan eats like a vacuum cleaner. It is. I will say that. I think it's insane how much he eats and sits for the amount of time that he does on stream. What, he does 8-hour streams and he eats like 4 meals while on stream? I don't get it, man. Whatever. He's a few years younger than me, so I'm like sitting here, I'm just like, just wait till he's like right over the cusp of 35 and his metabolism doesn't allow him to do that anymore. His morning basketball game is not going to be enough to keep him in shape. They took the farmers, which is why she got Republican money. I mean, that's one of my questions. I would like to know, like, what is going on. W Gamer, I'll just call you. Who are we talking about? We are talking about Kat Abugazala, or Kat Abugazale is actually how you pronounce it. At least that's what she told me. That's also the bitch of it. Like, I've already met her, but like, I didn't get to really ask her questions, because when I asked, I'm like, hey, I have a few questions I would like to ask. She handed me a card with her campaign's contact info on it, and then, yeah, she had to get going. Yeah, God, I just realized that she was only there for like 15, 20 minutes. But met the rest of the candidates. God, at that point, there were over 18. I think at one point, almost 20 candidates in our district. She is fake. I'm conflicted with it, man. So, like I said, I don't want anybody in my audience, or I don't want Alex. I don't want you to hold it against me that I might not vote for her. Because I hope that I've given a good enough reason why it's not as catty as it could come off. Trust me. I have thought about this, man. I understand that in entertainment, you gotta keep your opportunities open. You don't want to fucking shit. This is one of the, like, honestly, guys, I'm gonna be real open with you. When you guys go into entertainment, it doesn't matter whether you're doing comedy. It doesn't matter, like, if you're trying to get on TV, doing anything in entertainment. You are kind of told that the secret rule is don't shit on your contemporaries, because you might be burning a bridge that could later be monetized, or it could be, it could be a lifeline for you. And I'm just like, I don't care. Like, honestly, if I can't walk something back, like, either, like, if I can't have like a shit opinion and then just be like, you know what, I changed my mind on that, then yeah, fuck it. This is why I love it. That's why I love it here, man. Welcome to MAGA chat. It's not even a troll at this point. Hello, everyone from Italy. Hey, how is everything in Italy? I have a family member there. But Affer, I appreciate you being here. Cats are like onions. Cats have layers. Onions have layers. Imagine believing you have to hate your job in life so much you can never smile. Yeah, right. But I'm in this is why I have been adamant in my position about this, and been very, very open about it. So, I hope you guys understand that. So, but don't blame me if she doesn't win. That's something that I'm gonna say, like, that's not fair to me. That's not fair to me at all. Like, honestly, that's just thinking about it, because she's a personality on the left, and because I do what I do. Like, yeah, I genuinely kind of feel this way. Like, if you're mad at me because I refuse to vote for her, I think that, yeah, that could be an issue. Because it's like, no, I have, like, given a very comprehensive reason. And I think that at this point, no, the onus is on her. How is it not? She's not left enough to be in my periphery. Really? No shit. Maybe one day I'll understand. I missed it. Here, I'm sure you've seen her. Let's go. she's all over like leftist TikTok and social media. I understand it, but it's stupid as fuck. American leftists must learn the hard way. What's that? The thing is, I don't want her to be a John Fetterman. And there's no guarantee that she's not. She's from Texas. She comes from a pretty, like, staunch conservative like, she was a conservative longer than she was a leftist from my math, but I don't know anymore, man. I just gotta say, oh yeah, I do recognize her. Thank you. I knew it. Yeah, kind of feeling. You have every right to feel the feelings towards her. She needs to worry about the local people first. Yes. Yes. That's why, like, honestly, man, I was, again, very happy, like, that she joined the race. I was very happy with her campaign. I was extreme focal fryer. Hold on. Trying not to do that. Excuse me. Got some allergies today. Opportunistic party switch. And that, it maybe, I don't know. All I know is, again, the car, like her coming from Texas, not disclosing that her boyfriend was the owner of the Onion until the 11th hour. She likes to LARP as a renter in, did she say River North or, here. River Grove. Yeah. She got herself a nice little apartment, so. What the fuck, for real? You guys didn't know that you didn't know that her partner, Riverview. Thank you. I was about to say, she's not living in River North. But yeah, she lives in Riverview. Her boyfriend being the Onion is awesome. Yeah. Didn't realize the clips I saw of her were making a political stance in Texas. No. She moved to Chicago, the Illinois 9th, 2 years ago. And she prides herself on joining the race, even though she loves to also throw out. I didn't know I was going to run for Congress, but I decided to run for Congress the second that I landed because her timeline doesn't add up. Jan announced that she was not going to seek office. God. It's almost 2 years ago. What else adds up to that? I only know the Onion because of it was Josh Groban's favorite website when he first got big. Josh Groban. Oh, the opera guy? My mom loved that guy. Huh. I saw him in concert with my mom. Yeah. He's not bad. I actually just kind of realized that's a good one to put on my mom's playlist, because I have a playlist of all her favorite musicians and songs that has been real hard to get to. So anyway, if I move, is it forbidden to get into politics? No, it's not about her moving and then getting into our district. It's the fact that she came here and registered before the actual best candidate could even get in the race. So, and then honestly, I think that she came and got some of like the backing that would have gone towards Mike Simmons. I don't know, man. I have this feeling that it would be a different race if she wasn't here, and I just do not like the fact that she just moved here willy-nilly, and that's a problem. That's a problem to me. That's a problem I would like answered. I feel like I'm kind of owed that when the next best candidate has literally lived in this district his entire life. He grew up in public housing. He understands the needs and the values of everybody that lives in my area. Is that, like, does that not matter? Hold on, guys. Actually, I actually genuinely need to know this from you guys. Would you rather vote for somebody that literally holds all your values, also has grown up and is from your area, or would you go towards the other person who has a little bit of dishonesty in, again, her platform, the fact that she hid who her partner is, so again, LARPing as a poor. What connects her to Chicago? Her dad, her grandfather moved here first, and then they moved to Texas. I don't know. Like, I guess her family lived here for like a hot minute. She's from Texas, and you're in the Chicago area? Yeah. What connects her to Chicago? Oh, sorry, I just got that. All local, all day. That's what I'm at. That's what I thought. Like, that is insane to me that it's like, oh. And that's all. And then you're going to gaslight me into saying, like, why in the fuck would that be a problem? It's like, I think that that's kind of a big problem, especially when you're representing a locality. That's kind again, let's open the fucking door then, guys. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just get someone from Chicago to come and run Kansas. Yeah, because that's going to fucking work. I don't know, man. She makes herself sound 100% perfect, and that's what I don't trust. Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't own her flaws. That's another thing that I haven't liked. Like, anytime, like, when she got into it with Ryan Grimm, she actually got kind of, like, bitchy about it, where she was just kind of, you could tell that it was like, oh, he didn't have to bring that up. The hell? Oh, great. I think I might have just lost horizontal. There we go. Sorry, guys. Still having some problems with my stuff here. I'm down 4 Chicago grown, running Kansas. Well, Chicago grown ain't doing too well, or Kansas grown ain't doing too well. No, but you're missing my point. The locals there would never go for that. The smaller community, like, you go to a smaller city or like a smaller community, the less likely they will be to vote for somebody that just fucking shows up, especially from a fucking big city like Chicago. Because immediately you understand that, like, these people already think that the city slickers, like, the city slickers bringing in all of his liberalism, blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, I'm in Cali. Should I pout at the sky? I understand it's like that in every state. Pep, I would think like you. I would vote right wing. Sorry, you sound like Austrian idiots. Oh, really? Like nationalist? Like what? I don't know. Like it's not about nationalism. It's about just knowing, like, again, the community at large. And also, I don't like the idea that she has tried to sell, like, a lot of it is marketing with her, and that's where I'm a little sussed out about it. So, Ryan Grimm's vocal fry too, but he's a real decent dude. Oh, dude, if you're pissed off by vocal fry, stick around for the Taylor Lorenz bit. That's gonna be real fun for you. Yeah, I used to not like the vocal fry, but realized that, yeah, I might have a little bit of it myself. People think Chicago is a hellhole. We don't correct them because we don't want them to move here. Eh. I don't know. Like I said, man, we have one of the hottest contested seats in the country right now. And I feel like if she valued my vote, I have given her more than enough opportunities. And you know what? The other thing about that is, I can tell you right now, I'm going to pursue an interview with her, no matter what, whether she wins or loses. Because I want to know, like, especially if she loses, it's just like, so did you not think that, you know, like, I'm going to be kind of cunty about it. I'll be honest. I just have to learn what she is actually spreading. Here. Let's see, what's the best one that has her campaign on it? Well, again, this marketing that is way too busy. Do you know how many of these just went straight into the garbage? Again. This is actually kind of a good representation. Notice how that guy's kind of just like, okay. That was a good one too. Yeah, she's anti-ICE. Claims to be like the most progressive candidate, but I honestly don't know. I don't think she is. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'll also look at it this way a little bit. Because she said it about her high school journal, like being in 2016, and that hit me, where I was just like, oh shit. It's like, wait a minute. You were 16 years old? Wait, or, yeah. Yeah. That's, Simmons Talks More Substance. Yes, he voted for over 50 bills that passed in the House, in the Illinois House, and he himself authored 6 of them. So, I don't know, man. I gotta say, it's gonna be interesting to see. We'll see what happens, but claims. Enough said. Last question. They're asking for people who to obey our law. I don't know what you're even talking about. You shouldn't have to claim that you're the most progressive. Prove it with your positions and policies. That's why I didn't like Daniel Biss either. He really he laid that shit down. Where it's kind of annoying. Where it's just like, he tried to say that. He's like, I've been progressive. Like, he was just short of saying, I've been progressive longer than she's been alive, which that would have been a turnoff, like, right away. But but he likes who? Biss? No, he doesn't. He does not take money from Israel or AIPAC. He just won't say whether or not he'll sanction Bibi Netanyahu. So, honestly, he is kind of telling on himself there, but that's not me arguing for, a better candidate in any way, shape, or form. Sanctity of the law must be protected. Well, it's also like I was saying, if Kat's position is that popular, like, no matter what, I get to vote again. Like, this is the bitch about primaries, where it's like, no matter who wins, I'm going to end up voting for whoever in the fucking general. But I think that I've made my position pretty well known on this. I think that it's fair. If you want to have a broader discussion, I welcome it. If you guys want to hit me up privately through Discord, or you want to hit me up through chat here, just let me know and I will tackle it. I'm willing to know why you guys, like, if you guys can sell me on why I should vote for her all day, I'm here for it. Like, but the more that I honestly, like, listen, and the more, she can claim that, because this is also what really bothered me about the way that, like, these things came out here. I'm backwards here. God, this is actually getting heavy. Like, this is insane how much shit they have sent us. Like I said, I've saved every piece of political literature that they have sent me. Also, I can announce that I'm 100% voting for Raja Krishnawarthi to take over Dick Durbin's Senate seat. So, I hope he wins that. But yeah, like, here. So these are the hit pieces that they just sent out today. Like, these were the last 2 that I've gotten. They understand that. I think they even saw, like, where she's kind of wrapping up sending her political literature, because I think, we vote on Tuesday. So she claims AIPAC is... that's just AIPAC spending their millions of dollars on hit pieces. Well, then why can't you just answer the basics of what the hit piece says? Like, when she said, check the sourcing, fec.gov, I did check that sourcing, and that's not a fucking bad source. I could use that source for pretty much any other candidate. So yeah, I'm sorry that I looked at that. The Crusader, that's insane. Because this is the one that she keeps talking about, is this one, where she's like, that one. She's like, that's from my high school newspaper. And she keeps saying defunct high school newspaper, which, okay, don't know why that matters. But, oh shit, Pep read the receipt. Yeah, I do my research, guys. Dude, she's so gross. She's so pretentious and gross. Please don't vote for her. Are you AIPAC? Are you AIPAC funded? Are you an AIPAC funded bot that's telling me not to vote for her? Because I'm pretty sure that's what she would say. No, now I'm just being an asshole. Okay. Man. I don't know. I know I made some people mad with this shit. Like I said, trying to gain subs, not lose them, but every time I talk about this, I watch my sub count kind of dip, because I think a few, like, you know what? If that's what does it, though, fuck it. God damn it. That's honestly where some of y'all could have helped on that one. You could have pressured her on social media to be like, hey, I really wish I could vote for you, but you know who can? This guy Pep Talks. Whatever. All right, let's move on. I'm done talking about her. That's so sad. We need more people to be honest online. You'll never get anywhere if you don't piss off someone along the way. Oh, dude, literally. My audience knows I don't play that game. When people announce like they're leaving my community, I do appreciate that. I actually appreciate it a little bit more than the people that just dip forever, and then I have to kind of guess, where I'm just like, oh, I haven't seen this person in a while, and then I have to just kind of go, oh, wonder what I said. Yeah, this is the bitch about caring. I've talked to other content creators about this too. They're just like, yeah, try not to get too parasocial. So it's like, what's up, Kenzie? I'm not sure if I said hi to you, by the way. It's bots only that announce leaving. Well, I don't know about that. Nah, I've had some people like that were long time, like, people in my community that just, sometimes I say some shit, I get it, but this one, I will say, is a little fucked up, because I made my peace there. Like, if it was everybody's, like, goal to get her into office, I don't know, like, again, man. Or are you really pissed off a viewer? Oh, I've really pissed off a few viewers. Like, again, I had a regular that was actually brought up today. I'm not gonna repeat it, but he not only got a hold of me, but he was just like, he ripped into me worse than any troll ever could. So, it's a little different when it comes from your own audience. What is my goal, Pep, with democracy? To maintain it? I don't know. I grew up in the 90s. I kind of, I don't know. I grew up through a time of peace. I wish we could go back to that. But I also want to see socialized programs, and I want to see them funded by taxing billionaires and taxing us a lot less. But whatever, man. Apparently that's too much to ask. Apparently, whatever. The right wing is always going to win, because they have idiots that are always going to just think that the billionaires are going to leave us. The billionaires are going to leave us. The billionaires are going to leave us. Until they're literally just the only ones left in their bunkers. I mean, if you guys do believe in a soul, like when we all eventually perish and we're all in the same boat and we never, you never got that, you never won your lottery or you never had the thing happen that pushed you to that point, then what? Like, do they ever feel stupid, or do they just go, I had a very, very good life standing up for the people that ruined this planet, and I made sure to leave this planet a little bit worse off for the next generation because fuck them. Seriously. I really do feel like the people that, like, that raised us were just like, fuck them kids. Let them figure it out. Maybe welding bunker doors shut. Yeah. Yup. You know it. Same worms that eat the poor are going to eat the uber rich. No, the difference is they're going to end up living a lot longer. You know, I think that if you have money, your life expectancy is a solid 10 years over somebody that's just, your average working class. But, at least you'll get to enjoy maybe 5 to 6 years of retirement. Oh, that's right. No, you'll probably have to work because it's a fixed income, and the price of everything going up does not take that into account. And they always find reasons to give us less and less and less and less. So, anyway, Lefty's using Psyop. Well, I mean, it is a Psyop.
The FBI warning of possible Iranian drone attacks on our homeland. A new alert reviewed by ABC News revealing Iran's.
I'm getting off the cat stuff, but just so you guys know, I plan on voting tomorrow. If you guys want to do your part, I'm just gonna say right now, tag her on Twitter and just tell her that she can get a hold of me at my email. They have my email and contact info. Just say at Pep Talks TV.
At Bandit $2.
Would vote for you.
T/coffee break time.
I just had a few questions answered, and in general, yeah. Now she has more to answer for. Now that she waited so long, now I get to ask her the real hard questions where it's like, hey, so what's your proof that you're not being funded by, like, Trump supporters and Republican donors? Because it sure sounds like they're trying to get you in there because they know that you're probably the candidate that would lose to a sensible Republican, because their sensible Republican that they're trying to pass off is like technically like ex-Democrat, but he's just like, well, I'm caucusing with the Republicans because, I feel like a lot of the Illinois constituents are not having their voices heard, but I also fought for the Democrats, so I have, I should have a layer of trust there. Like I said, we're not even focusing on who the general opponent's going to be.
Aspirations to conduct a surprise attack specifically against unspecified targets in California. The FBI saying it's warned police departments across the Golden State now of strikes by unmanned aerial vehicles or drones as tensions rise in the Middle East. Let's get straight to our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Kontersky. Aaron, what are you learning?
We've reviewed an alert that came within the last couple of weeks, Kira, just
looks like a cleaned up Jake.
Recently, from the FBI to law enforcement agencies.
Well, cleaned up. I mean, just shave his mustache and then take the glasses off, and there you go. There's Jake.
Up and down the California coastline, warning that Iran is aspiring now to perhaps launch some kind of a retaliatory
shit. Also, thank you for the $2 Bandit tea coffee break.
Attack on the U.S. mainland using drones on the West Coast. The alert that we reviewed said an uncorroborated report suggested that unidentified Mexican cartel leaders had authorized attacks using drones carrying explosives, so they know that capability exists. And
so they're trying to tie this all together by saying that the cartels teamed up with Iran, and now that
separate alert that we've reviewed, Kira, says that Iran has those same kinds of aspirations. So the U.S. has broadly known for some time that drones could be deployed
Astoria, what up?
against the homeland. We know that Iran has been using drones significantly in this 12-day-old war with the United States. That's what killed the first 6 U.S. service members in this war. But now the FBI is specifically warning police agencies in California along the Pacific coastline that Iran is aspiring to use them to attack in the West.
So why California? Why the West?
Good question. And that's not exactly clear, but perhaps...
It's because they originally chose that because they thought that it would be believable that those came from Iran. But then they realized that most Americans were just like, well, if they don't have ICBMs, how do they have intercontinental drones? That doesn't make much sense.
There's thought that Iran has these...
God, they really can't get...
These things
Man.
positioned on ships.
This guy can't say anything with confidence.
That are still in international waters or that could float through international waters. We know that
Uneffing believable propaganda. I mean, this is blatant war propaganda.
They reported, Kira, on Iran's desire to perhaps activate sleeper cells in the United States, although that's...
Be honest, man, how long do I think this war is going to last? I'm literally on the 50-50 shot now, where I'm just like, this could end, like, it not end, but like Trump will do, like, he'll declare mission accomplished and just let the Middle East, roil over there once the strait is opened. But realistically, from what a lot of our intelligence that is not coming from, the Trump administration, just... I hate to say, like, British and French intelligence, they're saying that this could take decades. So...
certainly far from confirmed or
I don't know. Do I have anything to kind of make me believe that we've done this before? I don't think we've ever done this before, have we? Have we ever had somebody come out and tell us that it was only going to be a small-scale operation that was only going to last just a few days to a few weeks even, maybe a few months tops, and then maybe a few years?
Or far
maybe a few decades.
From anything operational as far as law enforcement knows. It's not clear why the West Coast as opposed to the East Coast.
But also don't announce a false flag attack before doing it. Like, what the fuck?
But that's what the alert from the FBI says.
All right, Aaron Katursky, we'll
honestly, that's where I'm a little confused about
stay on top of it. Thank you so much.
Turning now to a very strange incident, which we have to keep you all updated. So there's this big piece of news from ABC that broke yesterday. Let's put it up here on the screen. What do we have? We have the FBI is warned that Iran aspired to attack California with drones in retaliation for the war. The warning came in a bulletin that was sent to police departments in recent days that Iran could retaliate for American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast. We recently acquired information. As of early February 2026, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the U.S. homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California in the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran. We have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. Obviously, a lot of hackles were raised at that one. What exactly is going on here? Is it a way to try and inspire fear in the American public in order to try and support some of what's going on right now with the war? And local police and others, including those briefed on the matter. Let's put F3, please, up on the screen. LAPD sources, this is from Fox News, by the way, just to show you how little credence that even these people are giving it. They say, I've talked to today, say there is not a known credible drone threat, and this may fall under the general death to America umbrella. So not really something that was worth, I think, a full-blown bulletin to the LAPD. Let's think about logistics here, Crystal. So the current range, I believe, of the drone would make it so that, what is it, like 3 to 4 times anything that is even in their theoretical maximal range for their longest range drone that they may have. They would have to put it on a unmanned aircraft carrier, which would have to sail thousands of nautical miles to off the coast of California, so via, across various different sea channels and other things which are highly monitored. And then it would have to take off from said aircraft carrier, unmanned carrier, allegedly, and then come and hit a site in California. Just personally a little skeptical of that.
Yeah, I would say so. There was another uncorroborated report, they say, from 2025 that suggested unidentified Mexican cartel leaders had authorized attacks using drones carrying explosives against U.S. law enforcement. They said this type of attack against U.S. personnel or interests inside the U.S. would be unprecedented, but exemplifies a plausible scenario, although cartels typically avoid actions that would result in unwanted attention or responses from U.S. authorities. Again, think of how nonsensical this is. You think the Mexican cartels want to start a war? Like, you think that's going to go well with them? You think that's an intelligent scenario? So they're clearly trying to gin up all of these, frightful scenarios of what could unfold. And they've got the sequencing all wrong here, Soccer. You got to manufacture the consent before the war starts. You got to do the false flag before you get into this thing. You got to generate all the fear and the anxiety and the, oh my God, they're like terrible people who are coming to attack California. You got to do that before you launch the war, guys, because now it just reads as like, okay, well, if there's all this risk, why are you doing this? Why are you creating more risk? How is this creating any sort of like sense of safety for the American people? No, instead, what you're doing with these, fake bulletins is establishing that what you have done in the Middle East is just creating actually more risk and more danger for Americans here and abroad. I mean, I don't put any stock. There's all this like Iranian sleeper cell conversation now too. I don't put any stock in that as well either. But it is true that we are making a lot of people around the world absolutely hate our guts. We just murdered 168 school children.
Oh, we continuously, and we're doing this like shocked Pikachu face every time where we're just like, why don't they like us?
How do you think that, their parents feel about us now? How do you think that their siblings who are going to grow up, how do you think they're going to feel about us now? How do you think all of the orphans in Gaza or the children who are amputees now, largest amputee
We got Skynet, but before GTA
population in the world in Gaza.
GTA 6.
How do you think that they feel about us? So, yes, we are creating more danger for our own population and our own service members and our own assets in the region.
I just hate that none of this has to be happening. It sucks.
Do I believe this particular story about drone striking LA? Absolutely not. And one other thing to keep in mind here is, what we've seen from Iran in terms of their attacks on any sort of U.S. personnel or bases in the region, it has always been we or Israel attack them first. We have not seen them, trying to come over here and drone strike us. We have not seen them out of the blue attacking our assets in the region either. It has always been in retaliation for something that we started. So it does not fit their pattern of behavior whatsoever. And of course, we already have law enforcement officials who are like, this is ridiculous.
The drone thing, I'm not worried about. The sleeper cell thing, I'll put it to you this way. Do I think that there are intentionally designed terror sleeper cells? We didn't see any of that usually during the global war on terror. Although there were a few, like Al-Qaeda plots. You couldn't really call it sleeper cell. It would be an Al-Qaeda cell, right? Like people who were inspired. There would be like a small set of teams. You have the London attacks that happened in 2005. You had the Times Square plot, some of these other things that happened here in the United States. That's very unlikely. But what did we see a lot of? San Bernardino, a lot of these, what are they like? These so-called
lone wolf inspired by blah, blah, blah.
I'm actually pretty worried about that.
Yeah, that could definitely.
Well, I mean, that's what they say New York was.
We have tens of millions of people here illegally. We have no idea who most of these.
Here we go with Sagar's fear-mongering. Yeah.
People are. We don't have no registry or any of that, not to mention a massive Muslim population. It's like, yeah, that's scary. And it couldn't even just be them.
There it is, though. You dumb motherfucker. Like, this is what he doesn't understand, is if he wants to play that game and go back to that, like, dude, didn't he grow up in that? Like, didn't he get wrongly profiled? Dude, careful with this whole fucking blanket, like, we have a lot of Muslims in this country.
It could also,
like, that is to insinuate that, yeah, they're behind this.
Who knows? Far left anarchists, far right people, like, you have no clue.
You also have an FBI that's very interested in creating.
Yeah, I was about to say, thank you, Crystal.
Like, ginning up terror, radicalizing people themselves, and then setting them off, and so that they can disrupt. Oh my God, we disrupted the terror attack. But no, I mean, listen.
She's literally just like, so she's just shy of saying what it actually is.
Immigrants, that's one thing, but you also have plenty of Americans who are going to be disgusted and radicalized by what's going on, who, you know, are looking at the atrocities abroad. And so it's a very volatile mix. Obviously, we're a population that is chock full of guns and weapons and very violent society to begin with. We were just talking about the fact that a bunch of these white South Africans that came over here are going back home because they find our society to be too violent, dangerous, and chaotic.
They're right.
So, you know, that is the landscape. And then you add on top of that this disgusting, illegal war of choice where innocent civilians are being slaughtered. And we can see, you know, not only the schoolgirls, we see what happened in Tehran when the Israelis reportedly bombed this oil depot, and you had, you know, a massive ecological disaster, acid rain raining.
Mr. Freeze, what news channel is this? This is Breaking Points. Here, I will link their channel for you. Copy link address. There we go.
Down from the sky.
Here you go.
Health effects that we
Definitely
can
give them a follow.
scarcely
If
imagine.
you haven't
what
already
the
subbed to me, though, come on.
reverberations of that have been. Many civilians have been killed. And yeah, it's
just so you know, guys, we're getting very, very close to the 2600.
It's more risk for us is the bottom line.
You would
But
not
this particular
mind.
thing, total and complete bullshit.
Yeah,
So
I
don't
think
worry
this
about-
one's-
Don't worry about that one.
As I said, I'm really not worried about some like state-sponsored attack. I think that some sort of blowback style attack that could happen here in the. By the way, I mentioned all these illegal. What about all these Iranians who are currently living here? We got like, you know, how many?
Not even a liberal.
Massive Iranian populations. Polling, which you've seen, Crystal. If you watch the media, you would think 90% of American Iranians are for the war. Not true. More recent poll just came out. They're 50-50 on it. So, like you just said, maybe there's some guy.
You're welcome, Mr.
Who's
Freeze.
got some family over there. They get killed.
Hey, everybody, chill.
And you could see it happening. Are we excusing it? No, we're just living in reality. Like, yeah, hope that there's no violence, but having lived through the entire global war on terror and seen some of these attacks all happen in real time, you really have to be careful, which is why it's a better idea to just not get involved in the war in the first place. Okay, thank you guys so much for watching. We appreciate it. We'll have a great Friday show for everybody tomorrow. We'll see you all then.
Again. And this is what's going on Twitter right now. Gotta keep doing that. I've got to stop doing that. I have been doing that since I got a Twitter. Breaking FBI has warned police department in California that Iran wants to retaliate for American attacks by launching offensive drones against the West Coast. Now, again, the fact that they were like, well, it could be the Mexican cartels. It's like, what? Beware false flag. So everybody has an idea of that. I've also been seeing it across other online platforms that people have been saying the same thing, where they're just like, okay, well, that's a little obvious. So, maybe don't be so obvious with it.
Of Michigan there, and law enforcement.
All right, so this is what happened in Michigan. I actually have no context on what happened. I just found the news and started the show, so
responding
we're learning about this in real time together.
To reports of an active shooter at a
We're going with BBC first, by the way.
Synagogue in Michigan. Now, Michigan State Police has posted on X to say that they are aware of an active
Twitter is the worst. It constantly feeds you garbage worse than my FBI agent.
shooting incident.
Again, because I do this, I hate this. I hate that this is actually true. But you kind of need it to do content creation because it does really help stay in the know. I follow pretty much only journalists and like news channels that I trust. So
That is going on in West Blue.
Yeah, the AI slop is real bad now. But if you want the real, it's because they started allowing live streaming, and you never know. You never know with these platforms. So it's just another possible, hey, come find me there.
Field. Now, police have not
You live in Toledo?
identified the
Holy Toledo.
scene of the reported shooting, but local media
A little bit bigger than Dayton. Toledo has 3 buildings.
is reporting that
I'm kidding.
it's happening
All
at
fun
the
here.
Temple Israel Synagogue in West Bloomfield. These pictures just coming into us from the United States. You can see there lots of police cars, lots of activity. We've also heard from the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, who says FBI personnel
a potential.
are on
Yeah,
the
exactly.
scene with partners in Michigan, and that they are responding to what he has described as an apparent vehicle ramming an active shooter situation out of Temple Israel Synagogue in West Bloomfield Township. Let's have a listen in because I think the authorities are making a statement.
We don't have that person in custody.
So they're still on the run?
It's a work in progress. So
that's
why we're sheltering in place until we figure it out.
It's a work in progress.
It's a big facility with a lot of land around it.
Oh, did they take the guy out? I think they.
Until
all right.
that gets secured and everybody's comfortable that there's no active threat in that spot, stay away from it, shelter in place.
We're told there's a daycare school. Are all those kids out?
Yeah, everybody's been moved out of the school. We've got a ton of people here. As I said, West Bloomfield got on scene in a heartbeat. Everybody else came from everywhere. Actually, the chief and I have been communicating for almost 2 weeks. Every time I've gotten some intelligence from the
CIA already admitted that Trump is spending our bombs at a stupid rate. Yeah. No, I mean, the fact that there was intel on that, I was kind of shocked by it.
Level, I've been sharing, we've been talking for 2 weeks about the potential, sadly, of this happening. So there was no lack of preparation. In addition, all Jewish facilities in the area are going to have a lot of extra presence around it until we figure this out.
What about the school up is it safe over there? Pleasant Lake Elementary is right here?
Well, again, we would tell everybody to shelter in place.
Okay. Was there any security at this temple, as you mentioned?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
And they engaged the threat.
So there was one person that approached the security guard and...
That's still a work in progress.
Okay, and then shots were fired?
Shots were fired.
There are reports that somebody crashed with a vehicle into the building. Is that
a vehicle was involved.
Did it breach the building?
We're going to get into more details when there's time for that, and the chief will lay out exactly, specifically what happened. But we just want everybody to kind of know what's happening as we get it. More will come to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
We've lost sound on that state.
Let's go to another report since they don't have their shit together.
What this perpetrator was planning was something very significant.
Extremely significant, according to multiple law enforcement sources there on the ground. Our own John Miller getting this information for us as well, that emergency responders apparently found a large amount of explosives in the back of the vehicle, which just gives you even more insight into the sinister nature of what happened here. Again, finding a large amount of explosives in the back of this suspect's vehicle. The same suspect who rammed his car into Temple Israel there, and then was immediately encountered by security there on the ground who were able to take him out by shooting him. That suspect,
I was right. They got him.
We are told now is dead. And another bit of interesting information, just to give you the state of
was he
the
MAGA?
type of society that
I wouldn't doubt that
we're now living in, and what Jewish groups have to deal with. Just about several weeks ago, about 5 weeks ago, we are also learning that Temple Israel actually
in Michigan. I mean, how far is this outside Dearborn? Because I have a feeling that they're bring up the Muslim angle here in a minute.
Participated in an active shooter drill there at the temple. This is what the staff had gone through. Folks there who work at the facility had organized just to prepare in case something
Muhammad as if
awful like this.
Killing kids isn't sinister? Who said that?
Had actually happened. We're also hearing that the NYPD, New York City Police Department, is tracking the situation. And out of an abundance of caution, as they often do when situations like this happen, they are deploying resources into high visibility.
See right there, that JD fella? That's who they're gearing this towards.
Jewish buildings and facilities.
Because it would make more sense that it would actually be MAGA, because it seems like, Nick Fuentes has some reach, so it's believable that if there's an attack on a synagogue, it could be MAGA. That's honestly kind of crazy that we do live in a time that it's literally 50-50 at this point.
In New York City.
Did I say Michigan? Yes.
But once again, just a little bit more information about
What case came out of Dearborn? That's where they have a strong Muslim population in Dearborn, where they said that I think it was like 3% of Michigan's like voting base is there.
The sinister nature of what happened with this suspect.
Sounds like a
Apparently,
little, but
again, according to
significant.
multiple law enforcement sources on the ground, they found explosives, a large amount of explosives in the back of that suspect's vehicle.
All right, Jason, thank you so much. I want to bring back in Andy McCabe because, Andy, when we talked to you just a few minutes ago, one of the things you said you were watching is what more will we learn about what was in this car, how prepared was this suspect, and now we are getting these new layers that Jason's reporting there, that there were a large amount of explosives in the back of that car, clearly that suspect hoping to do a lot of damage there.
Yeah, no question, Jessica. And this is the sort of facts that we're looking for that really change the texture of how this looks from an investigator or a law enforcement officer's perspective. The presence of explosives changes this math equation significantly, because now you're talking about a much higher degree of preparation and planning, and also some degree of knowledge, of experience, of training in how to assemble explosives. We don't know exactly what he had or how complicated or advanced those devices were. They can be fairly rudimentary for things like black powder devices and IEDs, all the way up to,
Again, now I'm starting to think that the New York guys were plants too.
plastic.
I don't know, man. Like
plastic explosives and things that are more commonly seen, in theaters of war. We don't know what was in the back of that vehicle yet, but again, just having some sort of explosive devices or explosive material shows us this person spent a lot of.
It's not about getting like any, like it's like, this is what they keep saying is like the fact that like this is all homegrown. Like they're using the same speak that they used during like the post 9/11 stuff.
Time planning and preparing.
Like, dude, I don't know, man. Like I keep repeating, I think that it's just because I've gone through this that I'm just used to this shit.
They may have had assistance in procuring those items. They may have had
I'm sorry for your wife, man. I didn't know that. Thanks.
training in
I appreciate that.
how to assemble whatever is there and how to
Payday is tomorrow, or I donate. I'm on tomorrow.
deploy those things. So
Trust me.
I think as time goes on, we're only getting
I'm going to just reiterate this. Every little bit goes a long way, and also, if you guys can't afford to do anything, please just like and sub to the channel so we can get a little bit, get the channel out there. I'm not even trying to get famous here.
more concerned
Want to make enough to do this, but pay the medical bills.
about what this person's motivation might.
I don't know, dude. I'm getting more and more comfortable with the idea that that's probably just never going to happen. But what sucks is,
have been, and how they got to this point of acting
America.
today. This looks less and less like just a rash, violent act.
But hey, my wife gets to come home soon, so
that somebody committed in a fit of
her treatment's going well, and that's what matters.
Pique or grievance. This is
gotta remind myself of this.
The terrorism investigators, counterterrorism investigators are going to be looking very closely at this.
Yeah, and that's the key piece right there. All right,
Yes, you're Jewish. Okay.
Thank you for that.
Let's bring back Donnell to get your reaction to that news.
You're safe here.
Just heard from.
I mean, dude, literally, no hate.
Jason, that apparently a significant number of explosives were found in the vehicle that this suspect used to ram.
Good to hear, bro.
Into
Thank
Temple,
you.
Israel.
Yeah, Andy hit the nail on the head there.
I can't wait.
I do want to add that this is
next Wednesday.
Similar, Boris, to what you and I were talking about last year with the LDS attack.
Oh, thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that, man.
At JD Meter $9.99. Hope everything's works out all right. Praying gesture emoji.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Like I said, she's halfway through treatment. Actually, we're now going into the 3rd week of her chemo and radiation mix, which it's the 3rd week out of 5. So, yeah, and she's not feeling as fatiguey. It's still there. But yeah, that's why she gets to come home, is because she's actually responding really, really well to the treatment.
Remember that perpetrator rammed the LDS church, had weapons that were long.
I know that she wants to, like, she might not be able to, like, do like a front facing appearance or something like that, but she did say, she's like, I'm gonna pop in and just shout to chat.
Alarm weapons it was shooting. We
She
call this a
already does join chat, by the way. She is Unimoogle in chat if you see her.
modal attack. This is a hybrid attack. We don't see this in the United States. Andy said it. This is more of a theater of war. This doesn't happen in the U.S.
That's phenomenal. Yeah, thank you.
That was the first time the LDS.
Honestly, I got to take the good news, and I can't just always be like living in the negative. Like, I've been trying my best on that, but I got to be real with you. What was it, like last week?
Attack what we saw.
I was right back to being scared that I was going to lose her again.
3 different modes of vehicle ramming.
Oh, fuck it. Seriously, toughest woman I have ever fucking known in my life, but even pre-cancer. So that was one thing when we got this. No bullshit. She got the diagnosis. We had a moment, but then we had a family. We had my dad, actually, I could just say, my dad surprised us right after we found out. And without missing a beat, she's just like, what's up? What's up? What's up there? No, okay, I'm not gonna say his name, but she's just like, he's like, so how you feel? And he just said, how do you feel, kid? And she's like, well, I have ass cancer. You know, not exactly thrilled, but we're gonna do what I have to do, and we're gonna beat it. And immediately, my dad kind of pulled me aside, and my dad's a funny guy. You know, he fancies himself, you know, the dad joke, the king of dad jokes, bad jokes. He does actually. I thought he was going to drop one on me, but then he was just like, she's gonna make this. He's like, she got this. I was like, really? He's like, yeah.
An active shooter and fire or explosives. And we're seeing this now. This is straight out of the playbook of Al-Qaeda or ISIS. They have publications that they put online.
And Mrs. Pep Ketzer fear you.
Telling individuals to do these type of attacks. Vehicle rammings being the most simple one. If you can get a firearm, go and use that. If you can combine those attacks, it's even more effective.
You're awesome for loving her.
Add a third or fourth type of attack, either fire or explosives, makes it very, very deadly. And it indicates that this individual was not just, you know, someone who just rashly, as Andy said, came up with an idea. This is going to help law enforcement. To make a bomb is not something you can do in an afternoon. And so they'll be able to track down the materials, how he acquired the knowledge, perhaps online, and they may be able to get to whether this individual acted alone.
No kids, this is the important thing, no kids or no staff was injured whatsoever, okay? So we have no victims other than one of the lead security people was hit by the car and was taken to the hospital for treatment.
Oh, that's good.
That individual should be okay.
That's really good, actually.
So far, cool. That's our information to this point. We have agencies from all over. Obviously, ATF is here, FBI. More than likely, we'll be taking the lead on this based on some of the preliminary investigative information we have, but we're not going to go into that at this point. But we want to assure the community it doesn't appear to be anything active. We're still clearing the area. We're going to clear vehicles for any explosive devices, the building, etc. Unification of the families and the kids are in progress. We've accounted for everybody that we believe.
Man, that must be in like a really like bad service area because like everybody's
was in the building at the time. So we're on path to continue to maybe pivot to.
She's lucky to have you, dude.
Is there anybody else involved?
I really appreciate
and the investigative side of what's happened.
So you confirm that it was security that shot and killed the suspect here?
Well, we can't say what killed him at this point, but security did engage the suspect with gunfire.
I know I've said this before, but I think that like because of everything that we're going through, it makes this stuff kind of just seem like okay.
Did the suspect have a weapon?
We can't get into a lot of that stuff, but he breached the building, drove down the hall, and he was engaged by security.
So do we know, did he ever fire shots, the suspect?
Preliminarily, we have some information, but nothing that we confirm, so we're not going to go into it.
Where did he breach the building? The front?
He drove in doors with a vehicle.
There was only one person in that vehicle?
That's what it appears at this point.
What do we know about this fire?
Something ignited in the vehicle. That's a work in progress. We're, through an abundance of caution, clearing the vehicle for IEDs or any explosives. We've got a significant number of bomb dogs on site, bomb techs on site, and all of that's going to be done to check.
For real, though, women are usually warned by medical staff to contact an attorney before telling their spouse because of the number of men that
The
leave.
boxes. We have
Imagine.
deployed resources all across the county, just in case, out of an abundance of caution, that there
Fuck, I have to fight for every moment just to see her.
may be a secondary site, but we don't have any information at this time
But
to
that's,
believe that.
you know what? I'm glad that I can trust the medical staff that she's with because they care so much that if you guys thought COVID quarantine was bad, holy shit.
So we want people to take a breath. No one
They
was
don't
hurt.
play games,
We're
man.
on
If
top
you
of
even
it.
have like they're like, do you have a sniffle? Like if you have allergy, like I had an allergy attack, I wasn't able to see her because of it.
The chief and his team
They were
got
just like,
here
"Nope,
fast.
sorry."
Everything that was supposed to happen happened. Security did their job, and then the responders did theirs.
Was it a Michigan vehicle?
Sheriff, what did the call come out as?
I believe it came out as an active shooter.
Yeah.
Where and when did you actually neutralize
That's what I thought. I mean, people were reporting it for
The
like
vehicle
that for
in
a
the
while.
hallway of the building, inside the building.
He was shot right there.
Again, I can't tell you what he died of until we get a little further. We haven't actually gone into the car. It's still being cleared.
So we do know that the security guard shot this.
They shot
shooter,
at?
Shot at them, but it's unclear if he was killed.
You know, situations like this, you never know. Somebody's trapped sometimes.
This is
to kill themselves. So the suspect.
I have an apology to make to BBC. It wasn't your fault. Apparently, this is just an area that you cannot report from.
Was engaged. Is the clearest sentence I can give you.
What is the condition of the security officer?
You know, at that point, you just cut video and you just go to audio.
From information
If
I
you can.
got, he should be okay. He was knocked unconscious.
So it's a different security officer who fired the shot.
There were more.
Put the station flag up and just be like live now, audio only.
Multiple security officers on scene. And the one that was hurt was pulled from that
They have no idea what's even happening.
area
No.
by his team.
Honestly, he would just be better off saying, we have very limited information right now. We will get back to you in a little bit after we conduct our investigation.
Where's the car registered from? What?
But again, guys, this is why I'm a little sussed out about this, is because, yeah, they need to get this information out pronto. So, you know, they beat Cash Twitter Patel.
We're not going to get into this.
He got some fucking the fastest thumbs in the East.
Specifics on the car at this point.
You see what type of car it is, sir? A truck or an SUV?
It was a
God damn it.
Now, Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delaney.
Fucking
So, Ken,
unwatchable.
we just a moment ago brought everybody
Glad that they figured that out too. Sorry, I have to move on to the next bit of coverage here. Maybe they'll have a better.
up to speed on the shooting at Old
Report on this.
Dominion earlier today. You now have more detail about the suspect involved. Who is it?
That's right, Katie. A U.S. official familiar with the matter says that the deceased shooter in this case is an ISIS-affiliated person who
Plenty of people have donated to the
served
goal,
10
man. Thank you.
years in prison
I mean, good looking out, but don't shame people,
in a
please.
separate case named Muhammad.
Dude, it's rough out there, man. I hate the fact that I even have to ask. I really do.
Baylor Jallo.
Obviously, I would be asking anyway, like because of just stream, but this is a little different.
And according to federal records that I was just looking at, he was released from prison in December
it sucks.
2024, having been
Guys, I'm going to say it one more time. I don't wish this on anybody.
convicted back in 2016 of plotting an ISIS attack and interfacing with an undercover FBI agent in support of ISIS. He is a former Army veteran, and so this is raising a lot of questions about.
A former Army veteran, huh? Oh, so this wasn't what they were trying. This is what. No wonder. Okay. That makes a little more sense with why the guy needed to do that impromptu press conference. This whole thing's a fucking up.
No known ties to ISIS, who served a prison term for plotting an attack sympathetic to ISIS, gets out of prison and has now, according to our sources, committed this shooting at Old Dominion University that killed one and injured two.
I need you to do a solid stance, though. Like solid stance, like Ginyu Force.
And we, as we understand it, the gunman was also killed in that incident. And so this is coming at a time when the FBI has lost a lot of experienced counterterrorism agents, Katie, as you know, as we've reported. And it's going to raise a lot of questions about why this person wasn't being watched,
do all the Ginyu Force.
why he wasn't kept tabs on, and how he was able to do this undetected by federal counterterrorism authorities, Katie.
Ken, who are the victims? What do we know about them?
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me. I've been focusing on just trying to chase down the identity of the suspect here and confirm.
My apologies on that. Do we know what the initial sentence was for?
Did I ever post the picture of me and my my best friend? He was Cobra Kai and I was Miyagi-Do.
For Jallo, and
it's one of the most solid costumes I think we've ever had.
Whether he got out early for good behavior or did he fulfill the entire sentence?
So it doesn't appear to. It appears that he served most of the sentence. There's no parole in the federal system. He was sentenced to 10.
Somebody even said they're like, you have a best friend like going into your 40s. I'm like, yeah, doesn't everybody?
10 years in prison after pleading guilty in October 2016. But you're subject to certain reductions in your sentence for good behavior and for other reasons in the federal system and for time served and things like that. So it looked like he served most of his sentence, but was released, according to the Bureau of Prisons website, in December of 2024. What happened to him and where he went after that, we don't know. But clearly, if the federal government was watching him, they were not watching him today.
Wait, university shooting?
Hey, Katie.
So
wait, what the fuck? Wait a minute. This isn't Michigan? Whoa, 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 whoa.
According to court documents back then, when he was
Norfolk, Virginia University. So we have two?
This is from July 5th, 2016. So back when.
Hold on, guys. All right, I gotta make a correction here. I didn't even realize that we were watching two separate things. So this is a different shooting.
Charging him. Jallo met with CHS on 2 occasions in April and May 2016. During the April meeting, Jallo told the CHS that he was a former member of the Army National Guard.
No, that needs to go on Discord. No, I'll make sure it's there.
He decided to quit after listening to online lectures by Anwar al-Awlaki, a deceased leader of al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. He had recently taken a 6-month trip to Africa where he met with ISIL, which is another way to another name.
Oh, what up, Rowdy? Good to see you, bud.
For ISIS members in Nigeria.
It's good to see you in chat yesterday.
And first began communicating online with ISIL, an ISIL member who later brokered.
By the way, Rowdy, just got to say that Circa.
His introduction to the
he did not make a good case.
CHS. What is CHS, Ken?
It's confidential human source.
While I also do hold that Andrew loves to hear the sound of his old voice, and if I heard another ism, I think my head would have exploded.
So there was also an undercover FBI agent involved in this sting operation, posing as a member of ISIS. Jallo was born in Sierra Leone, but as you said, he served in the Army National Guard, apparently became radicalized. And we've seen so many of these cases over the years, Katie, and very often the FBI is on.
What are you talking about?
Top of it, they find people communicating online, potentially with members of ISIS overseas.
What the fuck? We haven't had any of these until conveniently Trump started a fucking war.
They approached them in a sting operation.
I laughed out loud at your olive.
Sort, and those folks incriminate themselves and express a willingness to engage in a terrorism plot, and they go to prison. And that's what happened in this case. But he got out of prison, and officials are now saying he committed this shooting at Old Dominion University today, Katie.
Okay. Hold on, guys. I have to figure out. We got to. All right, we're gonna go back to the Temple shooting in Michigan, but we will also go back to the Norfolk. Breaking news.
We are now getting some breaking news into the Bureau here. Police in West Bloomfield, Michigan, now responding to an active shooter, we're told, at Temple, Israel. The West Bloomfield Police Department set out an alert urging residents to avoid the area now. Schools and houses of worship are advised to shelter in place. The Jewish Federation of Detroit.
Wait, we saw this one already. Wait. God damn it.
This community works together hand in glove.
There we
This
go.
community takes care of each other. And we have been communicating regularly. I have been texting the chief, not just in West Bloomfield.
Wait, there's 3? No. So
But every place that's.
wait, that wasn't. Oh my God. Hold on.
Set out in a scenario.
No, this is the same one. This is the same one that we saw. Okay, because yeah, you just made me like second guess the building. I was like, wait a minute.
This community works
Yeah, so we'll get the details on this and we'll go
hand in
back.
glove. This community takes care of each other.
It looks like the dude was from Lebanon.
And we have been communicating regularly. I have been texting the chief, not just in West Bloomfield, but every place that's got significant houses of worship, Jewish facilities, synagogues, temples, you name it, over the past 2 weeks. Obviously, what happens around the world sometimes affects us, so we have to think about it and be prepared for it. So we've been talking. I texted actually the head of security from the temple 2 days ago and communicated some information to him. So the first thing the community should know is that we not just today work together, we work together all the time. Our state, our federal, and
God, this is
local partners. Number one. Number two, we train. In our world, preparation.
Yo, okay, this is how you know. Sorry, I'm looking at some of like the news stories here. This is how you know that the news is also confused. I just found a news story that was covering this, but then they had to break into it and say, we have another one that we don't even know where to go with this.
Preparation is important.
And then they're just like, are there like mass attacks?
We hope and pray it never happens, but that's not a strategy.
Dude.
Preparation is. So all of us have been training together.
Of course, it's a Fox affiliate.
For many years, for active shooters or active assailants, mass casualty events.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at that,
We've
but
had way more than our share. So that is ongoing and is in place. The third thing is important to note, no children and no staff were hurt. So we know there's evil in the world.
What the hell is it in this area that makes it so you cannot broadcast?
And we know they only have to get it right once, and sometimes they do. They may not come on anybody's radar and they show up, but what happens when they show up?
I've seen this song and dance before. Yeah, same.
Kicks in. The security staff did an amazing job. And you'll get some of the details on that. But
Or
they
cell
stopped
service,
the threat.
yeah.
No kids, no staff were hurt. Now, there were some injuries and things that had to be taken care of. One of the head of security was taken to the hospital. He got knocked down by the car when it breached the building. And we've had 30 law enforcement officers.
What's happening echoes to me precursors of Japanese internment. I've got a bad feeling. The thing is, they were already talking about how they're giving ICE new
Taken
objectives.
to the hospital for smoke inhalation. So a lot of our
Yeah.
folks.
Did you also see that mass deportation? This wasn't an ICE thing. This was literally like MAGA stuff, like coming from the White House, where they were just like, so I guess from the White House, they told Congress to shut the fuck up about mass deportation, which wonder why that would be. I'm genuinely asking, like, I don't know. So, like, do you guys have a theory about why they would do that? Because I thought that was kind of Stephen Miller's pet project.
From my SWAT team and other agencies are still in treatment because that building became engulfed when the car.
Why do I see your channel so often for only having 30 videos that are Thanks, Kane. I don't know. YouTube thinks I'm worth
all
it.
of that through the investigation.
Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's YouTube.
Why it became engulfed in flames, what was the ignition source, and I think the ATF is taking the origin of that source and origin of the fire. But in any event, what it did, it caused terrible, terrible smoke in that part of the building.
Thanks for asking.
And so when all of our
Kane, what do you not like about me?
people collectively
I might as well just ask. What do you hate about me? What is so hateable about me?
in that building to search out the threat, to remove.
I fancy myself a nice guy that tries to, hear everybody out. But if you,
Innocent, a lot of them took
I know that I got it in me to say, I just don't like the look of that person.
Significant amount of smoke inhalation, and they're at the hospital being treated. So,
but
I
booking
also know
cover
you're
and
gonna have a
all.
lot of questions. A lot of those questions can't be answered at this point because it's super preliminary in the investigation. All of us have thoughts
Thanks,
of
Dennis.
maybe why this happened, but we don't
The U.S. is the fire nation.
operate in a world where we can presume something. We have to determine it through investigation.
Wait a minute.
And
Are you saying we're the baddies?
Specificity. And that is a work that's in progress as we speak. All of us will work seamlessly together to get the answers, and then it will be
red
called
hair, I
what
get it.
is. Obviously, it's a hateful, terrible thing, right? But what drove this person into action, that has to be determined by the investigation. We can presume, but we have to find those facts, and that's going to happen over the next days in time. So,
I also like Darth Maul enough to put a picture of him up. I knew he survived being cut. Yeah.
Won't be able to get into a lot of the evidentiary questions.
Yeah, I have the original run of Maul from the Dark Horse comics.
But we're available
where
to
he survived,
make
and then
sure
they kind of turned it into the Clone Wars story. And yes, now we have the Maul series, which I'm very excited
the
for.
community understands that
I
we
really like
are
Darth Maul.
still on a very heightened platform. And the most important thing that I would tell the community, don't be afraid to call us. If we're not your own local police department, call your local police department. We'd rather respond to 100 nothings than miss one real deal. The only way we prevent something like this is to get a call. Something's off with my son, my brother, my boyfriend, whatever the case. I saw something posted. That's the only way we interdict, because people are more likely to see or hear something before us. So if you see or hear something, you have to communicate that. And then we can intervene and hopefully prevent. But if we can't prevent, then we respond and mitigate. That's what happened today. And I think based on the early information, it happened flawlessly. So with that, I'll kick it over to my friend Chief Young from West
Bloomfield
Police Department.
Thank you, Sheriff. My name is Dale Young. I'm the police chief of West Bloomfield. I want to share with you how we got to where we are today. So today we received a 911 call which came in.
I should call myself an ex-goalie. I'm technically retired.
Around 12:19 p.m.
And I say technically because I always toy with going back and playing some men's league, but I know I should probably not.
It was about an active shooter situation
I value
in
my
Temple,
body.
Israel, where the individual drove into the building. West Bloomfield officers arrived on scene under 5 minutes. Temple security officers engaged the individual and neutralized the threat. Our officers, combined with area agencies, cleared the building multiple times and safely and successfully evacuated all children and staff.
I don't know who Darth Maul is, but he looks like a really nice guy.
Active crime scene, and we are examining every angle related to this situation. I will now turn this over to the FBI for further comment.
Got done dirty by Darth Sidious. Good, good.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Runyon, last name Runyan, and I'm a special agent in charge of the FBI Detroit Field Office. This is a deeply disturbing and tragic incident, and our deepest sympathies are with the victims, their family, and the entire Jewish community.
I thought nobody got shot.
The FBI is here. The Jewish community. Active violence against the Jewish community. As my partners have said, this is an active and ongoing investigation with an active crime scene, and I ask for your patience as we process this evidence and pursue every lead that has come to us and that we have. In this incident,
This is literally like all the videos from Michigan right now.
who is now deceased.
Are
As
like
my
this.
partners have said, we've had no victim fatalities.
Godzilla's pretty boss as well.
Would not be
Yes,
able to
he
provide
is.
additional information at this time on the subject or his motive, as our goal is to protect the integrity of this investigation and to ensure that we give you accurate and timely information.
I can always find commonality in nerd stuff for the most part.
The FBI was notified
Master
of
Chief,
active
nice.
reports, of active shooter at Temple, Israel at approximately 12:45.
Did you like the series? I thought that I don't know, the first season sucked, but the rest of it was pretty good.
We immediately activated.
That's it. fucking done. I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done. I don't even care to cover anything from Michigan anymore. If this is, Jesus Christ. How is it that bad? Ow. Fucking Christ almighty.
Communities. Authorities just finished briefing the media following an attack on a synagogue in West Bloomfield, Michigan. What we know at this hour, a suspect rammed a truck into the doors of the building and drove down a hall into the facility. Security at the synagogue opened fire.
Hockey goalies are next level.
and the
Nerves of
gunman
steel.
was killed.
Maybe that's why I can do this.
That building is home to a school. No
It's funny. My coach used to say something different.
children or staff were injured. The FBI
Used to say, he's like, you definitely got the personality of a goalie.
called it
I'm
a
like,
quote,
what's that supposed to mean?
targeted act of violence against the Jewish community. Moments ago, law enforcement said they're investigating why this happened.
Yeah, but did anybody actually get shot?
All of us will work seamlessly together to get the answers, and then it will be called what it is. Obviously, it's a hateful, terrible thing, right?
He wanted to say terrorist attack. God damn, dude. They're going for it. Like, they're just doing it, dude. Notice how we don't have any confirmation. Not like we're seeing, like, anybody, you know? Like, I don't know, man. Is the guy even, I don't think so.
But what drove this person into action, that has to be determined by the investigation.
Cat's up 3 points. Yeah, I saw.
Also today in Norfolk, Virginia.
She's very excited about that, even though those polls have been proving to mean very, very little. Because also certain other people in that poll have started also gaining ground. But they only mark them as like the lower ones because it's the three-way race now.
Person was killed and
We'll
two
see.
more injured in a shooting at Old Dominion University. The suspected gunman.
Don't make any mistake, though. I do want her to, like, I want her to win over Daniel Biss, but maybe I'll just have to suck it up. I don't know.
Was a former National Guardsman who pled guilty to attempting to provide.
My biggest thing is I don't want to get somebody in there thinking that they're super uber progressive, and then all of a sudden they turn to John Fetterman. Her answer on the China-Taiwan thing really did kind of push me to go, oh, she does actually have some like right-wing views. And again, the fact that there's like a lot of right-wing money going towards her, I think that they think that they can beat her in the general.
Material support.
You know what? No. You're right. I have to stand my ground. No, I think that they can beat her in the general, and that's why she's getting that.
To ISIS in 2016. Investigators are calling this attack an act of terrorism. Police say the gunman is now dead.
Kane battle? I don't know.
The FBI says a group of ROTC students.
That's Trump's bestie. So I don't know. He's the president, and he already made peace with North Korea. So I don't know. What's he going to do? Is he going to go and take those two? Are we going to take away the toys from every other country?
Quote,
until we're the only one with the fucking big toys?
Terminated the threat. Let's bring in MS Now National Security and Intelligence Analyst Michael Feinberg. He's a former assistant special agent in charge at the FBI. Michael,
Ground News doesn't even have like this as one of the top stories. This has literally been relegated to the bottom story.
Start where we ended, first with the shooting in Virginia. The suspect, again, a former National Guardsman, convicted in...
And the disingenuous reporting is here, folks. Nobody got shot. Nobody died. But suspect who attacked Michigan synagogue is dead. Security guard injured. But they're reporting on this. Temple Israel operates as an early childhood learning center and serves 3,400 families with staff completing FBI-led active shooting training weeks ago amid heightened fear alerts with the war in Iran.
Yeah, and
dude, this is so obvious.
sympathizing with ISIS. Released from prison December 2024.
So fucking obvious. And nobody died. Was that part of the deal that they had to make with Netanyahu? Was it's just like, no, nobody can die, but we need this to be a very public. We need this to be very scary.
What has to happen with or at the FBI for something in response to something like this. What is your take on this?
My Benjamin Netanyahu impression is literally my Gene Simmons impression.
Particularly the
Did you know that the letter K didn't exist until KISS?
note about the ROTC students is just gutting.
Yeah, first of all, my heart goes out to that entire community. As some viewers know, that was my last field office. I and my family lived there for quite some time, and I feel genuine and almost inarticulate.
I don't care. I genuinely don't care.
And good evening.
Nobody got hurt outside of the shooter. We're gonna forget about the news will forget about this too.
Begin tonight with a terrifying day for America. 2 horrific attacks, 700 miles apart, both being investigated as a possible terror attack. They come as the war with Iran rages on amid fears of retaliation here in the U.S. Right now,
they're manufacturing consent on us. They're just like, be prepared. The big one's coming.
Now, there is currently no known connection between a deadly shooting at
Dude,
Virginia University.
Why are we just accepting this? MAGA, why are you just accepting this? Why would anybody with half a brain just go, huh? Yeah, that's an odd leap to make.
Virginia University.
Yeah, the reporter just made a huge leap.
And an attack on a Michigan synagogue. Yeah. But they have sent a chill across the country tonight. This was the scene outside of Detroit today, one of the biggest synagogues in the country. Fire pouring out of it after a man rammed his car into its doors, then security started shooting. The synagogue had trained for an attack, and security took down the assailant, who died before any lives were lost. And at Old Dominion University in Virginia, a man firing on military officers in training, killing one of them and injuring 2 others. He had previously been arrested for supporting the terror group ISIS, both being investigated now as possible acts of terrorism. The president last night saying they were aware of Iranian sleeper cells inside the U.S. These incidents, experts say, more likely to be lone wolves than directed by Iran. We'll get into that in a moment, but we begin on the ground in Michigan. Ty Steele from our affiliate WDIV is outside that synagogue.
Lone wolves. I fucking hate the media. Really is a fucking joke.
Terrifying scene at a Michigan synagogue today that's now being
right back to mainstream media just being like, why do you guys have to like do this? Like, do you understand like how much they are really fucking putting on a show here?
As possible terrorism, according to the FBI.
Whoa,
Police, bomb
look at him
squads,
go.
and the FBI all racing to Temple,
Scary.
Israel in West Bloomfield after reports of an active shooter and fire that was spreading across the sprawling complex. Authorities telling NBC News a man with a rifle drove a vehicle into the building with preschool in session. The suspect then managed to drive down a hall.
Yeah, Trump trying to get that war buff in the polls.
Security guards working for the synagogue opened fire with the semi-automatic weapons. The suspect died.
It's hard to say how fast. I mean, he was traveling with purpose and down the hall.
Smoke seen billowing from the building is believed to be from a fire connected to the suspect's vehicle, which may have had explosives inside.
You couldn't even see the hall was completely clear. We had to send people in with gas masks.
Craftsman polls are showing 78% approval rating. When I figure laundry goes up, it's going to drop. What are you talking about?
Yes, to clear that area.
The sheriff says one of the security guards.
Not sure if you're trying to be funny or what, but okay.
Was taken to the hospital after being hit by the vehicle, but is expected to be okay. No Temple staff or children from the daycare or preschool were injured.
Yes, so they're not. So okay.
They were all evacuated and hours later reunited with their families. The president spoke about today's incident.
Of course he did. Jesus Christ. We know nothing about it, but here he's out again. He beat Cash Patel. He beat Fast.
Right
Fast
down to the bottom of
Fast
it.
Law
Thumbs
enforcement
Cash
says it is
Patel.
ramping up security at all Jewish facilities in the area. Many were already on heightened alert after recent attacks against the Jewish community. From arson at a Mississippi synagogue to a car repeatedly ramming into a Chabad center in New York. And in December, the shooting on Bondi Beach in Australia at a Hanukkah celebration that killed 15 people. Temple Israel is one of the largest Jewish congregations in the entire United States, with more than 3,000 families. A rabbi there says they have had a plan in place in case any incidents like this one. And the sheriff says since the war with Iran began, they've been coordinating with law enforcement at all levels.
We've been talking for 2 weeks.
Not enough
about
law
the
enforcement.
Potential, sadly, of this happening. So there was no lack of preparation.
Tonight, the community is shaken.
This is senseless. It's senseless. We have to be better than this. This is not okay. So that's all I want. Everyone to be okay.
And with that time,
it's senseless.
Ty Steele joins us now live from outside that synagogue. Ty, you spoke with residents in the area who took in people from the synagogue this afternoon. What did they tell you?
Wow. That's right, Tom. 10 yards from where I'm standing right here, a homeowner was home at the time of the evacuation of that preschool. He took about 40 children into his garage and held them there for about 30 minutes until...
No, I'm a mainstream media hater. I can point out that this is totally disingenuous.
School buses arrived and took them to a safe location.
Dude, think about this. They had a mosque attack, just a few weeks ago? Like, you barely heard about it.
He says...
What's up with that?
He is so grateful that he was there to help. Tom, back to you.
How come we didn't start using the T word when talking about that? That's a little weird.
Ty Steele, our thanks to you. Now to the deadly shooting on a university campus in Virginia, being investigated as an act of terrorism.
Why is every fucking shooting now all of a sudden terror related? Do you guys not piece this together? And also, kind of quiet on the school front, eh?
We're learning the suspect was once convicted of...
Now I'm starting to think that, you know what, Alex Jones, he might actually have to go and try and get that reheard, because goddamn.
Providing material support to ISIS. Ryan Nobles reports it was a student who stepped in to take him down.
Tonight, the suspected terror attack playing out on a campus in Virginia. Old Dominion University on high alert after a shooter opened fire in a classroom.
Reports of an active shooter in the building.
Oh. This was actually what I was just saying. Oh, no, it's inconvenient because this pulled away from the fact that this guy, oh, wow, huh. So this one wasn't planned. This one was actually just like one of the ones that is like American. And now, because it happened and it's taking attention away from the other one.
Just before 11 a.m., officials say 36-year-old
Man, tinfoil hats on.
Mohammed Baylor Jala specifically targeted an ROTC class.
All right, gotta say.
On the Norfolk, Virginia campus.
We have
time to reinvestigate the gay frogs.
Confirmed reports that prior to him conducting this act of terrorism, he shouted, stated Allah Akbar.
Jermaine Bego's son was in the room and called soon after the gunfire broke out.
He was very... I don't know what the fuck you're on about, but that's the last time that you're going to fucking Fed post in my chat.
Very distraught.
Get out of here.
And nervous. You can hear it in his voice. But he wanted to let me and his mother know that he was okay, that he was unharmed.
Fucking
a group
done
of
with
brave
this shit.
students stepped in to subdue the suspect.
And if
Fucking
not
racist
for them,
assholes.
I'm not sure, what else he may have done.
According to police, one person
your hay
was
somewhere
killed,
else.
2 others injured. The shooter also died. The Secretary of the Army tonight saying both people injured were Army personnel. Jallo is from Sterling, Virginia, and was a former member of the Army National Guard. He was arrested in 2016 for attempting to provide material support to ISIS, according to court documents, and allegedly attempting to gather weapons to be used in an attack in the U.S. The complaint at the time said Jallo also
I don't buy this.
Attempted to provide funds to people hoping to join ISIS. Documents show that he pleaded guilty to a terrorism-related charge. He was sentenced to 11 years in prison and was released in 2024, according to the Department of Justice. Tonight, classes at Old Dominion University are canceled for the remainder of the week as the investigation is ongoing.
Released after those terrorism charges, Ryan Nobles joins us now from Newport News, Virginia. Ryan, any word whether officials...
I'm literally fucking, deleting anybody that is racist against Muslims or Jews.
are looking into if these two incidents...
So get out of here with your whole fucked statements that, you must support this.
...from today are related?
Jesus Christ. If they're not bots, seriously, guys, just remember that the Ellisons, they own pretty much all of media now. Trump, it's all fucking state propaganda. we're the last bastion of like the pain in the ass to anybody that's trying to like break out from like the mainstream media sphere. They really want to take all independent voices down, right and left, like because they can't trust people like Dave Smith like to even stand up for the regime. So that's also why, honestly, like Joe Rogan turning, you're going to start seeing it. Like now that they're losing like the mouthpieces too.
Tom, at this point, officials have said that they've not found any direct evidence that the two incidents.
I don't know, guys. Just remember, support your local media.
Are connected.
And I mean your local media. Your syndicated stations. Like you should be watching those.
And here in Virginia, they're trying to determine what the suspects specific.
With obviously take everything with a grain of salt, but yeah, it's this stuff like from from NBC News, like their main channel,
motives,
which I'm not sure if you understand now that like NBC News is essentially like a CNN, but they're also owned by a fucking billionaire that has pledged allegiance to Trump.
And they're asking the public for help. They want to know where he was before this incident, who he may have been talking to, and if anyone was feeding him information.
Yeah, demand better from your local news, but also, yeah, make sure that you also support your favorite streamers and the people that cover this stuff.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay up.
Little self-serving on my end, but you know what? I'll own it there. I am just trying to fucking be real. Like, you do need to support your local, your smaller streamers too. All right, let's do this.
Some of this Iranian propaganda, y'all, is kind of low-key devastating. Honestly, it might not even be low-key devastating, kind of high-key devastating, okay? Now, some of it is kind of goofy. There's one where, the new Grand Ayatollah, who's also Ayatollah Khomeini, because he's the son of the previous...
Melissa Blankenship.
One. I saw one where they had, like, a cardboard cutout of him, and they were, like, I don't know, like, hugging it and praying to it and all sorts of
don't be a mushroom.
Happy about.
Don't be a fun guy.
That one was weird. But
actually, I don't get
this one right here, bro. This one right here, brutal, devastating, sort of like a debate ender, a mic drop moment. And look, it's because of Netanyahu. It's because
did I give out the super snack for the second donation?
Trump.
Yeah, I did.
Trump. It's because of the axis of Epstein. That also, the door was open to make brutally effective propaganda like this.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Okay, so you're about to see it, but literally at the core of it is the bombing of the first elementary school that they bombed, right? Because now they've done double-digit schools, double-digit hospitals. They've either bombed or there's been damage from other bombings at such places, okay? But, they're able to portray the axis of Epstein.
Oh, shit. Rick Hearn, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Holy shit. Thank you, bud. Yeah, we're about to hear that on my counter. Thank you so much. Yeah, here, I'll make sure that I add that to the counter too. Dude, seriously, thank you. Really? Nothing? Where's my alert? Come on, where's the alert? No alert? What the fuck?
As depraved and disgusting and immoral and evil. So here we go. Take a look at this one.
Snacks for the snack. Oh, oh shit. It was because I was updating the total that it wouldn't let me do have the alert. This is what they're using AI for. Also, Kane Battle, thank you for the 10 jewels. I appreciate that, dude. Oh, that did? Oh, shit. Announcement, I guess. Yeah, just hit 2.6. Hell yeah, thank you.
Following the U.S. and Israeli missile strike on the Shajare Taiba Girls Elementary School in Minab, Hormozgan, Iran, 168 students were martyred. Jesus, bro. For everybody just listening to this podcast style, basically what that was they were comparing...
I am not a dumb.
Like the beginning of the day for the little girls who were murdered, like getting ready at home, carrying their backpacks, comparing that with...
Left of center. I guess the far left doesn't like me. The centrists don't like... I don't even know,
the
man.
U.S. soldier.
I started to sound like Attic Asperian. No, I'm like DSA.
Hopping in his
I am DSA,
fighter jet
actually.
and
Like I'm a Democratic socialist.
preparing to go and bomb the school. And you have the comparison and the contrast between...
But if you don't know what that is, and before you go in with your fucking your buzz lines and all that fucking stuff, like just remember, I want to actually have conversations
between the two.
I'm a progressive leftist. Thank you.
I mean,
thank you.
Damn, damn, son. God,
thank you for making me aware of where I fall in the Overton window.
It's just, I really hope that this is an eye-opening moment for so many people out there, because when we are raised to believe that we're just the good guys.
Hey,
like that's
it's all about what you believe. Fuck whatever people think about it.
We're
That's
just
how
the
I
good
feel
guys.
about it.
And even when we do something bad, it's kind of okay.
I'm like Hassan with manners.
Because we mean well. So, like, it was never on purpose, right? And we've heard this time and time and time again. And
this is why I love y'all.
There are moments that come along where if you're paying attention, it really bursts.
How do I get
that bubble.
horizontal here?
And it really just proves that that's not true. And this is a great example of it here. It started with this bombing, right? And then, like I said, we've already hit double-digit schools and hospitals. They hit the oil refinery, or Israel hit the oil refinery in Tehran, which led to just like toxic. It was basically raining toxic oil. Okay, and then basically you're going to have thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, millions end up getting Gulf War syndrome now because of that, because it's toxic. So it's gonna burn their skin, it's gonna hurt their lungs, it's gonna lead to
Ralph Gaines. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you checking it out.
Cancer in the future. So we just like poisoned an entire city, made an entire city of like 10 million people toxic. Okay? Though that's not the action of the good guys. The good guys don't do that. The good guys bend over backwards to never have civilian casualties. And if you do ever happen to have a civilian casualty, you feel horrible about it, you apologize for it, and you pay restitution for it. That's what the actual good guys would do. But
I'm none of the things. We still need to come up with something better for me to get
very
behind
clearly
it.
here, and I want to...
That's why I support DSA. I still have my problem. Like, for instance, I'm a literal dues paying member to the DSA, but I'm not sure for how long, because I don't agree with some of the way that the organization does things. I hate that they do not actually focus on getting viable people out into races, like, what they're supposed to be doing. I don't know. That seems like the thing to do.
I want to stress this as much as I can. Ladies and gentlemen, the point is to go after the civilians and the civilian infrastructure. The point is to do it. That's the goal. That's the aim. And that's what, I mean, Pete Kegsbrett, the Secretary of War Crimes,
freaking label makers are so damn overpriced now.
Basically admitted that we're going to go after, their industrial base now too. Well, what does that mean? That means people's jobs, regular people's jobs. So I hope this is a wake-up moment to those of you out
I like that, Sylvie.
there who maybe don't follow this stuff closely, but you're just following it because
you like city-states. Dude, try and fight for something that's viable. Just because this is why like some of the farther left doesn't like me. Because I like, as much as I go ahead, if you want to fight to have a communist system, be my guest. Just don't be surprised when you don't get the outcome that you want, because you have to sell people on that. And a lot of people get uncomfortable with the idea that it's like, oh, well, the majority are just stupid. They just need to be taught right. It's like, okay, but that makes the onus is on you then to be a good marketer and teacher.
It's in the news and it's really important, and you want to stay up to date with this stuff. I hope you can understand.
I think it would be less likely to war.
It's not just like where
not necessarily, dude.
The good guys, but we're led by somebody who's just dumb or something like that. No, he's both dumb and evil and sadistic, and actually he's the bad guy. They're the bad.
Yeah, stop complaining and start making solutions. No one is coming for you, and no one owes you.
Bad guys.
Yep.
What percentage of the American public do you
stop slobbering on billionaires? Yes, that's a big one. Yeah, don't stop like fucking going for like just doing all the hard work. Like again, free PR for billionaires.
I think knows that a couple hours before the U.S. and Israel launched this attack, that Iran agreed to the strictest terms for.
Wait, really? Somebody's calling me a cuckboy and weak for what? The fuck did I say? Wait a minute, Joel, stop slobbering on billionaires? Are you saying like stop? I mean, I assume that means like sucking off billionaires. How? What?
Enrich uranium. They literally.
Are you confused on what type of stream this is?
Literally said 0 enriched stockpile of uranium. That's what they said. So the hardest line thing you could agree to, they agreed to it. Hours later, they were attacked. How many Americans know that? Do you not understand this is already impeachment worthy? You need to impeach.
What's an anti-Trump? What would an anti-Trump be called? That's kind of how I see it.
You need to remove. You need to convict. This guy needs to be locked up for life.
What is the goal of this channel? Well, I just want to have a place to discuss politics and news and the goings on of the day. I mean, honestly, if this wasn't happening, I would be covering, funny TikTok videos, and I like covering sovereign citizen videos. But yeah, this is it. My goal is to literally have a show where you guys enjoy being here. You guys enjoy my personality, then come and join the show. I hope that I can bring an entertaining swing to the goings on of the day. I like being able to have a community where we can kind of laugh about this, even though it's kind of fucked up.
I know I say it every day, but that's still
Joel Ferguson. You're a lefty. That's why I was kind of surprised by your comment.
not enough. I need to say it more than just one time every day.
I think that you're confused. I am also a lefty.
Yeah, I gotta say it fucking 100 times every day because this shit is crazy what we're looking at right here. And now, like, if
okay, dude, maybe I did misinterpret. Yes, you did.
you're being honest with yourself, could you ever imagine in a million years going?
I like that you aren't big, to be honest. But
to fight.
So are you saying that if I get a bigger audience, you guys are just gonna, by merit, just quit watching
for this? Like, I can imagine.
Well, don't do that.
Being in fucking 1940 and going like, yeah, I'll fight the Nazis. Yeah, for sure. They're like the embodiment of all.
Come on, guys. You can literally be like, I found Pep when he had, fucking under 3K.
All that
like,
is evil. I totally disagree with their ideology. It's basically a terrorist death cult, right?
Honestly,
Today?
that's what I want. Like, I think that most people here know, like, if I get a little, like, bit of fame on the side, sure, cool, I guess, but I don't want to be famous.
Could I see myself?
I'd probably be very uncomfortable with being famous. I just want to make, like, I want to have enough people watching this that enjoy it, that come and just enjoy being here, that also happens to make me enough so I don't have to fucking do my shit job.
In a million years going to fight.
And also, I can take care of my medical debts.
Against Iran? Not a chance. Because I don't have the ability to.
What are we talking about? Hey, Melly, good to see you. We are talking about the Iranian propaganda that's going on right now. Also talking about some of the news that's happened.
Lie to myself that thoroughly. No, they're the bad guys. We're the good guys.
You've consistently been like 10% of my live stream feed.
We're gonna this is
cool
for the betterment of humanity. What
means
a
I'm doing it right,
sick
right?
joke. They can't even tell you why you need to go fight. They can't even tell you that. Oh my God, bro.
That.
So anyway, there should be a mass exodus from the military.
Yeah. Well,
after this shit.
I love how you're always, there should be. That's one thing, like
there should be a mass exodus.
You always says that
And
shit.
understand, if you stay, you are morally equivalent to Nazis. You just are. When they've made clear our goal is to attack civilians.
I knew Pep when he was small and the chat was readable and he responded to almost every comment.
Our goal is to attack schools. Our goal is to attack hospitals. Our goal is to attack the industrial base. When they
live 20 minutes away from West Bloomfield. Okay, can you explain why the service is such shit out there?
Clear, or Netanyahu has. I've been yearning to do this for 40 years, and basically the goal is to make Iran.
Once a channel gets too big, it changes.
On a failed state.
I mean, you guys kind of saw like a little bit of that organic change with me getting, like, I hit 100,000 on one stream, and I started like hitting a growth pattern that it changed. And honest, like when I started doing vertical stream, it changed a little bit, but. I'm just gonna say this. I don't expect that to be a thing for me, really. Like I'm gonna go out of my way to make sure that my community and like my community members have priority. Like if I need to start a website chat, I'll do that. But
let's have warlords run it. Let's have.
I think it's because you work so hard to not get shadow banned and follow TOS to a degree in which you get pushed more.
Open slave markets. Let's do to them what we did to Libya, what we did.
I am the dutiful man.
In Syria, and you're aiding and abetting that. That's just evil. That's just depraved. You're saying, I want women and children
I
to
don't care
suffer. I
about
want
what side people are on as long as they understand why and have reasons.
innocent men to suffer.
Well, I got
I
reasons.
want to bring death and destruction and despair. So there you have it, man. Yeah, I think the only upside of this, the only silver line.
I don't need to have spent a day in the military to know shit about like the 20+ year conflict that we were in, and we wasted trillions of dollars and millions of lives on. But okay, yeah, I guess I needed to be in the military to even be able to question that.
Finding is that we've seen the numbers and it's not even close. And when you only
I love these guys that are in the military that think that they know everything just because they were in the military, and then they also simultaneously come back and demand respect, but they didn't even like. Here's the thing: statistically, these people were already kind of like not the greatest going in.
we have like 34% of
Just look at the recruitment style.
the public supporting this, numbers as low as 25% supporting this, when the majority of the country thinks.
Does that mean that there are no honorable soldiers? Hell no. I'm just pointing out an obvious fact.
Trump is doing this to cover up for the Epstein files. When only 10% think this war is going to make their lives better.
You make so much sense, though. Thank you.
Yeah, people are where we are, aren't they? And we've been saying that a lot lately, that this Democratic Tea Party that's happening.
Well, the other thing is I'm not a streamer that tries to, like, claim I know everything.
Thing is like,
dude,
people just believe what we
I also
got
to be nice to myself. I was about to say, I barely function enough. I'm lucky that I could get, like, even wrap my head around this shit.
We think about this stuff now. And that's definitely a welcome surprise, but we need to
chill, bros. Erica Kirk
create
loves me.
the change in the world that we want to see. Because to go the same way that we're going now, I mean, it is completely and utterly unacceptable. This is not sustainable. This is devastating.
Okay, I'm done listening to you. All right. So there was a, just real quick, we're going to go into like the next bit of coverage here, but there was a little tiff between Laura Loomer and Tucker Carlson that was kind of interesting. I wanted to bring this to your guys' attention. Laura Loomer, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens both said everyone needs to know where their local Shabbat is. I said their hatred would lead to people getting up in people attacking Jewish people in synagogues. Let's say this carefully. Tucker Carlson responds, I rarely read the filth you publish. Nice little jab there. And have never responded to it for the same reason I avoid pornography. It's unhealthy and I don't want to encourage it. But in this specific case, I understand exactly what you're doing and I'd like to stop it now. I have never said or suggested that everyone needs to know where their local Shabbat is or anything remotely like it. I didn't attack or even criticize Shabbat, an organization I've mentioned precisely once in my life. Last week, I said I believe that IDF soldiers in Israel have received Third Temple patches for their uniforms from Shabbat. I believe that's true. Please let me know if I'm wrong, not that you care. The point of your post is to blame me preemptively for violent attacks on American Jewish people that you believe are coming. This is an absurd slander, of course. I abhor violence against innocents, which is why I'm disgusted by what happened, what Israel has done in Gaza, and why I argued against the current war in Iran. As a Christian and an American, I also vehemently oppose punishing anyone on the basis of bloodline. The concept of Amalek has no place in Western civilization and certainly not in my country. I am therefore strongly opposed to any anti-Semitism precisely as much as I am to anti-Arab hate you promote or the anti-white bias embedded in the U.S. government and our largest institutions. It's all immoral and indefensible. I believe in the inherent rights of the individual because I believe in God. What you are doing divides this country more than you likely understand. Hope you will stop. The girly pops are fighting.
Iran's supreme leader released his first statement since succeeding his late father. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei said Thursday that Iran would keep up its attacks on its Gulf neighbors and use the closure of the Strait of Hormuz as leverage against the United States and Israel. He did not appear on camera as a statement was read by a state TV
Cheetos and chopsticks, you can't go wrong with
news
that.
anchor.
Thanks,
He also
appreciate
vowed
that.
to avenge those killed in the war, including the victims of a missile strike on a school that Iran says killed over 165 people, mostly children. NBC News reports preliminary results find the U.S. was likely responsible due to outdated intelligence believed to have mislabeled the school as a military target. Senate Democrats are now demanding answers from the Defense Department.
It's important that the DOD figures out how did this happen and then put things in place to make sure it does not happen again.
President Trump has said he would live with the investigation's findings.
Wait, Emma was on the Bituation Room 2 days ago? Oh, shit. All right, well, I'll keep that in the fun half file. Here, we'll put that back here. There we go.
Iran's new supreme leader has released his first statement since succeeding his father. In the statement read by a state TV news
God damn it, AP, are you using AI?
anchor, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei said
I
that
hope
Iran
not.
would keep up its attacks on its Gulf neighbours and use the effective closure of the strategic Strait of Hormuz as leverage against the United States and Israel.
همچنین قطعاً همچنان از اهرم مسدود کردن تنگه هرمز باید
I'm going to
استفاده
shut this
شود.
conversation down right
در
now.
مورد گشودن
I don't care who can, but if you're going to discuss that in my chat, then just know that I'm going to be deleting all those chats.
جبهه‌های دیگری که
You guys are getting dangerously close to... I know you guys don't know TOS, so I'm going to just warn you guys. You guys are getting close there.
دشمن در آن
stop.
تجربه ناچیزی دارد و به شدت در آن آسیب پذیر خواهد بود، مطالعاتی صورت گرفته است و فعالسازی آن در صورت استمرار وضع جنگ.
We begin this hour with fear and destruction in the Middle East as the war with Iran rages on. At least a dozen countries in the region have been targeted by drones or missiles. Americans are among the millions potentially caught in the crossfire. Now, there's constant bombardment inside Israel. Chief correspondent Matt Gutman is in Tel Aviv looking into what might come next in this war. Now, Matt, you've been talking to Israeli officials. What are you hearing about Iran's military
Man, I don't know why all my videos went to theater mode.
ability right now?
I don't like doing that.
So, Kelly, and speaking with those officials, what we're
Could
seeing
I imagine?
is a sort of
The thing is, no, because it's...
race against the clock. The U.S. and
dude.
Israel are trying to wipe out Iran's missile.
The fact that the Trump administration is just like, they're flailing so hard that they're preemptively claiming that there's going to be some, like...
capacity before
they're bad at this. Just so you know, like, history's going to look at this and just be like, yep, this was obvious.
they run out of missile interceptors, without which the city behind me would likely be smoldering. And while Iran is trying to conserve its stockpile in anticipation of a longer war, and we're being told that the longer this war lasts, the more it favors Iran, because for the regime, the bar is super low. For them, victory merely means...
Also, newsflash, guys. They're focusing on Tehran because most Americans think, big city, go boom, no more city. That means that we won, right? Dude, Americans have very, very little concept of how large a nation Iran is and how long they can do this.
means survival. And we spoke with Dr. Sonat.
The biggest faux pas here was allowing Trump to do this with his ego.
Vakil, she's a leading Iran analyst who was actually born in Tehran.
Cool posters.
This is existential for the Islamic Republic. It is trying to survive against attacks from the United States, the most formidable military power, and Israel.
She liked the hippie one.
The region's most formidable military power. So it needs to wear its adversaries down through a low-cost strategy of inflicting
Made me sad.
pain over
Made me realize that I don't think I ever actually got to show my mom my
a
studio.
longer period of time.
And so the pressure point, I'm being told, is the Gulf states where economic losses are significant. The flow of oil has slowed to a trickle. And I'm told behind closed doors, they are already putting pressure on the administration to wrap this up. Adriana.
That's such an important geopolitical point there, Matt, because it really is so complex. And now roughly a dozen other countries are being targeted by Iran. But let's talk a bit about the goals here. The Trump administration has said that one of the goals is to eliminate Iran's nuclear program. What is Iran's nuclear capability?
This is the danger of letting one corporation or one set of billionaires, one family of billionaires run everything.
Right now.
So obviously so much conversation about Iran's nuclear capacity. I was briefed by Israeli officials about this, and they say that Iran did have the capacity to produce weapons-grade uranium on super short notice, but they were, quote, far from being able to produce an actual bomb, which technically is incredibly complex. Now, interestingly, I've also learned that Israel began plans for this kind of campaign way back in June of 2023.
What a shit show.
Next stage, I'm told, will be...
Oh, thank you. No worries, Pep. She's proud of you. No, you know what? I'm very lucky. Actually, like the last conversation I had with her, which is crazy thinking back to, because she died unexpectedly. So, and it wasn't like, self-inflicted in any way, shape, or form. She had a heart attack in her sleep. So,
supremacy once the U.S. and Israel feel like they could...
But yeah, she told me that she was proud of me. Also, I forgot who was in chat that night, but there were a bunch of you guys, and she was getting over COVID at the time, which I'm still convinced that did play a part. But because she died in Tennessee, it's not like they're gonna put that on her death certificate.
Fly over Tehran as if it were Texas, and at that point, I'm told the attack...
Complications from pneumonia causing the heart attack was her official COD.
will be more precise, more intense, and we might see different sophisticated attacks like
But yeah, she told me she was proud of me.
attacks as well. Adriana.
All right, Matt, I'll take it from here. Matt,
My last conversation with her, she also told me how much she loves me, which I was very lucky to have a mom that always let me know how much she loved me. My mom, that's what sucks about losing your mom. And I know that this is not the case for everybody, because I was blessed to have a mom that did love me unconditionally, but losing that, understanding that, yeah, because I love my dad, but my dad doesn't have the capacity to love unconditionally. I truly think that men lack that connection from pregnancy or whatever to be able to actually form a
Gutman reporting from
that kind of unconditional bond.
Tel Aviv. Matt, stay safe. Thank you very much.
All right, let's see. Looking for the university updates here. Let's see if we do those. Maybe I can.
Good to be with you. I'm Katie Turr. We're going to continue with that breaking news from West Bloomfield, Michigan, about 25 miles northwest of Detroit. The FBI out there, the field office, alerted an active shooter situation at Temple Israel, a synagogue.
Yeah. Still no new information on that. Okay. Fuck it.
The war in Iran costs you, the American
We'll do our Philly D segment real quick.
taxpayer, more than $11 billion in just the first week alone.
I couldn't imagine losing my mom. She's such a special person.
Also
it's
displaced more than 3 million people, and we're now facing the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market. And while the pace of Iran's retaliatory attacks, they may have been slowing down, they definitely haven't stopped.
I give myself 5 to 10 minutes every day. I just break down.
And the havoc they've just continued to wreak across the Middle East.
I have a feeling I'll be doing that for the rest of my life.
At least it is proof that Donald
Line go up.
Trump is lying to you.
This fucking Popeye looking motherfucker.
Because while he claimed that this campaign-style rally in Kentucky yesterday, that the war, it's already been won, saying that the U.S. and Israel have virtually destroyed Iran, we're now almost 2 weeks into this whole thing, and it remains entirely unclear when it's going to end. And the reason I say Trump's lying rather than he's pushing a falsehood he believes in is because it seems like he knows what he's saying just isn't true. In the same speech, he acknowledged that the mission, whatever it is, remains incomplete, and the war, it has to go on.
We don't want to leave early, do we? We got to finish the job, right?
And with all that, just to make Kuwait, Iraq,
the job, right? Oh, man.
Bahrain, and Oman, they've all reported drones
Glad that
or
he's in
missiles
campaign mode
flying over their territory, with at least some making it through and hitting their target. Kuwait, for example, said that its international airport had been damaged, and in Iraq, an Italian military base was hit, with luckily Italy's foreign minister saying that military personnel at the base had sheltered in a bunker and avoided any injuries. The same couldn't be said everywhere. Roughly 30 miles off the coast of Iraq, 2 oil tankers were set on fire, possibly by boats carrying explosives, and a person got killed, and another 38 people had to be rescued at sea. And with that, you had Iran claiming responsibility for attacking one of the tankers, with the Revolutionary Guards claiming in a statement that the ship had disobeyed and ignored warnings. And while the statement didn't mention the other ship, Iraqi officials apparently suspect that Iran was behind the attack on the other one as well. And then, actually, Iran's believed to have been behind yet another attack targeting a container ship about 35 nautical miles off of the coast of the UAE, as well as 3 attacks on cargo ships yesterday in or near the Strait of Hormuz, although, again, Iran only claimed responsibility for one of those strikes. But in any case the number of commercial ships that have been damaged over the course of the war, it's now up to 19. And thanks to the latest attacks, Iraqi authorities suspended all oil terminal operations at Oman closed a key oil export terminal for what it said were security reasons. With that coming a day after the country's biggest port was struck by drones for the second time. And that last one, it stands out because Oman has some of the few ports that it's actually possible to keep shipping oil from, since they're located beyond the Strait of Hormuz. Though another big standout is that Bahrain's energy facilities may be some of the hardest hit, with an alleged Iranian strike today hitting fuel tanks in the north of the country. And that's as the country's interior ministry said that it arrested 4 people for allegedly spying for Iran, while a 5th person remained at large. And you have the ministry accusing all 5 of having used high-resolution photography equipment to photograph and record coordinates of vital and important locations on behalf of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. You also had a British legal aid group reporting today that at least 21 people have been charged in the UAE for...
Oh, by the way, my surprise package won't be coming until next month. Oh, well, hey, I appreciate it regardless. Looking forward to it. Love me a good present.
Photos of missile strikes. And that, notably, coming after the country's public prosecutor said last week that taking or sharing videos that document strikes and damage is illegal if it incites panic among the public, spreads false news, or harms public security and order. Right, and then talking about back here in the States, if you live in California, it's being said that you could be Iran's next target, or at least that's according to a newly surfaced warning issued by the FBI to law enforcement agencies in the state last month. With that saying that Iran, quote, aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles, launch from a sea vessel against the state in the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran, with a notice added.
My mom is making clothing for a live-action Avatar: The Last Airbender. Nice.
We have no additional information on the time.
Oh, like as a costume desiginer?
Timing, method, target. Or
honestly, Avatar is one of those ones that I've always meant to get into, but I just never really had the time.
Perpetrators.
I'm going to be doing that in Discord. I've been making this promise for over a year now. God, pretty much since I started this channel, and people found out I hadn't seen it. Yeah, I want to do a Discord watch party.
Now with that, I want to note that this was reportedly unverified intelligence, and there's no evidence as of now that this is actually a realistic threat. And as far as what others are saying, you had Trump telling reporters yesterday,
I think I'm going to do the first 10 episodes.
Say that he wasn't worried about Iran ramping up its retaliation to include strikes on U.S. soil. And then you had California Governor Gavin Newsom saying that he was in constant coordination with security and intelligence officials to monitor.
I have literally no...
potential threats to California.
It's like One Piece. I want to be into One Piece, but by the time I kind of had the time, it was already like 500 episodes in. I'm just like, I'm not going back 500 episodes.
Those tied to the conflict in the Middle East and dating. While we are not aware of any imminent threats at this
is it just me, or does Stouffer's Salisbury steak and mac and cheese smell good as fuck?
Time.
Yo, you know what? Fuck it.
We remain prepared.
I know some of them Stouffer's meals.
For any emergency in our state.
They are good.
But with this, while Iran may have a very hard time attacking the United States.
Actually, last night I had the Lean Cuisine fucking it was like the chicken, corn, and mashed potato bowl. It was actually fucking pretty good.
Directly with weapons, it's already done it over the internet, because there's apparently been a major cyber attack targeting a major U.S.-based manufacturer of medical equipment.
Look at me.
Which told it's roughly...
I'm about to hit 40 and I'm eating Lean Cuisine.
56,000 employees Wednesday to disconnect from all networks and avoid turning on company-issued devices. Though it also said that it had no indication of ransomware or malware and believed that the incident is contained.
Just so you guys know, I've been eating dinner after I get off stream, so I am taking care of myself. So I appreciate y'all also making sure that I have been eating, because you guys have been looking out for me on that.
But also, with this, you have experts saying...
Oh, you got the Labubu One Piece? I saw those. Those are cool.
Cyber warfare, with the head of a cyber threat intelligence firm telling the Wall Street Journal, rather than targeting hospitals or frontline healthcare providers...
watching... No, I'm going to watch the first... No, I'm going to watch the first 10 episodes on Discord with you guys, and then after I get to those, then I'm going to shotgun the rest of it.
Adversaries may focus on critical suppliers and
might do
logistics
more than 10.
where
Who knows?
Disruption
Depends on how many people I have watching it with me.
System. Well, the company didn't say who it believed was behind the attack. You had a hacker group appearing to take responsibility for it, calling it retaliation for what's widely believed to have been a U.S. missile strike on an Iranian elementary school that killed 175 people. Right, that's now reportedly the conclusion of even the Pentagon's own preliminary inquiry. And you have the Washington Post reporting today that it wasn't a case of the missile missing its target. Instead, the school was actually on the target list, but it may have been mistaken for a military site, which has now raised even more questions about whether AI was part of the decision-making process. Because AI has continued to be used to wage this war, including for target selection. And with that, you had U.S. Central Command reporting today that it had struck approximately 6,000 targets in Iran since the war began. With that, including 60 Iranian ships and 30 mine layers, which has been a major focus since we started seeing reports that Iran may have started mining the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM's also been posting clips today suggesting that it's targeting Iranian aircraft as well as mobile missile launchers on land. And with whatever they're hitting, we're also seeing reports that some of Iran's most significant cultural sites have sustained significant damage. And then with all this, on the Israeli side, you had the military claiming today that it struck a site where Iran advanced critical capabilities and nuclear weapons. They also claimed to have taken out members of Iran's internal security forces in the capital with drones. But then inside Iran, notably, residents have reportedly said that security forces have been increasing their presence on the streets, trying to show that they're still in control. And that's as the reported death toll in the country has remained relatively steady, with Iran's representative to the UN claiming today at least 1,348 civilians have been killed since the war began. Though maybe the most shocking number coming out today may have been reports from the UN Refugee Agency saying that up to 3.2 million people have been internally displaced inside Iran as a result of the ongoing conflict, or with most of them fleeing from Tehran and other major urban areas towards the north of the country and rural areas to seek safety. But then notably with all this, if you factor in what's happening in Lebanon, the total number of displaced people, it may easily be as many as 4 million people. With the latest count, but the number of people displaced by Israel's attacks on that country at around 800,000. But that number also may continue to rise as Israel has yet again ramped up its assault on the country, which has so far reportedly killed at least 680 people, including around 100 children. And in recent days, for example, Israeli forces have struck 2 hotels in or near Beirut, including one that was housing displaced families and another where Israel claimed Iranian operatives were meeting. Also yesterday, it hit an apartment building in the central part of the city, and today, airstrikes hit several cars along the seaside, reportedly covering the sidewalk in bloodied sand and setting off panic in the neighborhood. And that strike reportedly killing at least 8 people, injuring dozens more, and most of them displaced people. And then you also had the Israeli military issuing an evacuation order for central Beirut, the first warning for an area within the city limits since the war began. And then within an hour, the Israeli military began carrying out a new wave of strikes on Beirut, with Israeli officials saying the strikes were targeting infrastructure.
Chunky soup has gone to shit. Yes, it has.
And with that, what Israel's doing in Lebanon isn't the only thing being overshadowed by the war with Iran.
I'll spend that extra, what is it, $1 for the...
But there's also the matter of what it's doing in
oh God, the blue can
Palestinian territories. Because officials in
this is how you know this is working class right there.
Gaza, they claim...
If you're talking about, like, the soups...
Israel continues to...
Remember what the Campbell's CEO said about people who eat Campbell's soup?
Violate the ceasefire on a daily basis. And in fact, just a few days ago, Israeli air and tank strikes killed 6 Palestinians there. Also, more recently, you had a fire breaking out after a strike at 10 sheltering displaced Palestinians in a refugee camp. And then in the West Bank, we've continued to see an uptick in settler violence. With the key thing being that once the war started, Israel's military blocked many West Bank roads and largely shut down crossings into Israel. And you now have Palestinians in remote villages saying the roadblocks, they've left them increasingly exposed to this violence, which has reportedly killed at least 5 Palestinians in the West Bank since the war began, with a 6th man dying after inhaling tear gas fired during an attack, according to an Israeli rights group. And last night, settlers reportedly graffitied and
any of these food manufacturers won't eat their product. It's the same as the McDonald's. That's why that McDonald's guy went so fucking viral for it, which I have watched that over a few times now. That guy is 100% full of shit. I hope that he does actually get pushed out as the CEO for pulling that.
And also, while
he deserves to, like, he made that faux pas, he deserves to sit with it.
Violence spreading across the region.
Also, the big arch was not great.
The broader fallout is spreading across the globe. The cost of oil,
I like the crispy onions, but the sauce was a little too mustard-y to me.
Surged again after Iran attacked 3 ships in the Strait of Hormuz.
I thought it'd be more Big Mac-y.
Prices jumping to just over $100 a barrel this morning before dropping slightly.
And
as a result, you had benchmark indexes in
What was
Asia and
that?
the US falling by around 1% in reaction. Gas prices have also gone up for the
Rolling
12th
on your
straight
belly.
day since the war started, with the national average jumping to $3.60 a gallon, which is 20% up since the initial US-Israeli strikes. But also diesel prices have increased even more quickly, rising nearly 30% in the last few weeks, with the current average being $4.86 as of today. And really what we're seeing now, it could be just the beginning. I mean, gas prices usually trail oil prices by like about a few days. So the crude oil cost bumps...
All my homies poured one out for the Arch
we're saying
Deluxe.
they might not even be really reflected at the pump.
That was what I was expecting. I was expecting the Arch Deluxe.
And that's just with me talking about the United States.
You could just make an Arch Deluxe, by
Those
the
are
way.
also-
Get a quarter pounder with cheese. The only thing that now you can add is the crispy onions and then Big Mac
It's going
sauce.
to be a lot worse in Asia and Europe, which rely more heavily on oil
That's
and
Arch
natural
Deluxe.
gas from the Middle East. It's even gotten so bad that you had Denmark's energy minister literally telling citizens to cut back on energy use and stop driving unless
Do you like Slap Burger or Fat
it
Burger?
was totally necessary. And we're seeing
I mean, Fat Burger's the shit. I had that in San Francisco.
all of this
Is that what you're talking about?
this even after the International Energy Agency announced the largest ever release of oil stock in history, with
Because you said Far Burger, but I'm assuming Fat Burger.
32 of the world's biggest economies agreeing to release
Thousand Island
400
dressing. It's
million
not
barrels
just
of
Thousand
oil from their
Island.
strategic...
Oh, come on. All right, hold on. Wait, why am I losing just vertical? What the hell? Hold on, guys. Yeah, F, yeah. No, I know. I only lost vertical. That's the first time that's ever happened. It's usually the opposite, where I'll lose horizontal and then my Twitch will freeze, but yeah.
Strategic reserves. We have experts saying that the market reaction that we're seeing, it shows that the historic release didn't reassure traders. It actually had the opposite effect. It instead just highlighted how far away we probably are from seeing the Strait of Hormuz open and fully operational again. One of the biggest things is it looks like they're right to be worried. Even though the release of strategic reserves will help, it's a temporary measure that's really not going to do much if the war continues to drag on. With Trump constantly moving the goalpost.
Yeah, hold on, guys. These assholes. Man, today has been a busy day with this, which, all right, I guess I shouldn't have given that that little bit of advice. Iranian hackers, I don't know.
Talking out of both sides of his mouth, you have investors clearly thinking that this is how things are going to move forward. And in fact, with all this, in its monthly report, the IEA said
no sound
that global supplies are expected to decrease by 8 million barrels a day. That's almost half of the roughly 20 million barrels that moved through the strait each day before the war broke out. I cannot overstate how major this is. The IEA says that the war has caused the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market. And you have experts saying that even if the war were to end and shipments were to resume, it could be months before the energy market goes back to normal. But then it's also not just the energy market. Experts say that we'll see prices rising in other areas as well, especially with food prices. Where for one, when oil prices go up, it becomes expensive to transport goods and services, which causes producers to increase their prices for consumers already struggling with high gas costs at a time when affordability is a huge issue. And then some businesses, they might not be able to keep up at all. I mean, you have experts saying that many of these businesses, they're already operating on thin margins because they're absorbing most of the costs of Trump's
what is
tariffs.
going on?
So
Why are you
basically,
being so
they're getting
pointy
double
right now?
fucked by Trump. Instead of lowering prices, the anti-war peace ticket president who ran on affordability, he started a war that's going to increase prices, further hurting American consumers and producers who are already struggling to make ends meet because of his tariffs. But then wait, it gets worse. The affordability crisis that this war is already causing, it goes way beyond oil because the Strait of Hormuz is also a key shipping route for many other products, and the blockade has almost entirely halted container ship traffic in the waterway. And then on top of that, temporary closures and disruptions at multiple major international airports in the region have paused nearly 1/5 of global air freight capacity, which has caused disruptions to shipments of consumer electronics, pharmaceuticals, and precious metals. But again, where experts say that Americans can see the biggest impact is with food prices and agriculture.
He's laying on me, he's licking himself, and he just went like this, like he grabbed my knee, and all of his claws just went into my knee. I was like, ah!
In addition to oil, the strait is also a key passage for fertilizer, which is absolutely essential for global agriculture, with Bloomberg also describing this as a fertilizer crisis like
by the way,
never before. And that, it creates
for anybody that was saying cow shit, I don't think you understand how fertilizer's processed.
It's a chain reaction of events. When fertilizer supply is low, it makes farming costs higher and reduces crop yield, two factors that both mean higher food prices for consumers at the grocery store. But then that is only further exacerbated by the rising energy crisis. Energy is a huge input into the food supply chain. It's used for everything: farm machinery, producing fertilizers, transportation, processing. So when prices increase for almost every aspect of food production, those are also passed off to the consumer in food prices. But despite all of these very serious concerns, Trump has just continued to downplay the pending oil crisis while also making contradictory statements. Well, speaking at an event in Ohio, you had Trump claiming, "I figured we'd be hit a little bit, but we were hit probably less than I thought, and we'll be back on track in a pretty short while. Prices are coming down very substantially. Oil will be coming down." But then, literally at the same event, he also told local reporters that he would tap into the U.S.'s emergency petroleum reserves.
How long before they ask about Venezuela?
With him then later confirming the release of 172 million barrels. But then also, after that, we saw Trump trying out an entirely different strategy, and he tried to paint high prices as a good thing, writing on Truth Social. The United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far, so when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. Now, a big thing, yes, it is true that the United States is a huge oil producer, but it also imports a ton of other oil products. And what's more, studies have shown that high oil costs only benefit wealthy oil producers and their shareholders, while American consumers, regular people, end up footing the bill for higher prices. And
which he's making that bet, and now he doesn't care because, like, this is the thing about Trump. He cares about, like, gas pump prices until one of his billionaire buddies goes, hey. Don't be too jumpy on this one, okay? We got to make our money.
Also, while you have Trump and his administration,
I actually do not have him sped up.
Painting the oil prices as a short-term pain for long-term gain in Iran, it's still unclear how short-term this will actually be. Or like we've talked about, Trump has repeatedly contradicted himself about when this war will end. And even if he did decide to end the war soon, doing so at this point also carries huge risks. But as you have places like the Wall Street Journal explaining, he's basically...
damn, I just realized I'm not going to be able to participate in 420.
Too deep now. Because if any remnants of Iran's regime, they're left in place, we would essentially just grant Tehran control over the world's energy markets while also sacrificing security in the region that could make another more
That's just how Philly D talks. Yeah, he's like the OG YouTuber.
Devastating regional war likely. Where the Strait of Hormuz, it's an incredibly valuable piece of leverage for Iran, one that they're not going to give up easily. And in fact, today you had
Why am I stupid?
Iran's new supreme leader reportedly vowing to keep fighting while explicitly threatening to continue.
What's up, Chuck? Why you think I'm stupid? Like I've never seen you here before. I think that you've seen maybe 2 minutes of my commentary here. Why do you think I'm stupid?
You weaponizing the...
Like, please, just say.
Straight in his first statement since assuming...
Give me your preconceived notions.
Power. Though, the reason I say reportedly there...
Let's see if they match up.
...is because he didn't actually read the statement himself. And notably, he hasn't actually been seen publicly at all since his appointment, which has then raised speculation that he was killed or injured in the strikes that killed many of his family members. But still, in this statement, you reportedly had the new leader saying Iran would not refrain from avenging the blood of its martyrs and claiming that he will activate new fronts if the war continues, while also threatening to destroy enemy assets to the same extent that Iran's assets have been destroyed. With him then reportedly going on to promise that he will continue to use the Strait of Hormuz as leverage. And so with all this, you have experts saying at this point, even if the US did end its war, there's no guarantee that Iran would reopen the strait quickly, and there's also a risk that it'll continue targeting boats or launching strikes at oil-rich Gulf nations, with one explaining, if the regime holds on, even a rump regime, what is to stop its missiles and drones from threatening tankers through the Strait of Hormuz and the energy infrastructure of America's Gulf allies at the time of their choosing? And currently, there are signs that the regime's holding on, with Reuters reporting that U.S. intelligence indicates that Iran's leadership is still largely intact and it's not at risk of collapse anytime soon. And you have analysts saying that if the U.S. wanted to forcefully reopen the strait, it would likely require a ground operation that could escalate and is all but guaranteed to result in higher casualties. And so basically, at this point, Trump has made everything worse by going to war with Iran for no discernible reason. And right now, it looks like even if he does pull out and declare victory, he's fucked everything up so much that future conflicts, including ones that the U.S. will get drawn into, they're almost inevitable. But for now, that is where we are, and I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions.
Okay. No, let's not. You see what he's doing here? You see what this little... You see what he's doing? That's my headphone. That's my headphone. Stop chewing on them. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? You gonna reach now? Huh? Huh? He's just being a little pain in the butt. But God, he's cute. I know. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Aww. It's just like, come here. All right. Here, let's, I got something better than this to play. Fun half is going to be... Unfortunately, the not so fun half as much, because I have to watch something. I have to watch part 2 of the Destiny thing, which was, it's a lot. But here, Piers Morgan had Professor Jiang on today, which we've been watching a lot of his content, so I wanted to check this out.
Mother of 4 daughters, and hearing a missile hit a school, if it's true, everyone should apologize. Like, look, we can figure out who did it later. This
guy?
is the result of our conflict.
Are you confident that you'll be proven right, that Iran ultimately will prevail in this war?
Once the United States sends in ground forces, there's no turning back. It's all in. It'll be another Vietnam.
We're going to kill all the bad guys, and we're going to replace them with
he almost fell.
The good guys. It's
you
like
see that?
Foreign policy,
He just licked himself so hard, he was just like, oh.
By elementary school students. It's embarrassing.
Is Israel a more secure place? Is the United States stronger today than 2 weeks ago? Is the world a better place today than 2 weeks ago, for God's sake?
No.
I feel good about...
No, I'm glad that he's asking that, because for real, the world is not better off. We are not better off than we were a year ago, and we need to start... The Democrats, God damn it, get off your fucking asses and run on this shit. We have primaries happening. We have fucking elections coming up in a matter of, what, 9 months, not even?
Where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your tax.
This fucking ghoul.
I haven't held the excitement that Senator Graham has. He's never met a war that he doesn't love, and he just gets giddy, excited like a guy who's going to make a bunch of money when we bomb a bunch of people, because, well, that's what he does.
Well, at least he recognizes that.
President Bush famously landed on the USS Abraham Lincoln to declare mission accomplished in the Iraq War just weeks after the invasion began. As we all now know, that war lasted another 8 years.
He's got a brother
Bush
upstairs,
had won a second term and eventually retired by the time the last troops returned to the U.S. Few believe the mission
Warning, Jesus is coming back soon. No, he's not.
ever accomplished in the whole war on
No, he's not. I've literally heard this from so many doomsday pastors. He's not coming back.
terror became a cautionary tale about Middle East
Every time that there's a little fucking fight in the Middle East, you guys are just like, take me.
quagmires and a cornerstone.
Can you just, but if you believe that, Mike, hey, I am more than open to hearing your routing numbers and just make sure that I'm the signatory on all of your holdings.
Of the MAGA revolt.
Because again, you're not going to need it. If you genuinely believe that this is it, then you know what? Money where your mouth is, please.
To war. Supporters of this war think it's time to move on from the ghosts of Iraq and that it has no lessons for the current conflict. A position.
Also, you forgot that one of the key aspects is you're going to have to get to Israel to be at the field of Harmageddo. You might want to get your spot prepared. Not sure if you've ever seen it, but it's only the size of a few football fields.
And summed up emphatically last
Not stadiums, football fields.
night by President Trump.
And as we take decisive action to stop the threat posed by the terrorist
Okay,
regime in Iran,
that was
with
a direct
Operation
hit. Stop that.
Epic Fury.
Epic Fury!
Is that a great name? Well, it's only good if you win. You know, you can only do. And we've won. Let me say.
All of these people behind him, still not enough to make a fucking room temperature IQ.
We've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won.
It looks like Piers is finally kind of catching on that Trump is fucking insane.
Well, if the war was won in the first hour, the substance of the victory is yet to become clear. The IDF says Israel is under Iranian fire as we speak. Cargo ships and oil containers are under attack across the region, sending oil prices into orbit again. The new Ayatollah has doubled down with a message of vengeance in his first public statement, albeit nobody's actually seen him yet, and there are claims he's incapacitated. Amid all of this, the fact is that victory for Iran is quite simple. If the regime survives with its autonomy, Iran will claim victory. Victory for the United States and Israel is a lot more complicated. Many roads do seem to lead to a new Iran, which is a lot like the old Iran, but even more aggressive. It could be subdued, possibly for months or even years, but with a greater incentive than ever to arm itself and attack. That's why people are legitimately worried about a long and deadly conflict. And that's why people like Senator Lindsey Graham, who has threatened everywhere from Lebanon to Spain in the last week, are working overtime to sell the benefits of war.
We're going to blow the hell out of these people. This regime is in a death row now. It is going to be on its knees. It's going to fall. And when it falls, we're going to have peace like no other time. We're going to have prosperity unlike anyone could ever imagine.
Well, the problem with this kind of gleeful rhetoric about blowing the hell out of these people is that many of these people are innocent civilians. U.S. media is reporting today that U.S. military investigators believe American forces were responsible for the deadly strike on an Iranian primary school that's believed to have killed over 100 children. It looks a lot like a tragic accident on an enormous scale. If President Trump...
Why is he talking about Saturday night? Because, as I said, he doesn't actually care about this. Like, dude, I hope that some MAGA catch on that he does not give a fuck about you. That's not just me being hyperbolic. That's not just me doing all these lefties, they just talk so much shit. No, for real, dude. Like he does not have guiding principles.
Administration want to build public support for this war. They should very quickly face up to it and apologize.
But the thing is, I'm not going to sit here pretending that Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries are any better. They're actually proving that they're just as bad as him.
And they should very quickly tell Lindsey Graham to respectively keep his mouth shut.
That was
Well,
enough.
to debate this,
You
I'm joined by Rob O'Neill, the former U.S. Navy SEAL, by Gideon Levy, the Israeli author, journalist and commentator at Haaretz, Republican Corey Mills, the Florida congressman and U.S. Army veteran, and Ryan Grimm, Breaking Point's co-host and investigative journalist with the Drop Site News. Well, welcome to all of you. Rob O'Neill, welcome back again to Uncensored. Few people have had more experience of combat in the Middle East than you. And of course, you killed Osama bin Laden. So I just want to ask you, from a pure military perspective, it seems to me that the American military might, coupled with the Israeli military might, has proved pretty overwhelming from a pure military perspective against Iran's military. but the way that Iran is conducting its tactical war in terms of going after economic damage may be much more difficult to defeat. Would that be your reading?
It's going to be difficult to defeat that, yes. And thanks for having me back.
Yeah, it's like a Ryan Grimm panel.
Piers. Yeah, we're going to defeat them militarily, and we've proven that everywhere we go militarily.
It's like a Chip Chipperson. Jesus.
That's just what
no. Do not.
We do. We've got a very
oh boy. If you don't know who Chip Chipperson is.
That can do that. I was there for the invasion, 2003. I remember the buildup. I was excited at the time because it's just right after 9/11, and as a young Navy SEAL, especially at SEAL Team 6, I want to invade anywhere. I haven't held the excitement that Senator Graham has. He's never met a war that he doesn't love, and he just gets giddy, excited like a guy who's going to make a bunch of money when we bomb a bunch of people because, well, that's what he does. And they get amped about that. But for me, it's like, yes, we can beat him, but what do we do next? I know Donald Trump doesn't want to go in there and try to do a regime change, but eventually something has to happen. If boots on the ground means taking inspectors in with guys with guns, so be it. We do have guys at the tier 1 level with the designation to take out military sites and inspect them, maybe. But again, like your previous guest was saying, you get boots on the ground. That's what I hate the word quagmire, but I mean, if the shoe fits, right? We don't want to get back in that. The Iranian people, yeah, they wanted us, but so did parts of the Iraqi people. So does everybody. But eventually, regardless of your intentions, if you spend time there, you're an occupier. And people, even if they're on their side, the longer you bomb them, the less they're going to like you. And I think I've never been hit with an American bomb, but I think the most terrifying thing possible is being a building that's hit. The best thing that could happen is you die right away, but you'll probably just be under rubble, burning for a long, long time, suffocating, maybe. Horrible stuff. This is not.
I mean, so we're gonna have a little reminder of why Gaza was so bad.
Something to cheer. This is war. Should be the very end of a political means. I've been to war a lot. I'm not pro-war. I think there should be other ways to do it. I'm watching cautiously, and I'm hoping, I don't ever consider myself the smartest man in the room. I'm hoping the smartest man.
You're definitely not. That's the reason that you were a grunt.
In the room, more men and women do show up. I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to learn. And what we've done in the past has worked and it hasn't worked. So it doesn't matter why we're here. We just are. So hopefully level heads can prevail, right?
And Rob, how do you feel?
Such a badass.
Given all your experience. How do you...
I'm glad that there's right-wing conspiracy theorists that don't even believe that he did what he says he did, or what we say he did.
Feel about some of the more inflammatory...
I mean, I think it's fucked up that we haven't seen the body of Osama bin Laden.
Rhetoric.
I genuinely do, and I did when it happened. I was just like, wait a minute, why are we all of a sudden doing this thing like, well, we can't give them a reason? It's like, dude, well, if he's gone, and you already gave him the reason. What are we doing here?
That we're hearing from people like Pete Hegseth in particular, coupled with the way that the official White House social media accounts are pumping out kind of movie-style promos about this war, almost like this is not real. This is like a movie we're watching. I got to say, as someone who's had a lot of family myself who've gone to combat,
man, I'm reading your tarantula comments. The only reason I'm not really reading them out loud is because tarantulas
in war. I don't like it.
No.
It's like it's not how
most
military people.
Snakes and tarantulas, man. I don't know. I've had friends that had both, and they tried. They're just like, oh, come on, you don't be don't be a pansy. It's like,
got it.
I don't like it. War is a lot different than what a lot of the public sees.
Got scratched to shit by an iguana
in video games and
that fucking hurt.
TV shows. You do not respawn, excuse me. And when bullets fly this way, there's a moment of pause because they only need to be right once. And when something blows up, if you die, you're just dead. You do need propaganda to build up morale, but movie stuff like that, I don't like it. However, now with Pete Hegseth, I was advocating for a mid-grade officer with combat experience to take the Pentagon, and he did. And I'm all in with Pete Hegseth. This is what we needed.
Jumping spiders are cute.
I like the way he does it. I like the way
we get those in Chicago, and honestly, I let all of them run free and just do their
works
thing.
Out with the troops and has the morale high.
For the most part, I don't fuck with spiders. I let them kind of just, eat all the bugs.
The media doesn't like them,
but. Actually, deep lore here. I got bit by a brown recluse. What was it? About a year ago? Not even. No, it was during the summer. So it was like in August.
I mean, most of the
I got very lucky.
That says he's doing a good job generally. Because let's be honest,
I have a permanent scar, but I'm okay.
I like what he's doing. I don't like a lot of the rhetoric, but some of it has to happen. Some of it doesn't have to happen. But you got to stay the course. Mission front side focus,
Enough.
and after you hit them, if possible, get out.
Okay, let's go to Congressman Mills. First of all, I want to talk about this attack on the girls' school, which now looks increasingly likely, according to the New York Times and other reports, that this was an American missile strike that had gone wrong. Some suggestion that there was
My friend almost lost his life to a brown wreck. Yeah, they're no joke. Yeah, no, I'm lucky that
which turned out to be
it bit
false.
me
It
right
was, of course,
here.
next to a Revolutionary Guard base and used to be part of the base.
I was
and then
lucky that the
moved.
venom stayed in the pocket and they were able to drain that real quick.
Maybe this was just a horrific accident, but it had enormous consequences.
Scary.
Would it not be the right thing, the morally right thing, if it
Thing is, I thought it was a tick bite at
was
first.
the United States, and they must know by now if it was one of their planes or one of their missiles, that if it was the United States, they just hold their hands up and say, we made a terrible mistake and we're terribly sorry.
Well, I think the biggest thing, and thanks for
Actually, shout out to Alirda in chat. Not sure if she's here right now, but she was the one that made sure I went to the hospital.
having me on, Pierce.
She said, "Don't fuck with that. Go to the
Great to
hospital."
be on this panel. Rob, I've got
And
a
I did.
tremendous amount of respect for. He's a true decorated hero, and I'm grateful to be on this panel. But I want to say that one of the things you don't do, whether it's in politics or the military, is get out ahead of intel. We want to make
Stop almost dying.
sure that we get the actual
I know.
post-blast analysis. We want to look at
I'm
what
sorry.
the actual trajectory of whatever that Tomahawk
better
or
about
whatever
that, guys.
missile was, to ensure that we know what the actual impact radius was, where it actually was intended to hit, what that target actually was or was not. And then if we do determine that it is something that is a U.S.
knock on wood.
strike or a U.S. missile or whatever the case may be, then we look at what was the actual cautionary reasons of why it occurred. So, until I get into the actual skiff and get an intel brief on this, I sit on the Armed Services Committee. I sit on the subcommittee of military personnel on military readiness and the intelligence special operations. I'm the subcommittee chair of the Oversight and Intelligence for Foreign Affairs
2 minutes
Committee.
until.
So until I can actually get in there, I'm not going to get over my skis and start making comments, but I can tell you that if and when this is determined, if the United States is responsible anyway, it'll
Cheers.
take its accountability. It'll do its after action
All right.
review. We did this in Iraq. We did this in Afghanistan, in every conflict. And as Rob and others will tell you, in any operation, no matter how great it is, you always do an AAR to determine on how we can get better.
And in terms of the mission itself, we've heard now myriad different explanations for what the mission is and what victory looks like. What is your understanding of what victory looks like? Because as I said to Rob, there's no doubt that in terms of military firepower, the United States and Israeli combined firepower is clearly causing enormous damage to Iran's military. But it's also true that the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, pretty well completely closed, if that goes on for much longer, the enormous damage that is causing to the global economy, coupled with the attacks they've been making on all the neighboring Gulf states, trying to clearly intimidate tourists from going there, which is the new business model for many of those states. This could be incredibly
disrupt their
damaging,
economies.
and makes the word victory look a little bit more complex.
Well, war is always complex, and especially when you talk about geopolitical analytics. I mean, look at the fact that China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, this axis of evil, have been geopolitically aligned for a while.
There we go. There we go. They're calling it the new axis of evil. We're in World War III, guys. If you ever had any doubt about it, there it is. This guy literally works in the administration. When I had known that this was going to be a thing, I was expecting it to kind of happen just like this, but not on talk shows like this. I thought it was going to be more mainstream media, but goddamn, right there, the fact that they're saying X, be prepared. You're going to hear that a lot more
from the very beginning. Whether you talk about the Belt and Road Initiative, whether you talk about the funding of Iranian proxy militias, was always to eliminate the U.S. dollar as a global currency. Not to mention the fact that China had a lot at stake on this. What they wanted to do, the Belt and Road Initiative, whether you talk about the funding of. Well, war is always complex, and especially when you talk about geopolitical analytics. I mean, look at the fact that China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, this axis of evil.
But Russia and North Korea are Trump's besties, I thought. I thought he was peace president.
have been geopolitically aligned for a while. Their goal from the very beginning, whether you talk about the Belt and Road Initiative, whether you talk about the funding of Iranian proxy militias, was always to eliminate the U.S. dollar as global currency.
Wow.
Not to mention the fact that
Guys, just
China had a lot at stake on this. What they wanted to do,
you can disagree with me politically all you want, but you should have been prepared for this.
with the Belt and Road Initiative, is have Russia start the war in Ukraine to expand the Eurasian border, take over Oceania, take the 15 of 16 rare earth mineral mines of Africa, which now cuts off the Horn of Africa, Persian Gulf, Red Sea, Black Sea. This is now an actual isolation move, while in the Western Hemisphere, utilizing economic coercion on Panama and Honduras to control tax, tariffs, and transit, to guarantee that while they're buying up our farmlands, while they're buying up insular installations, as people in the Navy will tell you, how long can a nuclear submarine stay underwater? Until it runs out of food. That was the intent from the beginning, was all
That's what they're doing to us, numbnuts.
economic
They're trying to fucking put the pressure on us.
warfare by China. We've been in war with
Dude, you guys keep talking about oil prices, but nobody, like not nobody, but very few people are talking about the actual problem, and that's fertilizer.
China and Russia for 20 plus years. It's just that we kept calling them the great superpower resurgence.
This is also fucked up.
When it comes
yeah.
to the designation of this conflict or this hostility, let's go back to the 2011 Obama days, where Libya was actually utilizing the Department of Justice's UN regulations to quantify it as being able to go in and do these things if it was in the needs of saving innocent civilians. Well, I can tell you, 40,000 plus innocent Iranians were dying in the streets. There was human rights atrocities like never before. We also had imminent threat with regards to knowing that the Esfahan, the Fordham, and the Natanz facilities, they were destroyed. But at what levels are we guaranteeing this? We knew they had the Shaheed 136.
DJ No Fly, everything is fucked. Yeah,
Which
I mean,
are
it seems like it's kind of heading that way.
very effective drones.
I have Christians coming to my fucking front door saying that are you right with God because Jesus is coming back? Yeah, and anytime that the end times believers start thinking it, just know that it's not the end times, but it's not going to be good times.
Drone that's being utilized today that.
But they're also, working these idiots.
We now have our own Lucas system, which is about a $35,000 program for Operation Scorpion Strike. But it was all about eliminating the IRGC's capabilities of imminent strike with the ICBMs. And guess what else we found out? We found out they had working hypersonic ballistic missiles. These are ballistic missiles that travel at over 15,000 plus miles per hour and have the ability to hit Mach levels that we can't actually be 100% effective on. So there's a lot of things that came into this. One, it was guaranteeing that innocent civilians weren't continuing to be killed. Two, stopping imminent threat of
I can't wait for Ryan to cook this asshole.
Actual nuclear capabilities, because we know that under the JCPOA, under Resolution 2231, that both Ban Ki-moon and
these fucking lunatics, yeah,
Gutierrez, who are the General Secretary
of
the
Joe,
UN, said that the UN
for you to come in here and just be like,
in direct violation, sending mid-range ballistic missiles to the Houthis and others, and enriching well past the 70% mark. Now, I want to be clear. 70% is over the threshold, but to get from 70 to nuclear grade, it's a flip of the switch. That's how easy it actually is. So denigrate the IRGC, eliminate the head of the snake, which is the Ayatollah, which we know there's multiple heads. Rob and I can tell you that you eliminate one terrorist organization. Let's say it's Qasem Soleimani. You get Ismail Ghani. You eliminate, one terrorist leader if they get another. But my point is that we are moving in the right direction of military coordinated strikes, guaranteeing that imminent threats are gone, guaranteeing that regional securities are provided, then usher in someone like Reza Pahlavi, who can actually be a transitional governor who doesn't want to stay in power. He wants to be voted at the ballot box. And now we actually have a transitional plan. This is not Iraq. This is not Afghanistan.
Okay, I want to bring in the other panelists. I don't want to cut you off, Congressman. I do want to bring in the others.
It's very complex. I just
Ryan, I saw you. Sorry?
I said it's just very complex, Pierce, to get into a 30-second segment.
No, I totally respect that, but we have obviously got four panelists. I want to bring in Ryan Grimm because I can see you reacting to some of the things you were hearing there. I mean, the Congressman makes it sound relatively straightforward. The mission's going very well. The stuff that they wanted to achieve is being achieved, and it won't be long before Reza Pahlavi is in the middle of Tehran leading the brave new world. What do you think of that?
It's just completely absurd. It's like we're going to kill all the bad guys and we're going to replace them with the good guys. It's like a foreign policy, made up by elementary school students, when in fact it is a foreign policy student that is targeting and killing elementary school students. That's what it's doing in the real world. In this like fantasy land, you're like, oh, get this bad guy, get this bad guy, get this bad guy, and oh, Reza over here who lives in Potomac, Maryland, we're going to like ship him over to Iran and he's going to be the new king of Iran. Like, it's embarrassing.
And what about the mission itself in terms of the changing positions? And I thought, and I'll come to Gideon about this in a moment, but it was very telling to me that it looked like the mask slightly slipped when Marco Rubio said, well, the need to attack preemptively from the United States was because they had been told somebody else, clearly Israel, was about to attack Iran, and that Iran would then respond likely against American bases, and that because of that, America had to get in first. And then, of course, they tried to wind that back. I don't think Marco Rubio misspoke. I just think they
love watching these people who believe they have any point or sway, just like this host listening and commenting, just a bunch of nobodies.
Didn't appreciate quite how that was going to play out.
That's you too. When you talk to your family about this, that's you. You do understand that comment might as well have just been a fart in the wind.
Right, and because
we are all just farts in the wind.
Gotten a rationale that they have stuck to. Initially, it was the nuclear program, then it was regime change. We've now been told that neither of those are actually objectives of the war anymore. DropSite put out a poll.
Oh, look, they had another tweet.
Into the field over the last weekend, asking the American public, why do you think the U.S. went into this war? 50% of the country believes now that Donald Trump, at least in part, went to war against Iran in order to distract from the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. So by a 50 to 41 margin, that's what the American public believes, likely voters. We also asked about the influence of Israel. Nearly 50%, I think 46% of likely voters said that they believed that Trump was more responsive when it came to the war in Iran to Benjamin Netanyahu than he was to the American public. I think 47% said he was more responsive to the American people than to Benjamin Netanyahu. So he's as almost 50% of that. He ran as America first. Not even 50% of the country believes that he went to war for the United States. We have never had a president in the history of the United States who went to a war of any sort, let alone a war of this scale, and had nearly half the country believing, whether it's true or not, believing that he did it for a different country.
Yep.
Or actually, Gideon Levy, there hasn't been a war that I can remember in modern times where there hasn't been a majority support from the American people once it started, and there isn't for this. It's an unpopular war. The majority of Americans do not want America to be waging this war. They're particularly concerned because they've already...
Trump is a foreign asset. Oh, fuck yeah.
Still got inflation, still got rising costs. They've seen prices at the gas pump now rocketing in the last 2 weeks. This is the biggest turmoil for oil prices in history that has already happened in the first 2 weeks and could get a hell of a lot worse. So purely from that perspective, I think Donald Trump politically has taken an enormous gamble here. But in relation to the role of Israel, you know, there is a theory that Trump has been sort of barreled into doing this by Benjamin Netanyahu, sort of...
Well, Tara, it seems like you have an opinion.
Wearing him down and saying, look, we've got a window.
What's your main critique? The fact that we're talking about this? So by your metrics, I should be talking about anything else?
The Ayatollah...
You'd still be calling me useless and saying I'm wasting my time anyway.
With all his top people...
Must be fun at parties.
Well, right now, we can take them all out, and it'll be a bit like Venezuela, where you take out the head and the rest follows. And that having committed to that and talked about quick regime change, clearly that hasn't happened. In fact, the Ayatollah's own son is reported to be the new supreme leader, although we haven't seen him. And coupled with that, there's a sense that Israel has a different objective here, that Israel will be quite happy if this all plunges Iran into total anarchic chaos, a bit like happened in Syria, and that would suit Israel's longer-term needs and wants, which it kind of just reduces it to anarchy, whereas that would not suit the United States. So there could be two different sort of missions here, where Israel's quite happy if this just drags on and on and on and is a bit of a disaster. But the United States would find that very, very difficult to manage. What are your thoughts on that?
So first of all, we are witnessing now the backlashes of the 7th of October 23. Ever since then, Israel turned into the notion that everything can be solved and everything is legitimate to be solved by force and by a lot of force, by unlimited force. We will change the leadership of the Middle East. First, we tried in Gaza. I must remind you, 2.5 years, no regime change in Gaza, even though it was a very clear goal, never achieved. Hamas is life and kicking, and don't compare Gaza to Iran, obviously. And now we went to this war again as the first option, while totally ignoring, in this discussion, Piers, and thank you for having me again, in this discussion, we hardly spoke about other prices. We all spoke about the prices of oil and the economical price. There are millions of people who were displaced in the last 2 years by Israel and now by the United States. Most of them
They're saying I'm self-righteous. I'm literally a news commentator.
have no place to go back.
Tara, have you watched my show? I feel like this is your first time here. I don't recognize you, so are you like this like everywhere you go? Like, I mean it.
About them.
Damn.
They are totally not in this
barrel of fun over here.
This formula of comparing utility and price. No, they must be remembered. Now, coming back to your question, Piers, Israel went to this war without having a very clear end game. They saw an opportunity. There was the stars showed that Trump and Netanyahu get along and would agree about such an adventure, such a dangerous adventure, and they went for it. I don't know who convinced whom. It sounds more logical that Netanyahu convinced.
This is the dumbest fucking war. I'm disappointed in the U.S. Well, again,
the
commander-in-chief orders this thing. Technically, it is a legal order, I guess, because it's not like they... This is where it gets murky, man, because technically the president does have the authority to have these orders when there's like an imminent threat, but that's the big difference here is like he's just a liar.
American president, even though he's not someone to be so easily convinced. But in any case, look at the outcome. Is the world a better place today than 2 weeks?
Honestly, this will start really hitting people when MAGA moms, like the ones that wear like the glittery hats and have, multiple properties, and they're so proud of their 20-something son in the military. It's once they go and once they don't come back.
Weeks ago.
But that also, I don't know if that's even going to do it. At some point, they would accept a fucking invitation to the White House. No, you know what? I take that back. They will never blame Trump for this.
For God's sake, is Israel...
We're already past that point. Now you have people that are just like, yeah, Iran and Muslims, they bad because news told me so.
Is a more secure place than 2 weeks ago? Is the United States stronger today than 2 weeks ago? Those are the questions which are not asked. And one more word, Piers, with your permission. We were speaking about the big criticism in American public opinion about this war. Surprise, surprise, 94% of the Israeli Jews support this war. Can you believe it? Those are people who pay a price for this war. 94, those are North Korean figures. Only North Korea you get on any issue 94% support.
Yeah, because they're full of shit and they're not actually pulling people.
Let's think also
Jesus Christ
about this. A state after 2.5 terrible war in Gaza wants another war. What does it tell us about the Israeli society?
Yeah, and of course, Netanyahu was in deep political peril after October the 7th because people were blaming him for allowing
fighting Afghanistan was a cakewalk. That's what they don't understand.
It to happen on his watch. He was facing a corruption.
And I have friends that actually served like in Iraq, and they have told me that this was a horrible idea. Hell, one of them was a Trump supporter. This finally did him in, where he was just like, I can't.
A criminal trial.
He's like, put on. Oh, but after, this is my favorite part. So about 2 weeks after he had said, I cannot support this administration anymore, he finally came out and he's like, I do think that Trump is starting to lose his mind. Now that I'm not like looking at him as a fan, I truly think that he's losing his shit. And I think that he is just aging out.
On the back burner, he's seen his personal popularity rising at the same rate that he's been bombing places. And he's
Can't
probably
have
doing
it
the maths
both
and
ways,
working out
dude.
quite cynically,
Close that door
because
for
he
now.
can be very cynical,
Sorry.
that the best way for his own political preservation is to carry on doing what he's doing, which is settling all the scores. I mean, he made it clear that Iran was a 40-year
Quinkadink. Oh, nice name.
Project for him, which was finally happening. Robert Neal, I know you've got to leave us imminently. As an American, putting aside your...
No, honestly, Foxhound, I see you in here quite a bit now. I don't agree with you on a lot. I do think that if Kamala was even in office, this was part of like the Shadow Cabal plan. This was always in the cards.
A career in the military. But as an American, given the state of the economy, given the real-time effect on...
But realistically, I think what wasn't in the cards was whoever does control everything. I genuinely think that they did not count on Trump just being so bad at this.
Americans at the pump.
He really is. He makes Bush look like a fucking savant.
With food prices, there's still inflation, so they've carried on going up. Given that Donald Trump campaigned so vociferously that he wasn't going to take America into any more wars, particularly in the Middle East, and he was going to sort out the economy and sort out the cost of living, are you comfortable that he's now launched the biggest war in the Middle East imaginable and is having such a huge effect on the economy?
Again, thank you for the kind donations. I really appreciate that. It goes a very long way.
He says this is all a price worth paying. Do you agree with that?
I do, in theory, agree with it, that if it does work out, the prices of everything will go down because it will positively affect oil prices. And that, as we know, affects everything. I'm not I'm optimistic.
Yeah, it only affects everything when it go down, not when up.
But I don't like seeing this. I don't like going to...
Magatar's got some TDS. Yes, they do. Trump delusion syndrome. Yes.
I do.
Yes. Like, they are truly deluded.
I know President Trump, and I know he loves his legacy, and he cares about his family, and I think...
Notice how I even called it by its proper name and not Trump Daddy syndrome, even though that's actually what it is.
Given the intel that I'm not privy to, I'm not in the meetings either, that he's gotten and where he is, this is the way to go in order to...
No, but you're the biggest useful idiot here.
...get the stability. Whenever you get preemptive strikes on people, it's hard to say. I mean, we knew what Hitler was doing in 1938. We didn't do anything. President Buchanan and Pierce had something to do. They weren't aggressive with the South at the time.
Because we weren't involved. God, I hate World War II revisionist history where we were somehow fighting the fucking Nazis and not selling them, a whole bunch of armaments right up until the 11th hour.
Before they
God, there's nothing worse than American exceptionalism because of shit like that, where it's like, no, guys, we should recognize that so we don't do it again.
The Civil War, 1 million people died. Preemptive strikes, though, 2003, I went to Iraq. Turns out it wasn't the way to go. So, I mean, I'm very, very cautious. As the father of 4 daughters and hearing a missile hit a school, if it's true, everyone should apologize. Like, look, we can figure out who did it later. This is a result of our conflict, usually because men in political power couldn't agree on something. That's what we should say. And that, unfortunately, with all the cheering aside and all the cool movies.
Look up Henry Ford and what he sold to Germany pre our involvement in the war.
That's the end result on the ground. That's the difference between being there and seeing.
Also, look where some of our oil went.
Get on TV. So again, I'm going to watch it, but I would love to see every family in the world be successful.
It's an unfortunate truth, but yeah, we didn't declare a side in the war.
Successful and pay lower
until literally Japan.
Gas prices. And I really, like I said, I really do believe.
And that's because the world economy was tanking, so they were just like, well, maybe this is the time to fucking go in.
Do believe this administration is doing what they think is the right thing for the future, not just of the country, but of the West. Don't like war, hate cheering for war, but I'm watching. And again, I'm trying to stay open-minded. I personally will do everything I can to help with world peace. I thought I did before, and here we are again.
Yeah, you should feel really stupid about that.
Yeah. Congressman Mills, I mean, politically, it's a massive, stupendous roll of the dice by Donald Trump. The midterm elections are coming in November. Historically, a president in his position would normally probably lose the House. That's expected to happen. But now there's lots of rumblings. This may cost him the Senate, which would basically leave him a completely lame duck.
Yeah, but ignore it. I'm not denying that we did good, but you're denying that we did bad, which, sorry, man. I'm not the one that's in denial on that one.
For the last 2 years of his presidency.
No, I acknowledge that it's a little more nuanced, and honestly, you're not ever going to find me just being like, yeah, I need to rush to make sure that we're the hero in this story.
And right now, he can keep
not everything is a fucking fairy tale.
Saying this is all over, we've won, and so on. But the reality on the ground, which we can all see with our own eyes, is very different. Are you worried politically about this if it carries on?
We take the world economy last week. We're back, baby.
Longer.
Well, let me just go ahead and touch on something. And Rob had talked about it, and it's been covered like many times about oil and economics. What we have to understand is this. Just like I talked about with that geopolitical alignment that was after the U.S. dollar as a global currency, it's not about the dollar, the baht, the yen, the ruble, the dinar. It's always been about energy. Energy is a global currency. And what we knew is that you have the ability.
Yeah, and again, China's about to fucking make a deal where they push us off the petrodollar and they crash our economy. But war.
Here to not only eliminate an evil regime and stop.
Just remember, I've been saying this for a few months now.
Nuclear capabilities that could actually threaten the West as well as for our allies and ourselves, but also to help start getting a stability solution against all these Shia-backed militias who are being funded by this type of illicit trade of oil to China. Now, why does this always look as an individual thing? It's not. If you look at the geopolitical ramifications of the elimination of Maduro, that was 70% of the oil that went to China. Iran is another 20% that goes to China. That now potentially stops the unification of Taiwan or the threats across the Taiwanese Strait, even though they are building up the coastal defense, conscripts, etc. But the same thing for Russia. Russia's biggest supplier that they had actual defense goods to was actually Iran. So now you've actually got an economic loss there as well. So this is doing a lot of things for the region, not just eliminating this regime, but it will actually bounce back oil prices because we've always had issues with Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. We've always had issues with the threats of trying to go after things like with the Houthis on Saudi Aramco that had an impact on the actual oil production. So this is a momentary diversion, as Secretary of Energy Wright had said, that allows us to not only try and help to free innocent civilians who are dying, but not get boots on the ground. This is not Iraq and Afghanistan. We are not nation building. We are not looking to try and put in an implementation of Democrats. We're not trying to do an Article 76 of the 05 Constitution to set forth sectarian democracy, which hasn't existed since pre-apartheid South Africa or Northern Ireland. This is about literally just trying to go good versus evil, eliminate an evil threat, guarantee stability in the region, stop innocent lives from being lost, stop a nuclear power from coming into there, and then also look at the economic properties that will benefit the U.S. as well as for the globe.
Ryan Grimm, your response to that?
Well, I mean, one of the economic companies that would benefit is the congressman's. Congressman, you correct me if I'm wrong. You're an arms trafficker, no?
No, I'm not actually. I don't actually own a company, and I actually have divested on blind trust. I'm also the only member of Congress who actually donates 100% of my salary to women, children,
divested into a blind trust. Those are contradictory terms. If you divested, you don't own it anymore. Do you own an arms trafficking?
Dude, I love that Ryan is the last real journalist on the fucking planet.
Company.
Look, I don't actually. That's the funniest.
Keep smiling, motherfucker. You're busted.
You own an arms trafficking company.
We actually train our law enforcement and military and our police on how to do less lethals and how to help the Federal Bureau of Prisons, how to help with.
Republicans do need to learn how to make arguments with being a little less smarmy, because again, smarmy doesn't equal winning.
Enforcement departments,
despite the fact that the perception is there for
riot control in Minneapolis, New York, the blue cities around the state.
Excuse me.
It's very interesting that that's the approach you take. Whenever I actually have lost tremendous amounts of money since I've been in Congress, and guess what? That's okay. When I went into the military, I had nothing as well. And I'm just proud to be able to go ahead and serve the American people. And you can keep trying to play your foreign policy, economic elementary 101. But the reality is that you can't dispute a single thing that I said about the economics of oil trade. You can't dispute a single thing about what was actually benefiting China. You can't do anything about the Belt and Road Initiative expansion that I talked about. So let's talk on the facts as opposed to ad hominem attacks or some type of a slanderous approach.
You want a kitty treat? You want to sit pretty?
Did your company sell weapons to Ukraine while you were on the Foreign Relations Committee?
No, it didn't actually.
It didn't. There's a lawsuit that claims that it did. That this is not true.
You would have to talk to the CEO, because I can tell you that when I was there, the only thing that we did was we worked with the U.S. government to help to defeat ISIS, who was in Fallujah and Mosul, who had held that for 3+ years, raping and imprisoning young women, subjugating women, and that I'm very proud of, as well as we supplied internet donations to all the different law enforcement departments across New York, across Seattle, across Minneapolis, across New York City, across Baltimore, to stop from the riots that was going on, which everyone in the Democrat Party called the Summer of Love.
I always appreciate that.
So do you want to talk geopolitics and about what's actually
Sorry, if you guys ever want me to link a video, just ask.
happening, or go at
I used to do it like automatically, but I'm not as good at doing that.
No, I just wanted people to understand with the.
I also don't
conflict
buy and
interest
sell
that might
trade
be out there,
stocks, by the way. I
what-
don't own a single stock, just so you know. Unlike many of the others who actually benefit from Northrop Grumman, from GD, and from others, go look at quantitative analysis and see how many stocks I've traded since I've been in office. Go look at how much I own since I've been in office and before. I don't own a single penny of stock.
All right, because Stan is upstairs and Kitty is got a little special moment here. He just got himself a nice little backlog of treats.
War doesn't benefit me. I actually prefer not to have war. But the benefits of actually making sure that we understand how this looks at it economically and from a stability and safety and security perspective, I am for, especially as a member of the Foreign Affairs, especially as a proud U.S.
I'm on politics so very much I'm going to disassociate with something entertaining for a while. Going to subscribe. Best of luck. Bob Bobbington, I appreciate the sub and also the best of luck wish. Also, yeah, I totally understand, man. I did that today. I didn't listen to the Majority Report. I listened to some jazz music and read some comic books because I needed to get my brain right.
Army combat.
So I get it.
Okay, let me ask Ryan just quickly. How do you think this war now plays out?
For anyone that cares, the new Spider-Man arc called Death Spiral, pretty good.
From where we are now.
Sorry, I had to take care of the farm. So about Henry Ford.
Who knows? I think that the
what'd you ask?
president is desperate to find a way to end the war. No, you don't need to be an expert.
What's my opinion on Massey? I like him. Honestly, he's kind of won me over a little bit. At least he's principled.
To see that this is a catastrophe.
I don't agree with a lot of him, and he's voted with Trump on a lot of bad shit. But realistically, his pushback and his ability to stand against his party and on principle with the Epstein files, I have to give him credit on that.
For the United States. And it's a catastrophe for the people in Tehran who are seeing.
Like if I was in Kentucky and I knew that it was going to be between him and like a new Trump appointed candidate, I would totally vote for him, even if I was a lefty.
You know, this
or if I was a lefty in Kentucky, I mean.
This indiscriminate bombing. There was just a residential building
The
that was
people of
triple
Iran
tapped.
are chanting Javid Shah. They're asking for the Shah to come back. You're telling me millions of people are wrong?
I almost forgot you were the one blinded by thinking journalism makes soapbox and truth. What the fuck are you talking about, Tara?
People in Lebanon, Israel issued an evacuation order to 700,000 people, some of whom went to the beach. They then bombed them on the beach. The entire situation is horrifying. When he's talking about geopolitics, China is sitting back, watching the way that the United States military, its Navy and its Air Force, engage with a conventional.
Henry Ford, his first term? He wasn't a president. Henry Ford was the fucking owner of Ford Motor Works, and yes, he provided fucking parts and financial assistance to the Nazis.
Military.
He was a Nazi. He was an avowed and open Nazi sympathizer. That's why fucking I'm pretty sure that Hitler even gave him a fucking medal.
They're taking notes as we exhaust ourselves. I don't.
Yo, I'm just going based off what I remember from history, and even in my school, which we use Texas Instruments, we still learn some of this shit.
I don't understand who benefits from this beyond Israel, who once, as
they were benefiting from American oil sales too.
Gideon has said,
it was something that we weren't exactly proud of, and it was signed off by fucking FDR.
To see the countries around it reduced in power and engaged in kind of sectarian civil war and collapse.
Yeah, he was. Tara's being a dipshit.
Well, let me ask Gideon the same question. Gideon, what do you think is going to happen here?
Yes, and look up what happened in the 1930s there, Tara.
First of all, it's very hard to
look up. I mean, just do a cursory Google search. Henry Ford and the Nazi Party and get back to me. I might be a little wrong on some of my points here because I didn't Google it. I'm just going based off my fucking memory.
Because finally it depends mainly on Donald Trump. I still think that if he wishes to
realistically
put an end to it, he still
and I'm waiting for you to do it just so I don't fucking I don't have the whole chat just going, oh, well, now look, perhaps you need to look at it. No.
Again, even though I agree to the other speakers who said that we are reaching very fast in a point of no return, but he could have stopped it by now.
The Germans, he did. Just because it wasn't the Nazi party, he did sell it to... Sorry, I am one of those types of Americans that does conflate Nazis in World War I with World War II, where it was the Germans, my bad, that turned into the Nazis.
And then Israel had
my bad
to stop, even though by the time we are talking, the Israeli troops are on their way to Lebanon, starting another war.
But you are right about that. The Nazi party didn't come into existence until later.
Might last much, 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 much longer. But Israel does not benefit out of
Google's less trustworthy than my memory. As I said, you can Google it. I want you to find this out in real time. You're already not listening to me, and you already wrote me off. So why in the fuck would I continue to go and study any of this outside of just what I was like, oh, yeah, I thought it was this.
All those who lose it.
Learn me something. Come on.
Israel never benefit for any of its wars. If you go backwards, ever since 1948, no war brought any good things to Israel. They always brought either immediate losses.
He's never been that much of a student of history, but you know what he is a student of is the black pill nihilism.
Or losses for the long run.
Why don't you come and join us for our little nihilist party? My brother Eric is acting as the bouncer outside.
Like this fatal 1967 war, which stuck us with this horrible, damned occupation until this very moment. Wars don't serve interest.
I have never claimed to be a journalist, Tara. I have never claimed to be a journalist. I said I'm a commentator. I'm a political commentator. Just because you conflate the two doesn't mean that I am claiming to be that.
For the
I
long
also just
run,
realized that my cancer fund is not at 100%.
This war will not serve Israel. Maybe we can all now sell more weapons. No doubt that Israel will sell now much more weapons. We can be very proud on all kinds of James Bond operations, assassinations. That's a new hobby of Israel, assassinating half of the leadership of the Middle East in Hollywood.
By the way, I'm going to be updating this. I'm just trying to figure out a way to...
really fascinating. But by the end of
add up all those bills
the day,
without actually having all of them.
After this all glory will go away, we'll ask ourselves, what did we achieve?
I have another wave coming in like 2 weeks. I'm petrified over them.
What did we achieve in 2.5 years in Gaza? With 70,000 people killed and 1,000 babies killed. What did Israel achieve? Is it today more secure? Is Gaza a more stable place? Is the danger of Gaza smaller or bigger for the long run? Same will be here. And I'm very sorry to say it because they always say that I always spoil all those parties. No, it's not a party. It is a war which gets more and more complicated and complicates itself with endless consequences. By the way, Israel is going also to pay enormous price in the United States. The Americans will never forget Israel, who they believe pushed the United States to this.
The reason that I'm even getting a little upset right now is because I had this realistic thought of just how I can't even conceptualize how it would be to actually just be able to focus on my wife's cancer treatment and not have to fucking price everything out.
Necessary war. And by the end of the day, we'll say, oh, this was a mistake. But the next war, then we'll make it. Because we have to solve it once and for all.
The mechanical engineering, that might be worth a damn, but poli-sci, unless you're trying to become a YouTuber.
And the only once and for all,
that was a waste.
For Israel is the continuance of the occupation.
Gideon Levy and my panel, thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
But you're probably more learned than me, because I am not a poli-sci student.
Thank you.
I went to communication school.
Well, I'm joined now by Bethel Talabani. He's the president.
I went to go learn how to do this without a video element. Fun.
Of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. Mr. Talabani, thank you very much indeed for joining me on Uncensored.
What about communications? I went to communication school.
I know you spoke to President Trump a few days ago. What is your overview about where we are with this war right now?
First of all, my pleasure to be here. Overview of where we are in the war so far is you could argue that many of the U.S. military objectives have been achieved.
How dare you have to budget just because of my partner's misfortunes?
Severely depleted ability to strike.
It's not just budget. You do understand that, like... All right, I'm going to just say it. The reason that I am freaking out is because I could lose my home over this, which I have been diligently paying off for many years now. And it's all because my wife got cancer and we can't get like the state forgiveness until we have a certain amount of, hospital bills that I was told by a nurse advocate that we have to have all of them. Otherwise, we're going to be fucked later. Say if she needs another wave of treatment and then the surgery, it's fucked. Okay. Like, and as I said, like the $5,000 mark, like I'm scared to even change it, but God, yeah, I might have to, I actually might have to ban you because that's fucked up.
Government to an extent.
Elaborate communication school. Communications? You don't know what communications school is? Like, I learned how to be a broadcaster and I learned how to actually do like broadcast journalism. I learned how they do licensing. I learned how to do sound design. I learned how to work a microphone.
Weakened.
And I learned how to be an on-air talent. That's what communication school is.
And also, I believe there's no real capability of any kind of nuclear weapon creation. Having said that, there's still a lot of bombing. The people of Kurdistan are certainly terrified. Iraq is under a lot of pressure. You see what's happening in the Emirates and the Arabic countries. Sure. And the Iranian regime doesn't really show any signs of cracking.
I know I don't have to explain myself to strangers. Melly, this has nothing to do with this. I would explain this anyway. I'm pretty much an open book, minus that.
And also, there's been.
I don't say what my day job is because I don't want anybody fucking coming from YouTube to try and take my day job away because that's the only money I actually fucking have. So forgive me if I'm a little fucking protective of that.
There's been no real. There's been no real uprising or demonstration or even hint thereof until now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that I've been looking for, which is, where is the rising up of the people? There was a belief that maybe the Kurds were going to lead the rebellion and so on. But of course, I'd imagine that many people, not just the Kurds, but everyone in the civilian population has memories of what happened in January.
I appreciate it, guys. Like, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
Many thousands of protesters were killed. But secondly, there are bombs raining down all over the country. And that makes even venturing onto the street an extremely dangerous, potentially...
Fair enough. I hope you can get some donations to help with the day job.
Life-threatening thing to be doing. Never mind what the revolution...
As I said, I mean, my dream aside...
guard.
That's what's weird. Like before, and that's why I do get a little hung up on this, is because it was easier before my wife's cancer diagnosis, excuse me. And now it's all just,
All the other militia.
I have a different focus now, and it sucks. Like, fuck the American healthcare system is all I will say, and I will elaborate on that every time I get the chance to, because it is fucked.
They do if they find you there. So it seems to me the double-pronged...
Brother, I pray she recovers and your community surrounds you with love and support. They do.
Threat to people.
I wasn't asking for federal support. What are you talking about?
If they do take to the streets, is very...
I was talking about getting the hospitals to forgive my fucking bills.
...pronounced right now, and the danger is very...
Which, again, because we have this fucking really shitty situation where, like, I hope I can break this to you as, like, just easy as possible. The hospital said, do not even try to consolidate my debts until we are done with this, because we could get a surprise bill that would then not be under that umbrella and we would be completely fucked. The thing that they didn't tell me was that these bills still get sent to collections.
Be real.
I would agree with that.
And they haven't really elaborated on how that works, where it's just like, so what do I do now?
But I would add another prong. I think there's three prongs of concern. One of them is the zip code that the postcode, sorry, that the Iran is in. Just look at the recent years. Iran is in the
People
code of
yeah. I hope nobody has to ever understand what I'm fucking going through.
Afghanistan, Armenia,
or my wife. You know what? Fuck that. No. Again, this isn't about me, man. Like my wife is the one that's actually going through this shit. She's the one going through treatment right now. She's the one that needs all the focus, all the love, all the care. Literally, I'm just trying to fucking make enough so we don't lose our home. And yeah.
Syria.
God damn it, I'm about to break down.
Turkmenistan, and Iraq.
I hope you guys understand this. Like, it's one of the shittiest situations that I have ever had in my life, and I just lost my mom not even a year ago, so.
Persians are a very well-educated, beautiful people.
Kind of gone through it.
Very old and ancient people, and it's difficult for them to see them going through what these countries around them have gone through, and this is also a real major concern. In fact, last time, a lot of the middle class and a lot of the professional class didn't get involved in any of the demonstrations, regardless of their
thanks for the jewels, guys.
Political view, because of this fear. This fear has not been alleviated at all, and it exists in Iran.
If, as at the moment seems more likely than not, the regime remains in place, you know, Donald Trump did talk very early on that he wanted
we have love for your
regime
thanks.
change,
I really
but
appreciate it.
he made it clear he wanted the people to lead that. If that doesn't happen, can the United States legitimately claim victory?
Also, thanks for all the jewels, and thanks, guys.
Judging by
Sorry.
some of the statements that were made, the initial objectives militarily, I think some of them have been achieved. Victory for Mr. Trump, I think you could argue it either way. My personal opinion is really the sooner the better. Don't underestimate the shock and the damage the assassination of the Supreme Leader has had on the psyche of the country as a whole. I think that shouldn't be underestimated. We're in danger of this becoming like a wound from Excalibur, a wound that never heals. And I think that should be taken into account.
There have been reports that Kurdish armed groups...
Shift to fun half? Yeah, we'll go to fun half.
Who, of course, have fought the Iranian regime for a very...
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. I'm not even paying attention to this fucking guy. All right. Ooh, before fun half, I wanted to show you guys this. Take it for what you will. This is insane. This guy is AIPAC CEO bragging about controlling Trump's national security officials such as Marco Rubio, John Radcliffe, and Mike Waltz.
But as we were talking about, there was a discussion earlier.
You can barely hear it, so there's a discussion earlier about Congress being representatives of the people, while the White House have to be responsive to Congress.
So it's working with, at the time, our friends on the Democratic side of the aisle.
All right, we can
apply pressure.
If you guys can't understand it, I'll reread this back to you, but I think I can understand it now. That first bit was a little rough.
They know how to.
Some cat videos. Well, maybe we will runs.
As it will be with this administration. Bob was talking about the people who will get appointed into some of these jobs. Look at the top level. You talk about Marco Rubio and Elise.
Like top level, you talk about Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik. Oh, Elise Stefanik, Michael Walls. Adam, why didn't you mention Elise Stefanik? Those three people have something in common.
Those three people have something in common.
They all serve Congress, and they all have a relationship with AIPAC leaders from the communities.
With key AIPAC leaders from their communities.
So the lines of communication are good. Should there be something questionable or curious that we need to access on the conversation?
Or curious that we need access on the conversation to. You never know. One of the first candidates I ever met with as an AIPAC professional in my job was meeting candidates for Congress was a guy.
John Radcliffe. Yeah, okay, so John Radcliffe was the first person that he had ever met with.
Challenging a long-time incumbent member of Congress in Dallas.
Man, I'm glad that this came out. We don't need more context on the fact that the CEO of AIPAC just said everything that we knew. Okay, let's fucking go. Here, real quick, let me do this. All right. I put this together. It's not as high effort as I would have liked. I'm sorry. Ooh, damn. Here, let me shrink that just a little bit. Last time on Pep Talks. God damn it. Why is it so low? Hold on. Where's my volume? There we go. I'll start this again. There we go. Last time on Pep Talks.
How you doing? What's up? How's it going?
I was laughing so hard because somebody put in my group chat, who's this
This is only a minute long, but it's a little recap.
Qatari person that you're accepting money from? And I was like, Qatari person, what are you talking about? And I got a link to your stream saying that I'm funded by some Qatari person, which is very silly and not true. So anyway, I
Do
would
you
love to hop
oh
on.
wait, hold on, wait, just check it real quick. Are you not a recipient of money from the I want to call it the amygdala fund, but I know that's not what it's called. There's a guy who, do you know what I'm referring to, or are you gonna?
Are you talking about the Omidyar?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Okay, so Pierre
pull the
Omidyar.
computer down. What are you
Omidyar.
doing?
It's in it through an LLC.
Wait, if you just said it's through an LLC, then that means it's not directly funded by him. 1630
Yes.
fund, and the same thing
Yes,
with Chorus.
it is funded. To answer your question, yes, it is funded by Pierre Omidyar. Yes, that is what we are told when we are
I
started.
didn't
And you know
ask
why?
if it was funded by Pierre Omidyar. I said it was the sole funder, Pierre Omidyar. Is the LLC
Yes.
that it gets money
No,
from, the
it's funded
only
by
person
Pierre
Oh,
that puts money in
Omidyar.
the LLC is Pierre Omidyar.
I think Google, like it is referred to
As I said, low effort. I didn't even put it in
in
edits.
major Politico headlines as a well-known dark money group. I
No,
don't know what
yes,
to tell
wait,
you.
wait. 1630 is a dark money
Yes.
group, but everybody downstream from that is not automatically a dark money group.
They're accepting dark money.
They're
You can't
God, she's dumb.
accept
She's so dumb sometimes.
political funding. You can't take part in political.
Again, the fact that she's an actual journalist. Ugh.
Notice how you changed it again? Okay, but thank you for admitting
No,
that.
not-
Okay,
I'm
go on
just-
to the next
I'm
part.
just
Yep.
saying,
Okay.
I don't know the way that they word it specifically, but I can promise you that journalists and this is a very important thing that I think a lot of people don't realize about journalists, yourself included, that we cannot accept that sort of money. That would be very unethical. Our reporting, because the one influencer that posted part of her contract actually confirmed, she inadvertently confirmed our reporting. And that's, if you look at the response, people are like, oh, this confirms what she
Then
said.
why not just publish the contract? If they're showing you that to bolster it, why just publish
I
a part of
understand-
it?
Well, you'll have to call the lawyers up and ask why they don't let people publish source material. But what I will tell you
So
is
you're
that
telling
most
me
And now, the conclusion. Oh shit! I didn't realize I already did it. And now the conclusion. I fucked up my own thing. All right, let's go for it. Oh boy.
we are citing the copies of the contract.
what is citing when you're summarizing, you're giving your opinion.
No, we're citing. No, we're not. No, there's
There are no
I have a very
quotes.
different opinion on it.
There are no quotes in here. You said,
Just-
according to copies of the contract made by Wired that creators signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Core.
All right, so just a little background for anybody that's just joining us. This is Taylor Lorenz versus Destiny. I'm sure you guys know who Destiny is, but Taylor Lorenz is a left-wing, not left-wing journalist, depending on what day she or who she's talking to, who did a hit piece on something called Chorus, which was run by Brian Tyler Cohen, and it's like a leftist liberal media space where creators get paid by Chorus to just produce their content. They get a monthly stipend, or not even a monthly. They get a stipend like per video or like whatever they do. But either way, it's a way to pay leftists and make sure that they don't have to be in a position kind of like me where they have to do like another job, and then they can always focus on the content, which is great. But she decided that wow, this is sus. This is weird. So she looked into it, and the 1630 fund was exposed as being one of the funders, which that is technically a dark money group. She's not wrong about that, because they don't have to, like, when you say dark money, it's not as, like, sinister as you think, because unfortunately, Donald Trump made it a lot easier for these entities to not have to disclose who pays them. So my biggest thing is, we are going into it with the cynicism that the 1630 fund is somehow, this dark money group is going to pull a fast one and make everybody do a fucking John Fetterman. Or they say that you can't talk about Gaza, you can't talk about XYZ, blah, 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 blah. I honestly, and this is my probably unpopular opinion here, I am going to give them the benefit of the doubt on this one and just say, no, I don't think that's the case. She also misrepresented how the contracts were presented, to the point where even I was confused by that, because after rewatching this, I realized, oh, they did sign different contracts. That's okay. That means that they were open to negotiations, which per her fucking reporting, I thought was just not a thing. I thought it was all a blanket contract. And realistically, the damage has already been done. This happened in August, so this was a while ago. But realistically, the only person that really kind of benefited from all this was Taylor and the right wing. Because now we have less people to combat the bullshit that's going on in this fucking leftist online space. And now she also did this thing where she put on a layer of suspicion on anybody that takes chorus money. So if you see a Jolly Good Ginger, now you have to be sus on whether he took chorus money. Do I have to wonder if he got paid specifically for this story or not? I don't do that, but that's what she did. And I hope that she pats herself on the back for that. And this is where I have to give Destiny a little bit of credit for calling her bullshit out, because he did a cursory look at who pays her and kind of found that, yeah, she takes what she would equivocate as dark money. She takes money from a fucking billionaire PAC that, and I say PAC because she said she's acting like she gets a check from this billionaire. No, she gets paid by his LLC, so it's a PAC. And she's somehow acting like she is better. She has the moral high ground on this one, which I have to say, good for her. I'm so glad that she can get her little pats on the back.
Chorus or the 1635.
If I sound a little fucking salty, it's also because I did have a little thing with Chorus where I had an opportunity, and because of Taylor's reporting and because of a lot of talks back and forth with leftist creators and people in these spaces, I decided to not do it. This was pre my wife's cancer, so I do come at this with a little bit of, a little bit of a different outlook, because I do think that if my wife's my wife got diagnosed while I got that offer, I would have taken it.
Fund.
But yeah, holier than thou, Taylor. Well, and this is honestly, look at the fact that she has an adversarial relationship with most leftist creators. Look at the fact that most people are very suspicious of the way that she goes about things. I'm suspicious of the ones that take chorus money and have the same wooden background and decor as the others.
Oh,
well, again, it's kind of like saying, oh my God, they this is what happened with Midas Touch. Midas Touch bought in bulk a whole bunch of fucking microphones. Adam Mockler got the same exact microphone as everybody else on the Midas Touch network.
So wait, I'm sorry. It was with Chorus and the
I think the wooden background thing is a little lame, if you want me to be completely real. Like, then you have Adam Mockler, who did when Adam Mockler said that he did it as like a, it was calculated that he wears hoodies because he feels like he comes off as more authentic. I was just like, oh, fuck you.
1635. Not the limited thing that you just claimed a second ago. So was that
is
that a misprint?
Or you could just wear hoodies and do your fucking, your coverage. Whatever, man.
In your article?
No. So Chorus, the Chorus funding program, which is what the article is about.
No, that's not what this says. This says, according to copies of the...
But this is what pains me. Not a Destiny fan. Need to preface this. I am not a Destiny fan. I call him Sex Pestiny. I think that he honestly should have been booted from the left way before he was. But here we are. Destiny's the one calling her on her bullshit, and I got it. Yeah, calculated authenticity, LeMayo.
The contract reviewed by Wired that creators signed. The influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 16th.
Is that why he has the mocklet? If I get this bad haircut, everybody will they'll like me a little bit more.
30 fund. Or
their
functionally.
relationship.
That's why I do my forced part, so they do make fun of me for being bald, so everybody feels like I'm one of the normal guys.
Of course, being the funding program that they're part of. The funding program that they're part of. That is what we're talking about.
Okay, don't necessarily.
Again,
I think that probably should have been spelled out there. But the biggest problem here is you're not citing the contract. This is your interpretation of the contract.
No, it's not our interpretation of it. It's not.
There's no
not.
quotes.
It is what the Well, I'm sorry we didn't put quotes around the sort of the legalese.
That's what it means. That's how that works. You claim to be a journalist, but you don't do the basic fucking tenets of journalism.
Is when you cite something, you say legalese
No.
is simple contract language.
Yeah, no. Taylor, you either highlight it and then you attribute it to the actual document, or you quote it. You don't do this disingenuous bullshit where it could be interpreted as just your opinion.
Nothing here is that complicated.
Again, I think you got to go to journalism school. Citing
you didn't. Obviously, you did not.
Something.
I, ironically, am probably the only one sitting here in this, whatever this is, that did.
Doesn't mean necessarily that you're quoting directly from it. You can just say what it says. So for instance, you mentioned Trump's tax returns. You can say, according to Trump's tax returns, he paid X, Y, Z. That doesn't mean that you're directly quoting from
I'm pretty
his
sure for the tax return
returns.
stuff, they were literally publishing the 10.
You actually publish the tax return.
40 front pages and stuff. But
no, this actually proves to me that she actually kind of sucks at journalism if this is her interpretation of it.
Sometimes. But I'm saying that you can cite documents without quoting directly from them. In fact, look at the OpenAI dispute, right, with the Pentagon. The Atlantic story by Ross Anderson.
I thought you said you turned it down because you weren't comfortable with the contract and that they were giving me. Yeah, no, initially I was, but no, I did kind of hide the fact that actually, Sylvie, even you saying that you quit my channel, that kind of played into it.
It's not citing, it's not quoting throughout the exact nature, the exact language
there's
of the contract.
there's a world where I could agree to you, but you're giving a very huge summary.
But realistically, I mean, just because that was like a small part of it, that was not like what overall made me go, No, the slap suit stuff was
What's going to...
And again, I can't say too much about that because even that is going a little too far.
Contract without any underlying quotation at all.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. Again, I'm sorry that there's not more quotes in there from you, but there is.
Yeah. So but this is what we discussed yesterday, Sylvie. I was not aware that I could negotiate the contract per her reporting. I thought that it was, like I said, a set in stone thing. So I was like, oh, it's a blanket contract. There's no way, so this is just a slap suit for everybody, whatever.
I know it sucks that I really wish there was like good journalism where I could rely on what's being said in the article instead of your interpretation. And you clearly have demonstrated multiple times in this conversation that you don't understand the funding structures. You don't understand how these hybrid entities work. You don't understand. You don't know what 499 is. You've described this over and over again. But I'm supposed to. I don't know how many fact checkers. I don't know how many fact checkers and what editors were involved on this. I don't know for this one. I have no idea. Why are there different segments of their company that report on different things and fact check in different ways? I don't know what fact checking went into every single part of this.
Why don't you look at what section it's under? And why don't you think if you think that the Wired Politics section is my personal blog that doesn't
I never said it was a personal.
He didn't say that.
Blog, but I think that this.
God, she fucking always goes to like these weird places.
Standards. I don't think this article should have been published without more evidence in the article. I would say that easily, of course. If you want to get somebody from Wired to argue with me, you can ask them to come out and say, "Hey, tell Destiny why he's such an idiot on what the journalistic standard should be for this article." I would gladly talk to anybody from Wired about it. 100%.
I think that if you want to claim that you personally would like more direct quotes, and that would have helped you personally better understand the article, or maybe
it would have helped. It would have substantiated the claims made in the article, which are largely unsubstantiated.
I won't claim to be the most educated man, but Taylor is really sounding full of shit and seriously not putting quotations around a supposed quote.
They are substantiated by directly from the contract. We are.
Yeah, but then so we missed this part. She refused to send the contract to Destiny. She said, "Go get it from one of the Core's creators."
You're right that we didn't.
When she has it she's like, "I can't show you my sources." It's like, fuck you.
But quotes.
If you have a copy of the contract, send it to him in a fucking DM so he can call you on this. But no. I have a feeling that if he actually saw the contract and then read it back to you, you might actually have some problems there.
Around that language, but that language is almost, it's very similar to
If it was very similar, then why not just have a quote?
Because, again, well,
Although,
for many
Sylvie, if they told me to have like an all wooden background, I wouldn't have done that either.
reasons. One, when you're writing a story like this, the sourcing is very clear, and when you're continually putting quotes, there's editorial reasons not to do that. And again, I just want you to think about
this is an op-ed. I would say that this is an op-ed. This is an op-ed. This is clearly an op-ed. This is an opinion.
No, it
This
is
is an
There's
opinion
no
piece.
It should have been an opinion.
It is. Everything is an opinion. You don't have the original contract. We can't see it from the public. You're quoting that you're claiming that you're citing to something, a citation to material that we don't even have. So I don't know if I can even trust your citations. Other people, of course, have come out contradicting what you've said.
You're right. You don't have my.
No, but that's on you to, like, dude, the article's already out. Now you can start citing sources.
Source material,
The contract, correct? Yes. And you're
also, wait a minute. When did it become a thing that you can't cite your sources or give, like, the sourcing, like, where you got the information? Like, when did this become a thing?
Not quoting from.
Like, once the article's out, you don't have to really worry about that shit at all.
And it's notable that
Unless it's like, you know, you're doing an investigation with somebody that is in like a legal. Okay, so this is where it is a little different, like as far as like a criminal element kind of thing. But no, what she's talking about, there's no reason to hide the contract.
don't have source.
She's already released bits and pieces of it that benefit her hit piece, and that's what I'm going to call it, her hit piece. And then she refuses to release the rest to Destiny, who's just like, no, I want to see where this is sourced from. Like, I would like to actually see the contract.
You don't have direct source material of anything that you're
Yeah, because you refuse to give it to him, Taylor.
claiming. You're claiming all this.
You're
stuff about
the one
contract.
making the
You're claiming all
claims.
this, and I have the source material which we reference.
Yeah, but
So
we don't
if
have
you-
access to
You don't have
it, so we don't know if your
Thank
references
you.
are good. Your
Oh my
opinions on it could be flawed.
Yes.
I know that you think that.
Oh my God, she's fucking incredibly annoying.
Again, this just goes back to this idea of people like not understanding the process of journalism, and I think that this is
No! And the fact that she even fucking tried to insinuate that all political commentators are essentially journalists is so disingenuous. No, honest to God, she has a problem that left-wing creators that she didn't like were getting paid. And they didn't have to do the YouTube thing. They didn't have to fucking focus on the algorithm. They didn't have to do any of that. They just got paid. That's at least how I'm interpreting it, because what's the fucking problem?
To be clear, just to be ultra rigidly clear, this is an example of bad journalism. This isn't an opinion. You're referencing a contract that we don't.
Damn, she couldn't even articulate what the actual problem with the 1630 fund was. Sylvie, you did a better portion of that for me when we first discussed this.
Have access to that
You
we
wanna
can't
know my
verify or
opinion? It's not in
validate.
the story. It's not in the story. You never asked my
Lito, stop.
opinion. If you want to know my opinion on all of this, I'll happily share. It's not in the story. It's not anywhere in the story. But I would happily share my opinion on it if you're interested to know.
No, I just wish that the article itself would have actually.
All she had to say was the source. The source is Sylvie. The source is the contract. She has a copy of the chorus contract that Destiny was now asking for that copy of the contract, which she knows that if she discloses that to him, technically she's in murky waters because she shouldn't even have that.
Actually, like substantiated anything it said with actual excerpts from the
It
contract.
is-
That would go
Okay, again,
really,
you
really,
want
really
more
far.
quotes.
But yeah, no, I do agree with you. So literally all she had to say is the source wanted to remain anonymous and you cannot publish the document due to it being able to be... sorry, Sylvie, I haven't done that in a while.
I want more quotes from the
Read the goddamn comment.
contract. I totally accept
I
that.
want
That's something
the
you want.
material that was used to substantiate the op.
Yeah, she's so full of BS.
You want
that I
source
read. That's what I
material
want.
because you
I
don't
want the
believe
op-ed to be
journalism, so you want-
substantiated with the
there's
actual
no
material. That would
op-ed.
be
No, she's full of shit, and that's why...
so nice. That would be so
Destiny,
cool.
It's just simply not an op-ed.
Okay.
It's simply not an op-ed. And
Guys, I actually mean this. I wasn't going to do this, but because Taylor actually did kind of like directly have an impact on this one, I think that it's time to start tweeting at her to get a hold of me because, yeah, I would like either some answers or is she gonna donate to this? Because
and to dismiss
you could argue that I wouldn't be in this position.
journalism like this is very disappointing.
Although
I understand it's hard for influencers. I understand this. I understand that it is a confusing media landscape.
immediately a lawyer's just like, no, you said you would be. It's like, I know. God damn it.
I would argue that these
Pep Law was just like, I wouldn't take me as a client.
Funding schemes could, participate in sort of.
I just don't know how I feel about somebody like you who gets money from a dark money fund, who's
I don't
publishing
get
hit
money from a
pieces on
dark
other
money
influencers
By your fucking metrics, yes, you do.
and political
Oh my
orgs
God,
without
I
disclosing
don't-
any of the source material the stuff came from because you wanted to get paid by Wired instead of publishing it independently. That's just a lot of stuff that's all coming
first of
together
all,
that makes me a little bit
first of all,
nervous about the
I
sourcing
would-
of the material.
You know what? I'm gonna say it. I've been holding off on this one, but I know why she's gonna die alone, a fucking cat lady, and it ain't by choice.
I would get paid more if I published it
Holy
independently.
shit!
I would have
Could
made
you
way
imagine dating this?
more
Holy shit!
than what I made from Wired.
How
to
much did you get
Freelance.
paid by Wired for it?
Not very much. Let me tell you. For months
Well,
and
how
months
much?
of
How much? Disclose it,
Report-
since you're so fucking honest.
I don't think I can share my rate, but
Why? Is it because of fucking contracts?
Oh, so you're not allowed to disclose. Do you know what Wired's
Yo, I just went
funding mechanism is for everything? Does Wired publicly publish where they get all their money from?
Wired gets money from subscriptions and
Holy fuck!
advertising. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're open. I don't know. You have to look at Condé Nast tax filings.
Because she'd look bad.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All
But
of their
I
all
will-
of their sources are publicly available.
Guarantee you it was in the 10K range.
Because otherwise, wouldn't that make Wired a dark money
I didn't get paid that much, but 10K.
fund, and you're not even disclosing
No.
the amount that you're receiving from Wired for it?
Dude, I got to give Destiny a lot of credit on this one, more so than yesterday. Because no, I'm glad that we're watching the back half of this. Like, fuck her.
No.
And now I don't care. I don't care.
Do you think that? Do you think?
I didn't before, but holy shit, Taylor, why do you have to suck this bad? Why? And what really annoys me is that people, like, they go to your stuff and, like, they constantly, like, it just makes it so I can't even listen to her about the AI. I can't listen to her about the fucking, like, the few subjects I agree with her on, like net neutrality. Because she's like this.
The journalists should have to report how much money they get paid to write articles for companies that they don't work
Oh,
for.
Half your hair is turning
I
gold, bro.
actually would love transparency.
Well, then why don't you
because one-
start? Wait, then why don't you publish it?
I'm doing like Goku the first time where it's
Because we agree not to share rates.
Oh,
but one,
so then what's the
but
problem
one-
with companies like Chorus?
we agree not to share rates. Wait. Wait. Why's that?
They have their agreements, but they're all obeying the law. They're all doing what's legally
I'm
required
not
of them.
I'm public. What is the difference between a journalist publicly writing for a news outlet?
Because one's actually claiming to be a journalist. The other thing, your opinion on the Chorus people is that they're journalists and they need to be held to the same standard as you because you suck.
And a influencer taking part.
Now I know why, like, moms hate her. I get it. Because, like, I read through the comment section on one of her videos about, like, parenting. Holy shit, she got fucking cooked. And, like, I know that I've had, as being childless myself, I have had to be careful with, like, walking that tightrope where I'm just like, okay, or be like, I don't want to be preachy, but holy fucking shit, dude. The way that she has, like, some of the worst opinions ever, I'm just going to say that, but then she's also a bullshit
A
journalist.
secret political influence scheme?
It's not a secret
Well,
influence
for
scheme. You
one,
yourself
I'm
said they
It's
were
not
already
a secret
public
political
about Chorus.
influence scheme.
You just
No, it was the funding scheme that I wrote about.
My
the
watch just told me, hey, you're being a little loud, bud.
1630 fund stuff was not public. The political influence scheme was not public. I'm sorry, it was not public.
The fact that creators were part of Chorus, were part of this group.
If she can't substantiate stuff as easy as this, how can I trust that she's getting information right on her own work? The thing is, I can't trust that she is a non-biased fucking voice in this because of the way that she fucking won't disclose certain things. And she's weaselly. Oh my God, she's literally fucking weaselly.
That was public information.
No. Most of the creators mentioned actually, it was not public at all.
Hold on.
Some
No.
creators
I'm saying that
publicly affiliated with
there were
Chorus because
people,
they're founding
nothing
members.
about it was mandated to be private, that they were in Chorus. They have YouTube videos
That's fucking ferret.
of themselves on Chorus panels and talking about stuff. None of this was not.
Chorus itself was public, but not everyone affiliated with Chorus is in the the funding scheme with 1630 fund. So there are
Yes, they are.
people that were affiliated.
No. All the funding comes from that. You even said it. It's top down. What do you mean?
With Chorus that were not part of the
So wait. I read that whole fucking article. Not once did she say that.
Funding scheme.
No, so that was left, the onus was left on us to differentiate between a creator that took money and one that didn't. When she insinuated that they all took money from Chorus, from the 1630 fund, and that was her big problem with it?
Funding scheme is what was secret. It was a secret political influence funding scheme.
Weren't they
And
all
that was
part of
not
the same thing,
public.
but just some were getting paid and some weren't?
No, some are not part of that. Some also like are moving forward with the second cohort. Some are not.
God, I wish Uni was in chat right now because she has some opinions on Taylor Lorenz that, yeah, we laugh about pretty fucking hard.
I would love if they would publish a full roster, but regardless,
Are they legally required to?
Just a heads up that my wife can go a little mean girly sometimes. Like
no,
her Regina comes out.
That's a problem I point out in the article. But journalist freelancing for a news outlet is nothing like a political influencer taking part in a secret political influence campaign. Journalist freelancing, and
That's not what it is, though, and you're still disingenuously framing it that way.
I totally
That
agree.
they're not
Obviously-
required. They're not required to publicly disclose, right?
No, that's what I point out in the article, is that they're not required to by law, and that's a huge problem in our political ecosystem. And
That wasn't what the fucking article was about. It wasn't about how that's the problem. It was about how Chorus is the problem. God, she's so disingenuous.
something that I wish that both parties would work to address, because I think transparency is good.
Hey, both parties. I wish both parties, because, yeah, the right wing, this giant fucking funded wing of politics that just, they throw money at anybody that has a fucking microphone and half an opinion. But here you are, the arbiter of who can say what on the left. Good job. I'm glad that we elected Taylor to be the keeper of leftist propaganda. I'm so happy that we did that.
Why, as I said to you
Did I vote for her? No.
before,
Did I have anybody else to vote for? I don't think so.
wish that
Is it between her or Hassan? I don't know.
pay rates across the board
Sorry, that's not fair.
for freelancers
I shouldn't pull Hassan into this.
were also all equal. I mean, I've worked at places where I found out that the person next to me is making thousands of dollars more for the same work as I do. Pay transparency overall is very
And you still
good.
maintain that the people that were part.
Yeah, you still fucking refuse to say how much you got paid for that article. God, she's so disingenuous and dishonest.
Of Chorus.
Holy shit.
That they had content restrictions.
I dare say that this bitch is a liar.
On the types of things that they could say.
Fucking Christ.
What we cite in the article is that content, and correct me if I'm wrong because you have the article in front of you, content produced with Chorus funds was under restriction, I think, if it says in the article. You'll have to read the exact language that we use in the article.
I'm sorry, so your headline.
I wonder if she actually knows that she fucked over a this space creator.
As part of your headline here, you say that an initiative aimed at boosting Democrats' online influencers, at boosting Democrats online, offers influencers up to
Carson Lovelace. Thank you for subbing.
$1,000 a month
Appreciate
to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. The implication there being the type of content that they make publicly.
Yeah, so you can read kind of like it where those instances were sort of outlined.
So you think that so you still maintain that Chorus,
that's her opinion,
was telling people that they couldn't talk about the genocide in Palestine, or that
literally that's her opinion.
They were.
No, our article doesn't say anything like that.
What were the
That's not in
content
the article.
restrictions implied by the headline?
That nowhere does it say anything about
What were the
Gaza.
content?
But that's what other people took from it, you disingenuous bitch. I can't fucking stand her. God damn it. If there is one fucking content creator on YouTube that I have officially just had it with, it's her.
Restrictions implied.
I am unfucking subbing from her channel if I am still subbed. I think that I unsubbed, but no more of this bullshit. I don't give a fuck what she has to say anymore. She sucks.
The headline then.
Why don't you read further in the article?
I did read in the article. You don't substantiate anything though, so I'm just curious what you think the content restrictions.
We cite the contract. We cite the
You
contract.
don't. You don't though.
You Taylor Lorenz.
Why don't you read that? Pull it up and I'll read it for you. This is so exhausting. I need to get back to doing
Unsubbing.
actual work. Hold on. Let's see.
Wait.
So let's
Just
read
so you guys can
exactly
see
the
it.
portion that you-
I'll do this on cam. Fucking over it. Let's unsubscribe. Fuck you. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is.
You're asking about.
Breathe? No. 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 I'm actually, I need to be this mad at her. She sucks. She fucking sucks.
Split and have restrictions on what sort of policies content could produce.
Nomad? Oh, dude. MAGA, you guys got to be loving this shit. Not sure if you're from MAGA Nomad, not trying to insinuate you are, but just saying in general, gotta get some MAGA in chat. I'm mad at Taylor Lorenz for being a disingenuous person that somehow became an authority in certain spaces as a journalist when she has the journalistic integrity of a Trump supporter.
Program kicked off last month. Creators were told that
She doesn't understand that, like, she literally, like, tries to push her confirmation bias through her reporting, which she has no business being a journalist. She should be a political commentator. She cannot, like, this is the reason that I'm not registered as a fucking journalist. It's because I am an opinion columnist, technically.
Wired, so I'm just reading it. Some creators also raised concerns about a slew of restrictive clauses in the contract. Influencers included in communication about the program and in some cases on.
Don't know your political views, but it looks like you've been staring into the void for too long. Go build a meaningful relationship with people who live outside. Somebody who is a little too online, admittingly, I do actually have very good personal relationships with my friends and my family, and I do value my time offline. I just explained how I today did not listen to any politics before I started my show. I read some comic books and listened to some good music.
Session. This is all us again citing our sources for those.
So you're mad she's getting paid for bullshit and you're not? No, mad. I am mad because technically I could have gotten paid by Chorus here. I could have, but she had to go and make it this thing that it's not.
Receiving payments include we mentioned a bunch of people. According of copies of the contract viewed by Wired and that the creators signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with.
Yeah, it's a little shitty. Like, could you imagine? Just you might not do content creation, but just imagine this: you go into a new job, right? You're doing pretty good, and you do some you're doing consistent work. You get a lot of good compliments from your boss. Someone like her comes in, right? All of a sudden, starts talking to the boss and just saying, hey, by the way, I think that, it's a little different, but I think that they might be taking some money on the side. Meanwhile, she's taking, like, all these side gigs. She gets paid, like...
Or the 1630 fund.
No, she sucks.
Or functionally that they're being paid.
I have a job, asshole.
At all.
I literally have a job and I do this. Like, I do this for the love of the game. Find some passion for something. Go get a hobby.
So we know that they could disclose their relationship with Chorus, but you're saying at this point...
Just because you don't have a fucking talent doesn't mean that you have to shit on people that do.
What you meant was they couldn't disclose that they were part of the Chorus creator program.
God. The amount of people that didn't have parents that told them they loved them.
Yeah, their relationship in the funding program, which is what this article is about, the funding program. Chorus itself is publicly linked.
Hey, Robin. I gotta say, I was actually like, I'm going from a pretty bad mood to, I'm happy to see you. You always bring a smile to my face. Thank you for being here. It's always good to see you.
To the Chorus, the news article about Chorus, and we cite Ken Benson.
Also, love to the OGs.
Public reporting on Chorus. Following initial outreach, many creators expressed concern about some of the stipulations. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them, said one creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined and asked not to be named.
No, because they misunderstood the contract. This is the part that I looked back on, and I'll just say, no, it's to make sure that you don't have a double booking. So, for instance, if Brian Tyler Cohen has fucking Ro Khanna on, that you didn't try to book Ro Khanna at the same time, so they could work that out internally. It's also not prioritizing one creator over the other. like she would probably insinuate in that case.
I get Zoran and he wants to do an interview with me. I don't want to give that to them.
So you're
no, actually, that's one thing I'll even say, like, outside of no. I would, like, for instance, if I got an interview with Kat, I would not have had to give that to them. I would not have even had to let them know about that.
Citing his opinion.
No, she's wrong about that.
On his contract there, yes.
No, not his opinion. No, not his opinion.
It was unless you were trying to book it, like, through Chorus.
That's what he was told by Chorus. So he was told that by Chorus. And
Well, he's telling you this, right? This is not a direct quote.
No, it's not a direct quote from Chorus.
Have the original. We also have the Zoom calls and we have text messages and everything that back up all of
You
our
have
claims.
text messages or Zoom calls with a Chorus representative saying you are not allowed to book your own
I remember when Papa Roach first came out with the CD. Cut my life into pieces.
political interviews or whatever. They say that.
That's actually just directly written in the contract.
This is my favorite tart. Gonna share it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually
sure would
just
be nice
directly-
if you put that in a quotation anywhere, but okay.
Well, again, sorry that we didn't put more quotes.
Well, I know it'd be
but-
good reporting and good
Gonna share it. 4 pieces might have a...
journalism to do.
I have the king slice because it was mine.
So, but I
I lost it at the end, but whatever.
understand we're just in the nebulous world of
reporting and good
opinions here.
journalism
That's okay.
site.
Sorry about your wife. Cancer is a bitch. It is.
Standard for op-eds is
Fastmeister.
a lot lower. That's
and
fine.
There's no op-ed, and
Thanks,
this,
man.
Tessie, are you going to actually engage with this or not?
I can't engage with anything. You're telling me to just believe you and trust you on the contracts
I'm
that you
not.
read that
I'm
aren't available publicly anyway.
It's going well right now.
I can't anything. I can't do
I
anything.
know
Yeah.
you don't
Day by day.
understand how source material.
But you don't understand how
anyway.
contracts work. So I mean, I'd rather see the source
Well,
material
here's
than
some
go
quotes.
on your
Here's-
opinion about the
here's some
contract.
quotes. Here's some quotes for you. Creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources.
I'm gonna just say the worst concert I've ever seen. It sticks out in my head so fucking hard that I can still just be like, if you ever have the chance to see Modest Mouse, don't.
That they receive as part of the program
That was the worst show I have ever
to
seen.
make content that supports or opposes any political candidate or campaign without
Modest
express
Mouse and
authorization.
Franz Ferdinand.
Of course,
Franz
yeah.
Ferdinand crushed it. Modest Mouse made me literally go home and just be like, I'm never listening to this song again. I don't care how much of a radio banger it was. They sucked.
In writing per the contract. The contract reviewed by Wired prohibits standard partnerships.
That first paragraph you read, that's by law, right? That makes sense. That if I'm paying somebody for something, they can't take that money directly in support because that could be seen as that would be a campaign contribution
All right,
violation.
I'm about to read a quote.
Go
I've
ahead.
never really known, but you've heard that.
Where we mentioned some
I'm glad that they have that reputation because honestly, dude, when I walked out of that, I remember looking at my friend. I was just like, why didn't we stay for that whole thing, dude? That was bad.
So we say
It's just
creators
like,
will, quote, not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the program. Quote,
Wait, real quick. I'm
without-
sorry. Yeah, so you have to do the end quote as well for people, right? You say quote, not publicized, end quote.
Not
so
publicized.
that quote was 2 words. Go ahead.
Quote. No, we haven't gotten to the quote.
Well, that was one
All right,
quote. You had
well,
2
that was
words quoted
one-
there. Yes, go
Okay,
ahead.
we have 2 words.
That's okay.
Quote, without Chorus's prior express consent. A screen
I saw my best concert last year. 2 concerts actually.
from a slide.
I got to see Ziggy Marley and the Wailers, which was fucking incredible. And then I got to see Dirty Heads, Elevators, and Slightly Stupid all play the same show.
was shared with Wired
Oh, and Expendables.
following this article's publication by Graham.
I was in
a
my white reggae
lawyer
heaven.
working with Chorus that offers several talking points if a member of the cohort wanted to discuss Chorus publicly. They also forbid creators from, quote, disclosing the identity of any funder and give Chorus the ability to, end quote, and give Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event.
Right. So a Chorus organized event is outside of your own channel, by the way.
Okay. So if we read
it's
through,
it's literally like if they scheduled a not even a Zoom, but like a panel, or they actually had an event.
So first of all, we're very sparsely working with actual quoted material here, but
all right,
I see that we have.
All right.
No, because you fucking got called on it, Taylor. God damn it! This is why she sucks. This right here. All right, I'm done with this.
I see that we have. Well, hold on. So we said that creators will not publicize their.
No, Taylor. You don't get to fucking run from this all of a sudden because you got called on your own shit.
Relationship with Chorus.
Bro, not doing the end quote is Weasley as fuck. As I said, she's not a journalist. She likes doing confirmation bias. Therefore, she is just a political commentator who cannot get past her own biases, but then expects to be able to call everybody else on having bias or getting paid. She fucking sucks.
But they could do that. But
God damn it. The fact that she can't disclose how much money she took for the Wired article. She can't fucking be honest about how much she gets paid for this shit.
You meant the course funding.
She sucks.
Mechanism, I think, right?
Of course.
God damn it. To make Destiny, of all fucking people on this, look good.
Itself was a public program.
I agree. But it's real confusing reading this article because you seem to not really differentiate with that. You just say chorus, not the course funding program.
All right.
Was scrolling shorts and your life popped up and your 100% valid crash out locked me in. Scorned. I appreciate that.
See, I'm done with this.
And then
Now you're done with it. Now you're done with it because you got called on the carpet. He actually had a good counter narrative to what your bullshit is, and you can't answer for it.
It says, quote, without course's prior express consent, end quote. So it seems like they could. They just,
like I said, she has no idea the damage that she did.
Needed to clear it with them first.
She literally almost started a civil war at the fucking left. Like, dude, look at how she treated Ariana Yasmin from the leftist mafia and never wondered.
This is exhausting.
And then they forbid creators from disclosing the identity of any funder. Well, that makes sense, right?
I'm torn because I'm sub to Pep Talks and Destiny. Well, Brian, yeah, I don't care who you're sub to.
If 1630 is
and it's not like, listen, I'm not sub to Destiny, but watch who you want to watch. I'm not here to content police.
Is a LLC that doesn't have to disclose who their donors are, then you also probably wouldn't be allowed to disclose who you think is funding them, right? That makes sense, right?
Such a waste of time.
But there's no. I don't think
this is such a waste of time. Why? Because he's actually like calling you on the carpet, and you finally realize that you might be wrong on this.
He's actually really illuminating. There is
This is why he's smiling. He's just like.
So there are no content restrictions.
So rant about stuff. What are you talking?
Oh my god! Woo! Oh, okay. You know, that moment when you get vindicated for every single critique I had of her right here, that just made me feel real good.
I know we just mentioned a bunch of content restrictions. God.
What
Literally
as in
read it
political
again.
content, as in like opinions they're allowed to have, stories they're allowed. Remember, in the second paragraph of your article, you said they had restrictions.
Stop.
On what sort of, let me do this for you. Quote, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce, end quote. That's from your article.
We're literally watching a Destiny video right now. Stop.
Go read it again. And that's what we're citing.
I don't know what you're citing. That's your opinion about what was said, but
there's no opinion.
Okay.
I'm sorry. There's no opinion. I have a
not trying to make Destiny fans, guys.
lot of opinions.
Oh, sorry. You were talking to Bryant. I thought you were talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
None of them are reflected in this article. I'll tell you.
Sorry.
You that. Because if it was my opinion, I would be putting a lot of opinions into this piece, none of which are reflected. Again, this
they're all reflected, Taylor. The fact that you can't tell the difference is insane. You think this is objective journalism? Maybe she should go to journalism school.
The article was worked on by so many different people. Well, anyway, the article outlines some of the restrictions. So now you can just read the article over and over and over again until you die. I'm sorry if you get, if you want to go and, you personally don't like the quotes here, go look at that report, that one TikToker who posted part of the contract, the portion of the contract that she showed validated exactly what we reported. But if you don't believe that and you want to go.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. No, and you misappropriate that. And God damn it, half of me is thinking, is she genuinely this stupid? Like, I'm not trying to be mean. Is she genuinely that stupid?
It's not true.
Yes, it is. Yes. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
yes,
not.
it is, Allie. Yes, it is.
Nope.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, super is not. I promise.
Pull it up right now. Pull it up right now. Pull it up right now. Pull it up.
This is why she sucks. Again, journalism is what Ryan Grimm does. Did you see how Ryan Grimm handled his shit? You know what? Destiny gets to gloat because he got her to crash out properly.
Right now. And I will show you
I
exactly
call it bad journalism and constant paraphrasing.
how it validates exactly what we
Well, no, that deserves to be in the camp of fake news.
reported.
Brian Grimm's the GOAT. He may be one of the most boring men as far, like, he's got the charisma of a fucking ShamWow, but honestly, I love his journalism.
Are you talking about this thing right here?
Yep. Here we go.
That's mean. Sorry, no smoke towards Ryan Grimm. I actually really like Ryan Grimm.
Chorus contractor agrees to utilize the chorus
Hey, ShamWows are cool. Okay.
newsroom to book
I have to wind that one back. I actually feel kind of bad about that.
engagements.
Okay.
Disclose to chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to chorus's policy agenda. Interesting. What's their policy agenda? That contractor
Isn't it
arranges
publicly
through other
listed?
means.
But go ahead.
Oh, God. Am I letting my Trump impression actually slip into my everyday life?
No, it's not.
Chorus is
Oh.
what Chorus supports is not publicly listed on their website. If I go,
You told me you took the trash out. That was a lie. I gotta say, that was a lie. Now I have to take the trash out. Not fair. That was fake news.
go to the Chorus website, I'm not going to know
I'm gonna have to institute some sanctions.
publicly what their policy agenda is.
20% tariff.
No, if you go actually, and this was a big thing because if you remember afterwards, right after, one thing that they tried to claim for a minute before it was ridiculous was that they were actually nonpartisan. And then of course that would fall out the window as soon as their decks leaked. But yeah.
Wait. Oh, you should see me and my wife trying to like complete a task. We both have severe ADHD.
Chorus initially advertises.
I think she has ADHD though, because she gets like, dude, she gets into things like hardcore.
Was a nonpartisan.
They have
Her hyperfixations are real.
claimed.
Not that I don't love every single one of them though. The thing is, anything that makes her happy, I love. But dude, you should see how many like those little mini like food things. Jesus Christ.
They have tried to claim falsely, I would argue, because we have their positioning decks, and also they're in an article on the New York Times where they're talking about helping Democrats. But after the article claimed out, they tried to claim that they were nonpartisan. Now they basically admit that
Did they claim that they were
I mentioned I love my wife.
nonpartisan, or did they claim that they didn't explicitly support a political candidate or something?
No, they never talked about candidates. They claimed that they were nonpartisan.
Okay, I'd be interested in seeing that, but
Well, you can look at it. You can look it up online. It's all right there.
Ping your bell. Well,
so what about this?
I'm sure she will.
Quote, do you think supports or reinforces anything you said in your?
She already said that she's going to get an official diagnosis after her cancer treatment. She said, yeah, after all this, she's like, I realized that I definitely have something.
Article.
The disclosed
Night, Melly. I'll catch you on the next one.
to Chorus newsroom personnel.
Thanks for hanging.
Any engagement with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda.
That contractor arranges through other means. Yes.
Yeah, so that's exactly what we're talking about in this article.
What do you
we
mean?
Mentioned. We
What-
cite. Read the article again, and you'll see that what she's
What
talking
is the
about.
content restriction here?
Well, she doesn't disclose. She's not showing. She's talking about the engagement booking stuff. She's not showing the full contract.
Engagement booking stuff again. You disingenuously I'm not sure if she was disingenuous or confused, but she got that wrong.
I wish she would.
Well, no, we
Who
wouldn't
wants
want
to
that because apparently that would be bad journalism. Okay, so then.
No.
Thank you. So then.
No.
God damn it!
Lubeck, so this doesn't actually reinforce anything you
I'm sorry, I'm laughing that hard because I had the exact same thought as he said it.
said in the article.
It's like, that would require you to be a journalist, but whatever.
Sorry, no. So it does validate
doesn't.
what we said.
Okay.
Yeah, literally right here. So we said, remember how we said, we literally say in the article that creators must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through.
It's actually the reason that I'm like scared to like clean my PS5 is because I know that I'm gonna like
Chorus.
I
Again,
know
through
me.
Chorus newsroom. Creators also have to loop in Chorus on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political
Plus, I almost broke the faceplate the first time I did it.
leaders. And we have the quote from
Yes,
the
but
creators
it sounds
who
like
offer
this
the
is for
contract.
people that they meet through the Chorus newsroom, not any random person.
Yes.
They have to funnel all bookings through.
No, they don't. 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 And you need to funnel all bookings that you have through a Chorus platform. So say like you have your channel tied to Chorus, then technically yes. But say you have a Chorus related show, kind of like the way I do with this space, and then you have that. No, you don't. You can have multiple platforms. It does not say that you can just that you can't go and do your own thing.
The Chorus newsroom. Look at
I literally have the biggest headache right here, right now.
I think it's only. I think it's
right here.
It's only. I think this is only.
Nope. Look at the contract.
I'm looking at the
This
contract.
is the
I'm reading it.
one place I don't want to be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Contractor agrees to utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements.
Okay.
They have to use the Chorus newsroom to book their engagements.
No, you don't. You need to use it to book it through Chorus. That's the whole point. You can take off Chorus bookings.
They have to disclose.
Exclusively, all of them? Where's the word exclusive?
Where exactly?
There. So this is. I don't know what this.
Holy shit, dude.
This is a section up, but the subsection is book engagements. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom.
Thank you.
Which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials, policy and nonprofit experts, and others.
This is proving that Taylor Lorenz, her reading comprehension, might be called into question if she genuinely read that and thought any differently.
Whose expertise and experience are relevant to Chorus's progressive policy agenda. Oh, progressive policy agenda. Contractor agrees to 1, utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements. So it sounds like if you're part of this program, you have to utilize it to some extent.
I'd scored $2. More dark money for you.
Appreciate that, brother. Here. Also, you met the threshold.
It doesn't say exclusive in here, which I would absolutely expect to see in a contract if they expected some kind of non-compete or some exclusive utilization. Number one, yeah, but I don't think you have either, to be honest. And then part 2 here, it says...
I have multiple copies of the full contract, as we know in the story.
Okay, can I get a definitive statement from you then? Does the Chorus contract forbid you? It means that you have to exclusively, and they use the word exclusive in that contract, you have to exclusively do all of your bookings through the Chorus newsroom?
Where's the word exclusive in our story?
Oh, then it's not exclusive. Thank you. Then we agree. So it says that you have to utilize the Chorus newsroom.
If this counts as good journalism, then I have a new career to look into. Honestly, Sylvie, I'm not even joking. I think you'd be a kick-ass journalist.
To book engagements. If you're part of some program, I imagine they have something they're running, this newsroom thing that they want you to participate in. So
You have your finger on the pulse of this stuff, and yeah, one semester at a community college fucking journalism or a communications course, you could 1,000% get certified.
Okay, and then 2, disclose.
You also have integrity.
To Chorus newsroom personnel, any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda, the contractor arranges through other means.
You know, I don't think we talked about you possibly doing some content creation, but goddamn, no, Sylvie, look into doing that.
So it sounds like if you meet somebody,
you're also you when you're not text to typing. I gotta differentiate here. When you're not using speech to text, yeah,
through this course,
your comments come off very well, right?
Newsroom thing, and you want to do like an interview or some kind of engagement with them, you need to go through the Chorus newsroom people in order to do it. This makes sense, but this isn't a restriction on your content insofar as like I couldn't arrange my own meeting with Zoran Mamdani.
We're talking about booking engagements. That's the portion
for people that you meet through the Chorus newsroom.
So the way that it was described to the creator, who we quote, is that you have to funnel your bookings through the Chorus newsroom. And by the way, this is something that was...
So you see earlier how I said this is why I don't want people's opinions on the material?
It's not people's opinions, it was his opinion. On their own call.
It is, though. It is. The fact that you're arguing this and not seeing where he's coming from is really, really bugging me.
Definitionally, that's hearsay. That's his opinion on the contract. And now that I'm reading the actual contract, it seems like he was just a little bit too stupid to understand it. It sounds like...
Thank you, that's what I said!
Like this is saying that the people that you meet through the Chorus newsroom...
I'm sure my neighbors can fucking hear me from here.
Must be communicated with the Chorus newsroom if you want to book an engagement with them. That's what this reads like to me. As somebody who's seen probably as many contracts as you, maybe not quite as many. It sounds like you've done a lot of stuff.
Oh my God.
But like, if there was an exclusivity thing in here, it sounds like it would be there.
Let me just say, no one is even disputing this. This is how Chorus's own...
Years of experience trying to relay information to my dumbass parents.
This is how Chorus's own...
Hey, you know what? It worked for something.
Lawyer on the Zoom call. And again, I'm sorry that we can't share these calls with you.
Hey, listen. My dad calling me numbnuts and having the sense of humor that he had, and my mom, just being my mom, and also with her love, has made me into the man that I am today. Also, shout out to my grandma and my brother for also having a huge influence on me. I took that and I did this. If you can use your experience, your life experience, to make yourself a journalist, you got my support.
No, it's so convenient for you.
I don't know what to tell you. This is just a huge waste of time.
Sure.
And
I'm just asking you for clarification. So then on that Zoom call, you're saying,
hey, I received a few free membership. Thanks. Actually,
on the Zoom call,
that wasn't a regular. So thank you to whoever did the gifted membership. Oh, wait. I can look. Hold on. Who did gifted memberships? Does it not say? Oh shit, it doesn't say.
I don't know how people
well, can I just ask a question? I'm just asking a question. On that Zoom call,
you're not just asking
I am.
questions.
It's a simple
You're
question.
not.
On the Zoom
You're
call,
not.
did the
You're
lawyer
not
say
asking
you're scared of
questions.
the question? That's why you don't want me to ask it.
No, I'm not.
You
You're
are.
just ranting and ranting and
Scared-
ranting
you've
and
been-
ranting,
you-
and you just barrel down,
Super
and you don't
easy.
understand basic
Super
facts
easy.
related to
Super easy. That's
journalism.
easy. So on the Zoom call, the lawyer said you're not allowed to arrange any independent political bookings. All of it has to go through the Course newsroom.
Oh my God. I don't know what to tell you other than every single thing in our
See, you
story.
can't acknowledge that because that means you do have the call. You know that's not true. It's not.
Honestly, if you want to read a book that will scare you but also is fun, Highland is not the greatest as far as being based, but The Moon is a Harsh Mistress is a great sci-fi book.
Not true. Your article is a huge misrepresentation. Your article misrepresents a ton of this contract.
Molestany makes me sick. The thing is, I am not a Sex Pestany fan. I watched this because of the actual substance of the debate between him and Taylor Lorenz. I hate that I'm agreeing with Destiny on this because, yeah.
You probably know.
But Taylor sucks. She's now, 6 months, or I don't even know how long. It was in August. But after this long, now we're being proved, or I'm being proven right that, no, she was really, if anything, I'm not going to say she was disingenuous, fine, but she was piss poor in her reporting on this, and it caused so much damage.
Again, I'm sorry that you're making these beliefs.
Yep.
I just want people to understand.
God damn, they're both professionally annoying. Yeah, I wish they'd just fuck already and get it over with.
You're making these assumptions.
Mm-hmm.
And you have never once seen a single copy of this contract. You have no access.
I don't have to, though, because I can see by the way that you lie about it.
Stop interrupting.
Okay.
Stop interrupting. Let me
Okay,
finish.
Taylor.
Otherwise, I will get off the call.
Okay, Taylor.
You are making these
Her voice is an ice pick to...
accusations, claiming that my story is wrong when you have zero access to any of the group chats that we have, to zero access of all the recordings of the Zoom calls that we have. You have zero copies of the contracts, and you have conducted zero interviews with people that are in the program. You have not spoken to anyone at the 1630 Fund, and you have not spoken to any lawyers that were involved in signing these contracts, lawyers for the creators themselves. Oh, also, talent agents and managers as well, who also understood and were involved in these contract negotiations. I just want
Dune, the Robot Wars.
People to understand.
I haven't read that.
That we did all of that before the story, and all of that is reflected in our story. I understand that you don't believe that, and that's fine.
I stopped at Dune Chapter House.
Okay, you don't have to trust journalism, but it is a fact that we did all of that work. And
I didn't like how they jumped from God King. God King already had a giant time a time skip, but that 10,000 years, that was a bit much.
it is a fact that there is zero corrections on that story because it's in the wake of the story, not a single one of those creators has privately or publicly debunked anything that we have said. I'm sorry, they haven't. And privately, it has been confirmed. And they are still my sources, and I still talk to them. I don't know what to tell you. But if you want to disprove this, I highly encourage
Better than the originals?
you to do your own reporting.
I'll check them out.
Do your own reporting and make your own report on the Chorus program. Why don't
God, what was that
you
called?
join the Chorus program?
Oh my God.
Okay, and then
The Butlerian Jihad?
you can see, if you think it's accurate or
It's
whatever.
just crazy that you would go through the effort of doing so many interviews,
I love Dune, by the way.
many Zoom calls, so many contracts, so many emails, and there's just so little quotation or display.
Oh, Lori, K1T. Okay, so real quick breakdown. Taylor Lorenz, the one that doesn't have her camera up, she did a hit piece on something called Chorus, which it encapsulates Brian Tyler Cohen and other leftist content creators on the left that do, whether videos or whoever the fuck, or whatever the fuck. But she did a hit piece that made it she insinuated that they were getting dark money and that their contracts were way more staunch than they actually are. And this is coming from somebody who actually read it. Like, I read the beginning part of the contract because I didn't get to what she has. Sylvie, full disclosure, I didn't get that part because I didn't agree to anything. But even their pre-contract stuff, I was like,
of any
I
of
know
that
you
material.
feel we should have
NDA heavy is the word I would look at.
quoted directly. I
It's just,
would
what
argue.
it makes me what that means is, and I won't give my opinion. I'll just say this.
But I think it's because they anticipated this, and honestly,
The fact what that means is that that material doesn't support this story.
No, that's not
That this
true. No,
story
that's
is
not
probably
true.
largely
No, that's
misleading
played Warhammer VR Experience, and it was believable. One Space Marine versus 100 enemies.
or a lie.
Were they Tyranids?
Right? And if you don't like
then
that,
that's
then
a-
either you or Wired can sue me for it. If you think that because I'm accusing you of lying on it, that's fine. If you want to do
I
that,
would-
then we can
first of
all
all,
hash it
I
out and
am a
figure it out that
free
way.
speaker.
But
Oh, welcome to the show. I appreciate you hanging out.
First of all, I would never sue you. I don't believe in suing over speech in that way. That is something that I speak about constantly, which you refuse to engage with. Second of all,
I refuse to engage with it. Okay.
well,
They were Tyranids. I knew it.
you're just making these ridiculous claims. Second of all, again,
I want them to be orcs so you could just constantly hear roar.
Destiny, you have I'll say it again. You did not do any of the interviews. You do not have any copies of the contract. You do not. I encourage you to go
Yeah, by your choice. You could send it now.
out and do your own reporting. Until you go out and do your own reporting,
She thinks that Destiny is a reporter. That's the bullshit that I cannot get behind with her. Is like she classifies me as a journalist, which is, as I said, I am not.
this is a very circular conversation.
I'm a fucking entertainer. I am a political commentator, but goddamn, she would love to just have me under that umbrella of journalism because she wants me to be held to the same standard as her.
That we are frankly never going to agree on. And I'm sorry that you feel.
Sounds like Chorus is litigious as fuck. The thing is, they actually aren't because I haven't this is hindsight being 2020. When I read that, yes. And again, I had somebody that knows more than me look at it, and they said, yeah. But in the context of all this, and seeing how they have not taken anybody from chorus to court.
It's very fun.
And I happen to know one specific chorus creator that totally broke
Funny because when I
the contract.
originally filed
And it's not even like I'm ratting him out. Like, trust me, he did it publicly.
my first copy of the story, I actually had block quotes from the contract. And then when I was editing it, I was like putting the block quotes on each single word again for
Good. Does she ever admit that she's ever wrong? As I said, I was trying not to be mean originally when I said that she's gonna die alone, which I do think. I don't even think cats like her. Fuck.
fact checking. But I understand as a reader.
I don't even know where I was going with that. I was just trying to get another insult in.
Hold on, wait. So I understand what you just said. You're saying that you had more citations.
I have had it with her. I have absolutely had it with her. Holy shit.
Actual citations to the original material.
You guys watched it live. I unsubbed from her. This is it.
And then Wired forced you to
with this lady. If you haven't been here for a minute, Blue, I don't know, man.
Remove those.
She didn't do nothing to me, except for just, ruin opportunity.
Citation.
Never mind. I don't want to go into it again.
No, they didn't.
You can rewind. You can go back an hour.
See, very tricky. You're very tricky. You're very tricky. I appreciate that about you, but go ahead.
There's no trickiness.
Uh-huh.
That is poor. That is poor journalism. It is bad journalism to have massive block quotes every other paragraph quoting from a contract. It's a bad, unreadable story.
I see.
Kane.
And so, of course,
I got Leviathan back there if you can't see.
when you write, and I've written about many contracts, right? You
Actually,
don't necessarily.
all that All those things that you see right there, where you see Vash the Stampede and then all that down there, that's from Imperium.
Quote from it. Now, should more source material be put online?
That's how I got my 2,000 points.
I totally am with you. That's my whole
Well,
thing as a
4,000. I got Necrons and Blue Boys.
journalist is to be more transparent. That's why I'm sitting here.
But I also got Orcs.
Twitch stream or whatever app, Kick. I don't know what we're on.
Sold my Tyranids.
If we're on anything, if you're even recording, I don't know.
What up, Honey Horse?
But
how you doing?
the point is that I really try to be an open book and I really try to engage in good faith. And I'm sorry that we're not going to agree on some things. I'm not out for the Democrats in the way that you think I am.
It's not about being out for the Democrats. It's being out for the content creators.
I don't know what to tell you. We're going to have to agree to disagree.
No, it's not agreeing to disagree. Taylor, you did piss poor journalism on this, and you actually burned a lot of people along the way.
I wish you would spend your time, since you care so much about transparency,
oh, fuck you.
Fighting some of these laws in Congress, engaging.
Oh, fuck you.
I mean,
seriously.
It seemed like you said earlier that the original article was lawyer checked, but now you're saying these were just editorial decisions that you made because you didn't like the block quote. So then
No, certainly not. Certainly not. No. You go through edits where you go through extensive fact checking, extensive legal review. Editors all up and down the chain will make tweaks and changes based on their views. Again,
sure, but
no, not with Wired. No, go back to why you even chose them. No.
Is there any point in this where a Wired editor or lawyer was telling you need to restrict the amount of actual source material shown in this
playing laser cannons? Damn, you got a high point
article.
Well, of course, that's the natural editing process is cutting it down. I think the original story I filed was like twice as long. Was
there a time where an editor or a legal person explicitly told you that you could not cite, you could not display the original source material in parts of this article?
Well, we agreed collectively not to.
See, I know, even because without you answering, I know the answer now, right? Because you're refusing to engage with it. I know that's how these work.
Well,
but,
sure.
No.
Yes, sure.
No, because you would have very easily answered. Well, of course, yes, there were parts where I wanted to include stuff, but they said that this wouldn't fly. They're illegal.
No, because I agree with them. No, because I agree with them I agree with them that it would be very bad experience for the reader to read my original copy because I'm a bad writer. If you read my original copy, you would also see that I am I overly quote. That's like a thing that I do is I overly quote from sources and I overly quote things directly because I started as a blogger. But I'm sorry that we're going to have to agree to disagree.
I started as a blogger. She moved into journalism, but she doesn't know dick about journalism. But wants to be the arbiter of journalism. Got it.
Stuff. I think ultimately this is a huge waste of time. We're seeing one of the biggest rollbacks.
She admitted to being a bad writer. Yeah.
Of civil liberties, I would argue, in our life.
Yeah, but this is the level of she doesn't have self-awareness because I think that was disingenuous as shit. She was trying to do that to try and get out of this tight position she's in.
Now making its way.
She was all in lore units.
Through Congress with the Kids Act and some.
You'll make fun of me. I have 4 dreadnoughts on my Blue Boys. So.
The other stuff. And I really, really wish that you would spend your time covering that stuff. And I wish
big target it.
That you would
or a big target.
Spend your time really fighting these laws and getting involved politically instead of litigating and fighting nonsense with journalists.
But I also have a lot of intercessors, so.
Well, I think the important part for if you want to fight stuff like this, the most important thing you need is to get legislators in Congress. And as long as there are people like you that are constantly stabbing from the left and trying to
I like to do Space Wolves, but
undermine Democratic people getting elected and saying that both sides are the same no matter what, it basically makes that job impossible.
I would never say both sides are the same no matter what. Donald Trump is obvious. What are you talking about? The Republicans are.
Then why did you fucking do this under Donald Trump's presidency, you
obviously worse and more evil than the Democrats. What are you talking about? I would never say that. And I never have said that.
Okay.
So
I feel like I
silly.
heard you say on Pisco Stream multiple times that both parties were largely supportive of these particular free speech acts that you were.
Both parties are absolutely supportive of these really dangerous restrictive speech laws. That doesn't mean that the Donald Trump administration is the same as what would have been a Kamala Harris administration. That's ridiculous. And that doesn't mean that they can't both support very harmful policies.
Nice.
But we should critique their support of those policies and not make false equivalences. Which I don't make.
Okay.
I am.
Taylor, how are you helping? She's not.
So
She doesn't recognize that she's not.
disappointed
She doesn't recognize that she's technically a traitor.
by any Democrat.
Like, just in merit of, like, hey, who did this help? Like, this goes back to August. Remember when I was asking that? Like, who did this help?
That are supporting these censorship laws. And what I would hope that you would talk about that would be a far better use of your time instead of fighting about some stupid influencer story, which is so just nothing in the grand scheme.
It is. Don't shout, don't shout, don't shout. You know what?
Scheme of things, when again we are about to see identity verification rolled out mass on the internet. And by the way, this is going to affect you, your own platform as a content creator. Don't you want your followers and your supporters to be able to see your content? Don't
Listen,
you
I
wanna be
gotta
able to
hop on a
see
VPN
freedom?
if I even want to go on not safe for work websites now in Florida. So yeah, it's already affecting me grossly.
Fuck, this is actually giving me a headache.
My life is
Why don't you
measurably.
speak out about it? So why don't you speak out about it? Why don't you talk about it? Why aren't you motivating your followers that you have to fight these laws, to call and to fight back against these laws?
I mean, I right now I feel like the SAVE Act is kind of the thing that I'm petrified by for the voting stuff. I think the other speech laws are scary, but I mean, nobody seems to have a realistic path forward. So we're basically just riding on the backs of the Europeans who are regulating stuff and then following them. We can't agree on
We're
any.
leading the way on so much. What are you talking about? I mean, yes, Europe is ahead of us in some ways, but that's very silly to say. We have these really dangerous laws.
We're
speaking
leading
of
the way
SAVE Act,
on
right?
for good restrictions and regulations, like the GDPR, the forced standardization of like charging ports on phones or whatever. I feel like all this stuff was kind of coming out of European
I know that
legislation.
Europe wants to lead that, but no, it's so much of this has come from America as well. I mean, look at Jonathan Haidt himself is American.
Rowdy.
Again, I think that we have to look at the broad.
I keep my promises.
Haidt, the author, what is the legislation or like rules that are being
We're getting to the
published
end of
by
this.
the American Congress or by the American system that's forcing European countries to fall in line with us?
Rowdy, I will admit that you're probably not as invested in this as a lot of my audience and me myself.
I'm just
It's not forcing European countries to fall in line with us. We're seeing a broader
Dude, oh my
global
God.
sort of political effort to censor the internet and to remove anonymity from the internet under the guise of child safety. And that has
sorry,
been
hold
driven.
on. Legitimately, I'm sorry. We just misunderstood each other. I'm saying what I
do you think global government would be a good idea? No.
said what I meant to say earlier. It is the case right now that I think America is leading us in a
fuck.
very bad direction. When I said it seems like we're looking to Europe for leadership, I'm saying that any positive enforcement of internet stuff has come out from European stuff. Oh, but maybe you think the GDPR and that stuff is bad as well. I'm not sure.
No.
I guess.
I think data privacy stuff is good. There's a lot of good
Oh,
stuff in
okay.
GDPR.
Yeah,
that
I do agree
absolutely
that the
would love
American
for-
current system is moving all of us in a very, very bad direction, I would say.
Yes, and I think you have a very powerful and very dedicated audience that is not, and by the way, this is not an issue that the left cares about, so you could take it on as centrist or
Here's the
however
section
you
of-
identify. There is no political coalition that is motivated to stop these laws right now, and that's really dangerous because you have the entire far right aligned with it. The leftists are like, I don't know, China's great. I don't know. We don't care about authoritarian internet censorship. I genuinely cannot understand why they don't care about this. But you would
That was a shot at Hassan.
think
You know, she's such a coward sometimes
that
she likes to play the game. Oh, I know Kaya. I've been to Hassan's house. I know Hassan. But then she'll take shots like that. But cowardly. Not just say like, oh, like Hassan does.
that people
Oh, she sucks.
that are pro-democracy, centrists,
Like if she was part of my friend group, or like she was like adjacent to my friend group, I would tell every one of my friends to stop hanging out with her.
at least, would be fighting these laws. And I think
It's like, dude, she's toxic as fuck.
instead they're
She thinks she's never wrong. And honestly, again,
so busy
just look at how, fulfilled she is.
setting all the other bad
Lori K, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate that.
$2.
Can I just say, kick-ass name.
stuff that Trump is doing, that they are preoccupied. And I think
Well,
that
sure,
they
we
need
have to
get
have,
involved
I mean,
on
we need to have a
that
big presence in Congress and that we need to have a big coalescing of what is even real or happening.
Hope you don't look down on anybody with the, with the E in it.
Anymore before we can even begin to talk about these more esoteric topics. I think that they're important.
These
I
are
don't-
esoteric.
When I say esoteric, I don't mean to say that they're not important. I think
Local governance is definitely something that is almost always necessary.
that some, like, I would argue, like, First Amendment is kind of an esoteric, abstract concept. I'm just saying that, like, right now we're on the
Pep's Mean Girl impression is the best thing to come out of
verge
this.
of, or are already deep into a war with Iran. We're seeing gas prices
Natch, that's so not fetch.
shoot up. We've got ICE people murdering people in the United States and then getting escorted off by federal government officials in order to hide them from any kind of state intervention or culpability. Like, this is all really horrible stuff. I think the speech stuff is important, but like, if we can't even manage to hold Congress as Democrats, I don't even know how we're going to begin to have, because the conversations around regulating speech in the United States are very difficult because people are very naive.
Hamburger Helper or Chef Boyardee? Chef Boyardee all day.
Perception of First Amendment rights that just unlimited speech and unlimited privacy and unlimited rights is the best thing ever. When in reality,
dude, some raviolis.
These are all balancing acts, but we're not prepared to have that conversation right now, and I don't know how to.
Yeah, but I mean, I think like,
Am I trash or am I poor? Could be both.
in the meantime, we should block these mass surveillance laws. And I totally hear you on like the more esoteric conversations.
She doesn't even go here.
Around speech, but what's
wait.
being pushed through in Congress right now, these are direct mass surveillance laws that enable, for instance,
I need to shout that.
the Department of Homeland
She doesn't
Security
even go here.
to track and surveil anti-ICE protesters.
To this day, that scene gets me.
They're currently issuing hundreds of subpoenas, right, for the anti-ICE Instagram accounts and stuff.
Why I think Tina Fey should take over SNL is because of Mean Girls.
If you
dude, she nailed that fucking movie. That movie makes me laugh every time I watch it.
remove anonymity from the internet, they won't even have to go through that process.
Anywhere.
So there are, I think that preserving our ability to speak freely online and basically fighting these mass surveillance laws in the meantime is essential, or you simply won't, the left will not be able to gain much power online if we
Sure, but then I mean the question would be, because this is the easiest thing that people harp on, and you've identified this correctly, is the protecting children thing, right? What is the alternative then for people that are concerned about children's, bad engagements with internet stuff?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, data privacy protections, it's I'm sure you saw, but they're not even enforcing COPPA. The government came out and said, oh, we're just not going to enforce COPPA, the landmark privacy bill that protects children.
No, this is what pisses me off. She's based on other topics. This is why I was subscribed to her, is because like what she did with talking about net neutrality, things like that. But what she did in this debate made me realize that she is exactly what I thought she was before, and that I cannot, in good conscience, listen to any more of her bullshit.
Children from having their data harvested?
No, not from having their data harvested. What is protecting children from viewing material online that a whole bunch of people in the United States think that children shouldn't have access to it all anyway?
And now I understand why Tara Palmieri has a problem with her.
Well,
I get it.
That's exactly.
Even though Tara has her own stuff,
That's what I'm saying, right?
I get
is that right now, the very few protections that we do have for children.
I remember when people used to enjoy hobbies instead of being obsessed with politics. Well, I have always been interested in politics. Like this, you can go back to any of my YouTube history, and fucking 2016, I was still watching this shit. Dude, I was a Majority Report watcher pre 2016. That should tell you how much into politics I was. But I was also, and still am, a paid member to Legion of Skanks.
Is related to data harvesting. They're rolling those back. That is making
what protects a child
vulnerable.
outside of these weird draconian laws we have now about ID verification in these states? What protects a child from viewing?
They don't protect children either. The ID verification.
Life is too short.
Well, they make it harder for them to access the material. What is
politics are dumb, but it's important. That's something that Vosh said. That it's good.
What is the alternative to this for parents that are worried about their children accessing material like this?
Oh, well, what I would say is, first of all, there are so many applications. We essentially have enterprise.
You shouldn't bury your head from politics just because it's depressing. Because, you're going to reach that age where you're just like, man, why didn't I pay attention more? Because honestly, I think things would have been better had I actually known.
Level surveillance software that you yourself.
You're listening to Sam Cedar in 2012. Yep, that's about when I started.
Put on a child's phone right now.
Air America. Simulcast on Sirius XM.
To prevent them from accessing material that is far stronger than anything that,
What's like one of these things?
Rowdy, do you not know who Destiny is?
I've just never heard of.
There's no way.
Before
Dude, you watch debate content, you know who Destiny is.
Oh yeah, there's Life 360 is one. There's so many different vendors, but they have they basically give you complete and total control to a level that
At least it's not circa. Hey.
I think is actually not a healthy way to parent. But if you want complete and total surveillance over your
You
children,
love Big J? Hey, that's one of my guys.
certainly
Hell
have
yeah, dude.
that.
Rock on.
It's not going to be good. I mean, I don't think that that's a healthy way to, deal with your child. But maybe you
I knew we were buds.
have a child that's, that you need to use those tools. And I encourage people to use those tools. Unfortunately, we know that these identity verification measures don't protect children, and it often push children into even more dangerous spaces because they will be, they basically try to like circumvent these areas, and they'll go to like unrestricted areas of the web, et cetera, et cetera. And not to mention the broader sort of concerns. But I totally understand.
In America, they teach two schools of economics that are completely opposed to each other as fact, and everyone fights over
Parents'
it.
concern. What I would
Can you elaborate a little?
say to parents too, that's really scary, that a lot of parents aren't thinking about, is it's whatever your child views or is doing. A lot of kids, say a 14-year-old or a 12-year-old, right, is on the internet looking up information about a health condition, or maybe they're getting a little radicalized online, whatever. Because we have no data privacy in this country, and these surveillance laws would make that worse, that data can then be used against them for the rest of their life. We want to prevent a world like that. We don't want a world where a kid, graduates college and it's harder for him to get employed because he was, Googling the wrong things when he was 14, or, people were able to sort of make deterministic, profiles about, using his data, right, to make these profiles about him, which ultimately discriminate against him, or that he's charged higher prices with the rise of surveillance pricing, right, where, now we've harvested a massive amount of data on you since the time you were born. Now we can use that in our predictive pricing algorithms. These are all things that we should be against. They're bad for consumers. They're bad for children. They're bad for adults. And we should not be giving
now I'm agreeing with her.
these big tech companies more power to surveil us. It's completely, this is something that, especially if you care about, I mean, you should be against any of it, right?
Yeah, but honestly, if I was a moderator, I'd be like, yeah, Taylor, but to be fair, this has nothing to do with the crux of what you guys were discussing before.
Like, no matter who.
Like, just end the conversation now.
Who you are.
Like, this isn't like about trying to make this a different debate.
Even if you're that's why there are some conservative parents that are getting involved. But you should educate your followers about it.
I mean, there are other things that I think are more pressing. I think that the privacy stuff is
all right. I do want to go through all this because the ending is worth it.
Worth looking at. But I mean, if you rolled back,
I don't know what it's going to entail, but it says Hassan shot collar. Let's see what happens.
The recent ID stuff they're trying to do, or age verification stuff, or whatever. Like all of it. I mean,
is
all
it
of
going
this
to
stuff
be
is
disingenuous as fuck? Probably.
Pretty in existence anyway, right now, basically, right, without any new laws. Basically,
well,
yeah.
We're expanding. What I would argue, though, is that we are at an inflection point where AI the government is able to use AI to basically, this is what all that Pentagon sort of controversy was about, is that they want to mass surveil Americans. And I think that the AI models are more and more powerful. So yes, you're right. We have not had data privacy in way too long. That's a problem. That's something that Europe has done a better job than us of.
But we do.
But we need to.
We do have data privacy. That's why I have won multiple lawsuits and gotten paid out from people selling my data.
To push the idea of data privacy and privacy protections.
Do I join all those? Fuck yeah.
As much as we can. And the best thing that we can do for now is to stop these invasive surveillance laws so that these things aren't codified and that mass surveillance isn't permanently codified and we all lose the right to anonymity.
Sure. I hope that we get good representation in the Congress this midterms, and I hope in 2028 we get a strong Democratic president that cares about stuff like this, and that we can push on that from that perspective. Yeah.
We need Democrats to start caring about it. Instead, I think a lot of Democrats are pro-surveillance. So
I think Democrats aren't going to care about it if we don't even have power in Congress, and when the Republicans are absolutely more obsessed with unregulating or deregulating every part of the crypto and surveillance. Do you think that if you could choose right now who you could influence more, if one party could be completely in power with supermajorities in both houses of Congress, do you think that the Democrats could be moved on this more, or that the Republicans could be moved on this more?
Obviously. Well, it's weird with this issue specifically. What's really weird is that there's this faction in the House, for instance, where that is so pro-censorship that they actually, it's the Democrats that want to add the duty of care back to COSA, which is really weird. But I think overall, undeniably, we want Democrats in Congress, obviously, because not just for this issue, for so many issues, okay? We want the Democrats in Congress. Now, I think we should pressure certain Democrats to be more anti. I mean, Ro Khanna is a good example. Ro Khanna is out here talking about mass surveillance, talking about cracking down on big tech, but has supported, some of this surveillance stuff. So I think just pushing those lawmakers to
Rowdy, speaking of Big J, he's live now.
Accountable and to be anti-surveillance is really good. But obviously, like I would hope, Ron Wyden, who is a Democrat, is the best on this and has all the best policies on it. So I would love to put Ron Wyden in charge of tech policy if we had some sort of Democratic administration.
Okay. Random final question, because people keep bringing this in the chat. Do you support the European digital identity thing?
No, I think what they're talking, digital ID. Yeah. No, I think that is kind of exactly.
Never mind, you just ended the show.
What we're talking about in terms of removing anonymity from the internet. And I think Europe can have good ideas, but overall, Europe has been very dystopian in terms of how they've sought to remove privacy online. So it depends also what country in Europe. Like France and Germany have been Germany has not been going down a great path. The UK is the worst. And I don't know if they're technically in Europe. I know they left the European Union, but the UK passed the Online Safety Act in.
Sylvia, I don't care about the evidence. I just want to know what they're going to say about it.
Which is not mandatory identity verification, but is
I personally still believe that Hassan didn't do anything.
Sort of similar to COSA.
I think it was a vibration collar.
They passed that in 2023. That went into effect last year. And since it's gone into effect, we've seen devastating outcomes. Basically, it's being used to censor or remove content that is police violence videos.
Isn't the point of the digital ID thing that the fact that you would allow, like, only the government would have access to all of your information and credentials?
No, the government, no, because the point is if you're creating these massive amounts of data, and it's inevitable that other people will have access to it. And the government itself is going to, the way that it's playing out, for instance, the proposed way that it's going to happen in America and Europe and other countries is through third-party vendors. So like companies like Persona, which are these like digital ID companies.
Okay.
Harvest a vast amount of your data. We don't want to create that data on anyone. Frankly, we shouldn't have that data. We should be able to access the web anonymously, consume information anonymously. That's really important for whistleblowers.
Jason Winke, what up?
Journalists, activists,
welcome to the show.
People that are engaged in political speech. I'm all
Appreciate
for
having you here, man.
Transparency, data privacy, like lots of other.
Passing out here. Have a good night, Rowdy. I'll catch you later, brother. Thanks for popping in, man. Always appreciate that. Also, if you guys are just joining us, hit the like and sub to the channel if you haven't already.
Protections, but
he's taking off. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to hit the pisser real quick.
But no, we don't want digital ID.
We almost done with this.
That would be bad for civil rights.
All right.
But the data privacy we do want, and I do think people should go to badinternetbills.
I have one more segment after this, but then I will pee.
Badinternetbills.com is by Fight for the Future, which is a civil abuse left-wing sort of digital rights organization. They have all the info. Go to badinternetbills.com. They have all the info on all these laws. You can get information. You can learn what lawmaker, you can sort of reach out to your lawmakers, and that is going to give you a lot of really good information on how to fight these laws. And I know you don't think they're really important, but they are really, really important. And we've killed COSA before. We've stopped these laws before, and I think we can stop them again. In the meantime, and then you know what? Maybe when we have Democrat Congress, Democrat whatever, and hopefully the Democrats will be anti-surveillance by then, and we can proactively pass privacy legislation.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, hey, thank you for the contentious conversation. Stay safe. Have fun.
At least I got my 10-minute spiel about digital rights in at the end. So
you did
it was
indeed.
all worth it.
One final spicy question. Do you acknowledge that Hassan was shocking his dog to keep it in place on stream the entire time? Or are you a shock collar denier?
I've seen the collar and it was not a shock collar, but
major L.
But I think he loves Kaya and he treats Kaya very well. And I think a lot of people in LA don't treat their dogs well. But I know this is going to divide the internet for all time, so I will just remain neutral on it.
Well, have fun.
Everybody.
Well, have fun.
Donald Trump's approval rating in poll after poll after poll the last few months and weeks particularly is bad, right? It's somewhere around 60% disapproving of how he's handling the job. But it gets even worse. It's worse than that when people are asked about his priorities. Not approval, but like 70% of people say he has not paid enough attention to the nation's most important problems. And we're seeing this play out in real life everywhere you look. I'm joined now by Jamel Bowie, opinion columnist for the New York Times, where he writes about the alternate universe of Donald J. Trump. John Tester, who served as Democratic Senator from Montana for nearly 2 decades, now contributor for MS Now. What a pleasure to have both you gentlemen here. Two people
you.
I really enjoy hearing from. Let me start with you, Jamel. This has flown under the radar a little bit, understandably. But it is the case that the president right now is boycotting the entire legislative process.
Yes.
I don't think anyone knows this unless he gets his sort of voter suppression law passed, which would imperil the voting abilities of tens of millions of women who've taken their husband's name, would basically get rid of mail voting, cause all sort of chaos in the system. He has posted saying, unless we get it, I won't be signing any, as president, I will not sign other bills until this is passed. And I can't think of a thing like more toxic politically in terms of priorities, right. Which is to go to voters and be like, I don't care about anything else. This is what I care about.
That's exactly right. The president throughout his entire term has shown almost total indifference to the things that got him elected. I keep on making this distinction in my own work. We always are obsessed with his core voters, the MAGA faithful, but he won the election not because of these core voters, but because of these key voters, people who are voting because of inflation, because of cost of living, because they want less chaos in the world. And he's basically ignored them entirely. This gambit of I'm going to hold my breath and pout until you do what I want is another example of him ignoring their priorities entirely. And I think it's contributed a great deal to his just collapsing approval rating.
There's this incredible quote, Senator, that I want to read you that comes from Punchbowl.
Trump is such a petulant child. Yep.
Mike Johnson goes in to talk to him because there's sort of an interesting thing happening around housing, right? If you ask Americans across the political spectrum, there's a real problem with housing. The Senate just passed by overwhelming bipartisan majorities a bill co-authored by Elizabeth Warren and Tim Scott to try to essentially encourage more housing construction. I will note there's a part of it that I think is pretty suspect.
That's right. We got Emma on Bituation.
About basically banning single-family homes built to rent. We can talk about that later, but that's the deal. So Johnson goes in to talk to Trump about, like, maybe we should pass a big housing bill. Put your name on it. And Donald Trump says, Trump told Speaker Mike Johnson in a private conversation that this week that no one gives a bleep about housing. That's according to 4 sources who heard.
Oh.
Do you think it's true, Senator, that no one gives a bleep about housing?
No, I think every
treat your animals with respect.
Everybody has
as somebody who has to, like, I mean, there's occasions where, like, I have to yell at my animals. You know, I got this booger right here. He likes to chew on cords.
A stake in this one because housing is too high. But what I really think this shows is you've got a president and administration that's not connected with the challenges that everyday Americans are dealing with every day, and small businesses and family farming and ranch agriculture, and it goes right down the list. Whether it's housing or whether it's healthcare or whether it's tariffs, it doesn't really matter. He thinks things are just going along swimmingly. It might be because of his age, or it might be because he just never goes out and reads anything about what's happening in the real world.
No.
And when you have
oh my God, the mainstream media is almost there where it's just like he doesn't care about anything but himself.
Somebody that disconnected from the economy, and I will tell you, Chris, I think the economy is working really, really well if you're uber rich. But if you're
a Mar-a-Lago member or a Donald Trump golfing buddy,
if you're regular folks, you know, it's tough out there. It's tough to pay the rent and buy the medicine and put
buy your groceries, make a car payment,
food on the table.
You know, your point there about the sort of confusion between what's the marginal voter.
Yet all these assholes are just like, why don't you cancel that one streaming service that you have
that got him elected,
and then only eat 2 meals? You know, nothing cooler than seeing these fucking opulent rich motherfuckers telling us how we can cut costs.
The MAGA core. It's perfect because Mark Dubowitz, who's a sort of big Iran war kind of neocon hawk, who
no one can stand you. Did you talk to my dad?
Posted polling to knock down the idea that MAGA is splintering on Iran, right? He says, MAGA is splintering on Iran. Then the polls. And what the polls show is that MAGA Republicans are supportive of Iran by 90%, 88%, 85%. This is then retweeted briefly by Caroline Leavitt and then unretweeted. And the reason it's unretweeted is because if you look at the same polling, it shows support for the war overall at like 41%. Right? So you have the White House press secretary bragging about the fact. Well, who cares? 90% of our own people. And that to me perfectly embodies like where their head is on this stuff.
They don't seem to understand, I think on a very fundamental level, that they are not president of MAGA America. They are not president of
I mean, they
red
think
states.
they are.
I mean, they think they are, but the notion that they are president of the entire United States, that they have obligations to people who didn't necessarily vote for them, and that they have to be responsive to the broad public in a real way seems to escape them entirely. And I think the senator's point that the president seems disconnected from actual people. You don't see him. I was watching an old clip of Obama going to like Five Guys and like buying some burgers, and it was fun and quaint and it was very nice. But it was striking because you haven't seen a president do that in a decade. Yeah. Right? Of just going out.
Joe Biden went out and picketed with the UAW, but sure.
With regular people and like hanging out. And this president in particular seems totally disconnected from actual ordinary people.
He's totally
I don't care about this. I'm sorry. I really don't. Here, let's go to this real quick. I got this clip from the debate
You
wrap
said
up.
you came here initially for Taylor Lorenz related stuff. What's your issue with T-Dog?
Dude, my whole thing is that I watched the 2 hours of torture that you unfortunately
That is a good way of putting that.
had to put us through, and I just don't think that there's any way that woman is gonna fucking she's just so unserious. Like, I can't even. I mean, an LLC is dark money, whether you like it or not. I don't care if she takes dark money. That is not my problem. I don't care. You can take dark money all you want.
Guys, full disclosure, I have literally been an owner of an LLC before, so I don't. What?
My issue with her is that she lies about it.
Sure.
And
I ran a comic book business. How is that dark money?
She makes fun of people that are also taking dark money. Like, oh god, it fucking drives me insane.
Yeah, I guess I really just don't like the term dark money.
No, it's
if you're referring to like a particular entity itself, then I think it's okay. But once you start like going downstream of that, I think that gets really stupid really fast. So like if I'm funding somebody to go and do a thing, you know what I believe
That
in.
was dark money all along. Yep.
You know what I'm telling them to do.
Formed an LLC when I was 18 because I was going to try and open up a comic book store.
Like, it really doesn't matter at that point, like, who's giving me money per se. What matters is, like, I'm giving money to somebody else, and then
dark money.
These are the objectives that I would hope to achieve. The idea that you would call that person funded by dark money because you don't know who my funders are,
Also
that's
nice.
just
I mean, that was my dream.
very weird to me, because you could just run that line down infinitely for...
Now I am living my dream while also simultaneously I did get a new comic book shop that is more local to me, and they got new ownership that are about my age. Dude, they turned that store around. They put some couches, some TVs in there, got a gaming table. I was like, all right, Third Space making a comeback. The thing is, the dude was wearing a Black Rifle coffee shirt.
Or anything. It just seems really stupid to me. I don't know.
I mean, pretty much everything in politics is dark money.
Depending on how far back you want to trace or whatever. Yeah.
Unless you're an individual candidate, right?
Yeah,
but like
candidates or
most
PACs, yeah.
Yeah, but most funding doesn't.
My friend who owned the comic store that he had to close, he was left wing, by the way. So that's why I'm like,
go through.
Oh no, yeah, dude, that sucked. I was just like, black. Oh god, oh no.
PACs or
and he was telling me how he made all his money in like some investments, and that's why he bought the comic shop, because he bought this comic shop from a local owner that was looking to get out and retire, but. Yeah, man. I don't know. It definitely like made me aware where I'm like, oh. And also, like, all due respect, he was not prepared on how little business they were gonna get
through IE programs.
Like,
because there's no limit on them, right? So
sure.
Yeah, so I mean, you have to abide by the individual contribution limit if you're going through a campaign.
Through a PAC or a candidate, yeah. But for the hybrid entities or the super PACs, or these C4, C3 hybrids, you don't have the same. Well, you have no limits, right?
Yeah, there's no limit. So that's why they run it. But it's I don't know. If you really care about this stuff, then why aren't you investigating?
An LLC is not dark money, and she didn't lie about it. She just closed it herself.
Republicans. Like, she investigated one Republican entity.
Fast talk. Talk fast to look like you know what you're talking about. A bit 5 years ago, but people are still not a fan of this loser genuinely.
Like fucking 5 years ago. That doesn't...
Absolutely. Sexpacity is getting ripped to shreds.
Count. Like, if you actually care about dark money, that's what you would be doing.
Sure.
Dude, could you imagine? He'd probably have like 2 million subs by now if he wasn't just such a dumbass.
You know, I mean, there's so much. The thing is
and also a sex pest.
Like, obviously, I mean, there's some we need some form of.
Could you imagine, like, he has a kid, he had a wife, if he had just, I don't know, not been a weird ass fucking dude and like always thought about sex and like making that his entire existence.
Campaign finance reform, right? Like, I think everybody can agree on that. But we have to, I mean, if we're going to have like a serious conversation about that, then we have to have, we have to be honest with where we're at. And she's not being honest with where we're at.
Yeah, because nobody actually cares about these issues. They just weaponize them.
Could you imagine having your own kid come out and like leak your Discord messages?
To go after the people they don't like.
That's another aside. All right, cool. We're done with that. We're done with that. We're playing this.
Oops, I forgot to hit the music, so I guess we're just doing this. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Bitchuation Room.
Looking forward to seeing you in person very soon.
I know.
Yeah, they sold out their show. That's awesome.
I know, and usually whenever someone from the East Coast wants a little break from the weather that you guys, I hear, exists.
The Bitchuation Room.
We're over here just waiting for the
I was trying to come up with like they are the Bitchuation.
drone strikes to happen.
But I had
We're like,
nothing,
yes, we're just waiting to get hit by Iran.
Saw this went live and immediately clicked. Hell yeah.
Slash a Mexican cartel. Unclear.
It's yeah, I saw that was what, like, I guess it was the FBI or the Trump administration was claiming that that California's up next, and I can't buy much of what they have to say about that. I really got to be honest. No, and they have a credibility issue. And I think they genuinely want people to feel like Iran is right around the corner so they can more fully justify the expanding the war.
Yeah. I think it's just to shore up the base with all the like pro-war Iranians, or Persians as they like to be called in LA. Like,
in LA. Yeah.
Hi from California. How to live with a smile.
But I was gonna say that every time
How's it
someone
going?
from the East Coast comes in, it's like, I just need a break from the weather. It's like always rains, cats and dogs here. So I
How
just
are ya?
apologize in advance if for some reason, because I hear the weather over in New York is like,
Oh, hey, you're in California. You could go and you could have gone and seen this, but it's sold out.
lovely now. Spring has sprung.
It was like 60 and 70 for Monday, Tuesday,
Yeah,
Wednesday,
same.
and now today it's already dropped to 40, and it's supposed
We had snow.
to start snowing in like an hour or two.
Yep.
It makes no sense. I mean, this is climate change, not to be a big Debbie Downer, but you guys know it better than anybody out there with the fires. It's just more extreme weather, and it's the swings back and forth are absolutely nuts.
Dude, I just dealt with a tornado system that literally threatened to take my house. So yeah,
That's why I had to leave New York. I was like, I don't know how to dress anymore. It is wild.
between the cancer bills and then the tornadoes, I'm having a lot of fun.
Yes, the swings that were even then, like, God, when did I leave? 2007. It was already kind of cray. Anyway, Emma, I have not had a chance to talk about this story that I'm bitching about today. There's so many things to talk about. I want to get a little into Doge stuff, Trump's favorite shoes, maybe this Florida governor race, and specifically a man named James Fishback, who is a Nazi groiper who is running full-throatedly and openly.
I need a freaking step stool for the to reach the bottom of my washing machine. Why aren't these made for tiny people?
About everything, but number one, I think it's very
I could see that
important to talk about.
I could see that
the midriff of the first lady, the first mayor lady, because that is what
me and my wife are not short people, but I get it.
Apparently the right has been freaking out about.
Midriff?
Here is the midriff of Rama Duaji. So this is what Zoran posted.
Oh God, Pinkerbell, you would have loved the house that my mom moved in. It was so funny when I was moving her in. I was just like, why are all these door handles so low? And my mom, she barely broke 5'4", so she was just like, I don't know what you're talking about. This is a me-sized house. I was just like, that's fair.
And like, I just look, it is a hard Ramadan.
God, I miss my mom
out there. From
Did I mention that my mom was also hilarious?
what I am hearing from what we are seeing, it's a hard Ramadan because the Middle East is once again
6 foot
under attack. Muslims are once again being
like proper, not 5'11", like actual 6 foot.
targeted. Once again, people are being, hauled off of
If you want my
planes
stats, I'm 6 foot, 175.
for having, their alarms go off and telling them to pray. And here is Mamdani tweeting
Last time I checked, I think I was at like 22% body fat.
a photo of himself.
Not ideal, but
A beautiful photo of himself.
not
It's
horrible.
like gorgeous, where he's having like this iftar dinner with Mahmoud Khalil of all people, saying that for Mahmoud Khalil, this past year has been marked by profound hardship and profound courage. A year ago, Mahmoud was walking home to our city after sharing an iftar dinner with his wife Noor when he was detained by federal agents, flown to Louisiana, and then held in an ICE facility for months. He was forced to miss the birth of his first child. All of this for exercising his First Amendment rights and protesting
get
the
it.
ongoing genocide in Palestine. And yet, even in the face of that cruelty, there's also been beauty. New
What's
Yorkers
my
raising their
reach? I don't know.
voices in solidarity, a city refusing to look away. Mahmoud won his freedom, and a father was finally reunited with his child. Last night, we marked
Never had my reach actually
the
measured.
1-year anniversary of his detention, and Ram and I were honored to welcome Mahmoud, Noor, and their son, Dean, oh, cute name, to Gracie Mansion to break our fast together. Mahmoud is a New Yorker, and he belongs in New York City.
He's 63, 260 pounds.
It makes me so proud that Zoran is our mayor and is uplifting Mahmoud's voice in this way, especially because Mahmoud was selected as somebody who was a
With blocker or
peacemaker,
without.
and that was part of why he was at the head of, kind of those
I'll bring my blocker down one day to show you guys the one like that I used.
protests organizational.
The thing is, it's actually a blocker that's known to have a little bit of a gap, and like it comes out here. Actually, it comes out like about this, like, but it also like it fans. Dude, I got that guy good.
And so the way that they're smearing him as like this
I fucking caught him right on the chin. He just went.
radical, scary person, it's
If he didn't ragdoll, I'm pretty sure I would have gotten away with that.
just like with Mohsen, you just hear these guys speak and they're so soft spoken and thoughtful that it's just it's a losing proposition. But the Zionists are trying, baby.
Oh, they super are. I mean, the
I did miss a court case.
Mohsen thing was like he was interviewed on 60
Oh
Minutes.
yeah, no, dude, that was serious. I'm dead. Like when I hit that guy, not only did they call the cops, he wanted to press charges. And yeah, because it was in the confines of a hockey game, and because I was a goaltender. Oh yeah, dude.
As a student,
I didn't even have to I didn't have to get a lawyer. They were just like, no.
protester, and he was like, there was, when there was an incident of
Plus, what a bitch. What a bitch.
anti-Semitism, we stamped it out. We
Only time I've ever had a fucking like legal fight because of a hockey fight.
talked to this person. We said they don't belong here. Like we and he was so
Anyway.
so agreed. And this, of course, the right is
Yeah, that was after he gave me a concussion, by the way.
freaking out about.
Didn't punch me, but he fucking took a slapper from the point, which when you're playing men's league,
I can't even see her she has a midriff. I can't even see it.
Because
hockey, aka ice.
you don't have wolf eyes.
Yeah.
You don't have Naomi Wolf eyes specifically. This is Naomi Wolf
I call it ice sucker, but okay.
again. Once
With a smaller apparatus. It's not even it's not a ball.
one-time feminist, thinker and leader since red-pilled fucking Zionist psycho who everyone confused with Naomi Klein. She wrote a whole book about it, and she writes, random juice jar on the Gracie Mansion table, mayor's wife with exposed navel on what is supposed to be a very important Muslim holiday, and holy breaking of the fast. Islam sees modesty in dress as being linked to spiritual purity, more physical chemistry between these two than this newlywed and her husband.
This
In
is
other
real
words,
mental illness.
Oh, they're really doing that?
This is real mental illness.
Yeah, that is
Everyone on
mental
this
illness. And
administration-
honestly, if that's coming from the right wing, go fuck yourselves.
calendar happens to both to revile both Jews and America. None of it adds up. And yes, if you zoom
Fucking sue somebody over a hockey game. What a bitch move. Yep.
in, which nobody did,
Again, he instigated. Like, dude, I woke up and he gave me a concussion, right? Wearing that mask, which is made of Kevlar. This dude played AAA hockey. He had his kid there. And this motherfucker decided during a men's league game where we had 6 guys show up, which, not sure if you know this, but you need about 12 guys to really field a fucking full team. 6 guys, that means you have 1 line and 1 person on the bench. That's insane. And this motherfucker decided that, yeah, you know what I'm going to do? We're winning 12-2. He decided to fucking take a full-blown ripper at my fucking face.
there I think is
Wanted to impress his kid. Well, guess what? His little fucking child got to see his daddy get his ass whooped.
unintentional. That's not a crop top.
Fucking proud of that.
Midriff
Fuck that guy.
showing. and 2 people smiling. And this, look at the section.
Fucking failing pro hockey, so you have to go and play fucking men's league with a bunch of benders, and that's where you decide to shine.
Like, I love when right-wingers tell on themselves about how hot they are for this, like, Palestinian activist, and everyone's hot for Rama.
Clear the bench.
Come on.
Yeah, clear the bench, exactly. One dude hops.
Of course, we're all hot for Rama. I mean, and that's what I think freaks them out so much. Their psychosexual obsession with her, which I guess Naomi Wolf is on. Just talk to AOC about how right-wingers can mix up their like hatred and violent feelings for you if you're like an attractive woman and who's in their line of sights. But it really is nuts, this obsession with
You made a moral enemy that day. One day he will avenge his father.
Rama Duwaji. And I don't
I played in a fucking 50 and over league.
don't really
It's just like,
understand
who's the kid?
the argument there. Like white Zionist feminists like Naomi Wolf like to say that Muslim is inherently worse or more
His wife chirped me out.
oppressive than other religions, specifically Judeo-Christian religions, because
My former husband still plays hockey. Nice.
they are so anti-feminist and they make the women cover
I would if I didn't have such a prominent concussion history after that one.
up their bodies.
That was the first one I ever had to have an MRI for.
So what is the critique here?
That sucked.
She didn't do so. So basically,
She's
what Naomi's
simultaneously saying, and she's showing her midriff. How
And that was, again, for fun.
dare she?
she's a bad Muslim.
Yes.
Shouldn't that be something you guys are
And I
in
got my second in Toronto.
favor of in your racist worldview, which is that like Muslims because sometimes they dress modestly. And by the way, if you just talk to a woman that wears a hijab or maybe dresses more traditionally, they will give you a thoughtful answer about how it's representative of their culture. So it's also like a racist premise, but shouldn't she's rebelling against the things that you say are so toxic
Cobra
about
Pet.
Islam, you
Exactly.
psycho.
Oh, there would be no. Can you imagine if Rama like wore hijab? There'd be no hearing of that would
I'm
be
technically a blue belt in Taekwondo.
it. That would just be like the right's entire echo chamber
I
forever
stopped doing Taekwondo when I was like 14.
and ever and ever.
But I know how to do a tiger claw like a motherfucker. Tiger claw, except
And of course Laura Loomer, which is so funny because Laura Loomer took one for the team. She went. I mean, she wanted to, but I'm
In
sorry.
many
She
ways.
went down on Donald Trump for this. Like she was like, look, I gave you
I had MRIs, got a
like-
knee replaced.
like a 2-star head, and
I've had 4. Yeah, I've had 4 MRIs.
in order for you to deport all of these Muslims and these pro-Palestine people. She is so pissed that, again, this is 2 times now that Zoran has gone to the White House and charmed the pants off of Trump. Laura
Damn. You only had 1.
Loomer, outrageous. Let's recap this week for
I got a history. I'll just say that
the
much.
first Muslim mayor of New York City. Mamdani's wife was exposed for liking
Don't let your kids play hockey unless it is full cage and they don't lift the puck.
posts that celebrated October 7th Hamas terrorism.
I'm dead serious about that, guys. It's one of my biggest regrets in life is and I didn't even have the choice. Like my dad was the one that wanted me to play hockey and I loved it. I mean, it's not like I was like, no, I don't want to go. Like sometimes I wouldn't want to go to practice, but realistically, I wanted to play hockey. But yeah.
It's a text. We'll talk about that.
I got my first concussion before 15.
Second.
Like, come on.
Then on and on and on. Refused to condemn an act of Islamic terror in New York. Broke his Ramadan fast with Mahmoud Khalil, a
Throw the puck.
pro-Hamas student who was ordered to be deported by the Trump administration. Lost. And yes, he's a jihadist.
I locked that shit up as a goalie.
President Trump never should have said Mamdani
You send that fucking puck to my net, I'm covering.
isn't a jihadist. He is.
I didn't mind taking a face off.
So poor old Laura Loomer is spinning out about it.
Had
But
a
this is
good
a real
I had good angles. So
thing like that I was surprised. I guess, is Jewish Insider bad? I thought they were more level-headed.
Yeah, it's a little Jewish Insider might be a little bit more level-headed than some other Zionist publications, but people frequently confuse it with Jewish Currents, which is
Yes.
Peter Beinart is like the
I think I told the story that I took my worst concussion when I was on the bench of all things.
editor-in-chief.
I was waiting to go in for a play. And like I did this thing where like I kind of like I bent over to look to see if my not my line mate, but my the one I was changing for, he was coming in. I went like this and I didn't know that somebody took a slapper and it did like a ring around the glass and it hit me right in the side of the head. I fucking knocked out immediately.
For very high up in that paper, and that's an actually very good
Midnight
progressive
Bullseye,
Jewish
oh, yeah.
paper.
That is
Jewish
exactly
Insider,
what I'm doing.
Jewish Insider leans right, definitely.
So this is one in addition to, the new press that was like, or the free press, whatever the
Yeah.
fuck they're called, not the new press, the free press. It's like, she liked these posts celebrating October 7th.
So I was
and,
playing left
it's
wing.
this whole article about how, and like the posts are so benign, you guys. And this
Anodyne,
is,
yeah.
oh my God, this is, let's see if we can zoom in on it a little bit here.
I can remember this one. This is a bulldozer as you zoom in.
I'm lucky I never broke a bone playing hockey, but I've had four torn groins,
and showing
and then I've had 8 concussions. Diagnosed.
the wall of apartheid being broken down, and she liked that post,
And they let me play.
which obviously means that she
It's insane. I think back to that, I'm like, what the fuck?
hates Jews because everyone knows that Judaism
This was during like USHA fucking high school hockey kind of shit where I was like, yeah,
is centered
they probably should have pulled me.
around the premise
8. Yep.
of ethnostates and apartheid, right?
That's why I'm not only not supposed to play hockey, but I can't technically ride roller coasters either.
Right. I mean, and this is like
Sarcasm, folks. Do not conflate Judaism with Zionism, please.
so many on the right, especially. We'll talk about that
How's my brain not
in a
pudding?
second. But I feel like this is, look, the Slow Factory is
Some would ask, or some would argue in chat that it is.
an awesome organization. They like get called here, some radical group,
God, just the question of who I would be without hockey and weed.
This was the day
Might be a mathematician. Who knows?
of October 7th. You could argue maybe don't post this day.
like this
Some
better.
folks did argue that. But what they're saying is not extreme at all. It's explaining what happened in Gaza, what's been happening in Gaza, access from the land, sea, air, how difficult it is to rebuild homes. 40% of Gaza population lives in poverty. God, this was then, right? Of course,
Made me
now
self-conscious. I'm like, I don't know how my brain's not pudding. I hope it's not pudding.
all completely different. So this is the kind of post that people were liking. And just for some context, like in the days after
This is what sucks about loving a sport, though. I get it, though. Like, can I just explain that, guys? You don't understand how quickly I fought to get back on the ice. That I took a concussion once where they told me I had to go to the hospital, and I was like, I want to get back out there. And I fought with my coach over that.
October 7th, I also
Like,
posted basically like, I can't believe
yeah.
that it took this.
I'm glad that they took it seriously, though. I'm glad that I got, all of my concussion protocols. I mean, by the end there, even if I suspected a concussion, I knew exactly what to do.
Act of violence to get folks
Like,
to
my
pay
wife knows
attention
how to do the fucking pupil test, so.
to the situation in Gaza, right? And I think and that was my
Is that a
my
good thing?
angle on it. And other people chose to post a Palestinian flag. That's fine. There were like a couple tasteless things, but by and large, it was most pro-Palestinian folks who had been in the movement for a long time, who understand Gaza, there were fewer of us then. Effectively, I think, Emma, understanding what was about to come,
Yep.
literally understanding that the retribution, that the violence that Gazans were about to face was going to, I actually didn't think, I remember early on there were estimates of the amount of dead. And I had a visceral reaction to it and could not believe it. And I think now we've seen that it has happened and allowed it to happen, even though we don't have the even official tools. But, going back to those days, nobody was wrong. Everyone was preempting what they fucking knew, because up until then, what was it? 3 Israeli soldiers would get killed, and then it was another operation in Gaza. 2,000 people, 4,000 people, 5,000 people killed. And it was, the excuse was, again, we saw the disproportionate response in all these other so-called wars.
Oh, did I mention that guy that was playing AAA hockey, I purposefully was playing in, like, what we called, like, a bush league, where it was, if you wanted to drink on the bench, you could. Not per league rules, but, I think I told the story where, like, one time I went to the bench for a shift change, and I forgot my water, so I took this dude's water bottle, I just gave it a quick, I just spat it right out. Dude, it was gin, and it was pure gin. I was just like, what the fuck? He's just like, that's gin. I'm like, what?
Up until October 7th.
It was
hockey.
not to pull too much from my own experience, but that was really kind of my reaction too. Matt Leck and I think
I miss it every goddamn day.
Sam was out, so it was
really
myself
do.
and Matt Leck.
Fucking, I won't say his first name, but Hillegas God damn it, Hillegas was the shit, dude.
I mean, the kind of
Every
response
time
to
I
this
saw that
obvious,
game, I was just like,
historic event, horrible event, October 7th, and what
I knew that I had my line mate anytime that we were playing a
the
game.
aftermath would be on our own. And
He's
we
one of those
received
dudes
a
that would
lot
drink more and get better.
of pushback in my personal life, a lot of pushback
Mikhail, how's it going?
as well for talking about how October 7th was an absolute horror and there were war crimes that were committed, but that this is the inevitable result when you leave people in an open air concentration camp and cut off their ability to have any economic or even more importantly political rights. Where that and that is what Gaza was prior to October 7th. Now you could argue it's an open air death camp, concentration camp.
It's gin.
I think is almost putting it mildly at this point, because they're not just being concentrated there; they're being exterminated. It's like shooting fish in a barrel or
Nothing
starving
worse
them
than
in
we're
there.
expecting water.
So, yeah, I remember at that time as well. That's when I probably 2 days, maybe October 9th or something, I broke down crying and said, this is what's about to come, and I am anticipating what's about to come. And the amount that
I never fought in the parking lot. Never.
got clipped and mocked on the internet.
Closest I got to that was the dude, his wife, and his kid, which he did involve his kid. Like, his wife was holding his kid the entire time, but she was the one that really wanted to fight me.
I'm honestly just remembering this really and thinking about it for the first time. As it, the accusation was how no tears for the Israelis.
I mean, I already rocked his fucking world, so.
But because we, of course, knew what was about to happen.
Phrasing.
And as you say, I don't know if we could have
I mean, dude, I hit him square, like right here, and I watched his chin go, and then just watched him fold.
understood the scale of the genocide.
That felt fucking great.
How long?
It felt so fucking good to feel that kinetic energy through that blocker after he did that to me.
It's lasted.
It was worth it. After all this time of really thinking about it, it was worth it.
As well. It has been
I took a 4-game suspension for that.
Absolutely horrific. But everything that she liked there is totally reasonable.
People holding
fuck that guy
signs that says Palestine will be free. I mean,
yeah, I mean, and none of this is working. The most controversial thing that, oh God, from the river to the sea, by the way, as the Israelis right now are talking about greater Israel, not just from the river to the sea, but from the Euphrates to the Levant. So like stealing land.
She got mad because you made her realize she married a loser.
And from Lebanon.
Dude, the fact that he took that, dude, if you saw the shot he took on me, anybody that's into hockey was just like, what the actual fuck did you just do? Because it's like he was trying to knock me out.
On Syria,
like he was aiming for my fucking face. It hit me right in the cage. I literally still have a dent on my cage from it.
I mean, countless
Lebanon, I mean, I love that, like, also American discourse around this war is just completely leaving out Lebanon, or at least not
Nothing like pissed me off more than like knowing that he did that for his kid.
Investigating or not.
I forgot to mention this part. It was a summer league, which anybody that's ever played hockey, summer league is literally it's the biggest bullshit ever. You're not even playing for a ship or like any of it.
Curious as to why suddenly Lebanon is part of this.
Israel has killed, I read this
Anyway,
morning,
I'm mad.
over 630 people in Lebanon in a week, and 91 of them are children. And it gets no coverage at all. And if we were to
You emasculated my husband, now I'm going to do it, or now I'm going to fight you and do it myself. It's Rachel Wilson, everybody.
actually look at Israel's war aims in a non-racist, non-Western oriented context, who would not be calling this a world war? If you have a country that's invading and bombing 7 different countries.
Yep.
And you also have a bunch of European countries and of course the Americans that are involved in allying with the equivalent of the Nazis in the modern day context, like this should be called a world war, but it's not because of the way that we view fascism and the violence inflicted
If a Marine hit me,
on people within
I had plenty of hockey fights with Marines.
the Imperial Corps as an exception, and everything else.
No, that was, I think I've told this like to everybody here. Every hockey fight up to that one, I ended with having a beer with the guy that I fought.
So is done.
And we ended up, like, there were a few of the guys that, like, not only did we become friends, but I ended up joining their team after the season because, like, either mine folded or better situation, but
And for the purpose of maintaining the West
Yeah.
is just, purposeful, and probably deserving.
I miss playing. I miss playing so much.
So that's a bit of an aside, but I just keep like I saw Jeffrey Sachs call it a world war,
Not
and some
worth it,
people were
though.
pushing back against it. But
It's the same as skateboarding. It's just not worth it to me.
I don't think that that's a crazy thing to say right now.
If I get
Well,
hurt
it's
now, that's like a forever injury.
definitely going to be a world war on the pump, on the ye old, oil pump. I mean, I love, we were showing Brian Kilmeade going like, you guys got to just go through the Strait of Hormuz.
He wasn't black.
Do it, just like,
I had multiple, like, actually, I had a team captain that was black.
Man up and go through and like, well,
He was
massive
good as
attack
shit.
on
Like, just like D Rose, too.
ships in the Strait of Hormuz, where Iran's like, nope, you're not going
I
to be
told
doing
him if he
this. And we
didn't choose the number one, that I'd be disappointed in him.
have massive leverage. It's almost like they should have thought about this before the expedition.
Chose 29, and I was like, I'm disappointed in you.
Emma, remember, it's not, I just want to remind you,
Right.
not a war.
Not a war. Not a war now.
Expedition. Little excursion.
Oh, yes, it was excursion. That like when you go in the wilderness and you do some trust falls.
Yeah, exactly. A little excursion. Here we go. Vance also won't call it.
I played intramural hockey though, like because I didn't like go to a high school like everybody else. Like I went to a private school, so we didn't have a hockey team, so I had to play at the Park District.
Dignified transfer of 6 American soldiers who were killed overseas in this.
And yeah, our best scorer was a girl
in this conflict with Iran.
Conflict. Little excursion.
But
I
with
think
Dowaji, did you want to get back to that, or do you want
we
to move
could,
on?
yeah.
I mean, I just wanted to. Did you know that Sam was supposed to go on CNN to debate the situation?
I'm not proud to say that I was kind of looking for that clip. I was like, what happened?
Well, so I'll just tell the story now because I think it's pretty interesting. So, we got wind of the fact that Jake Tapper was going to, I won't say too much, but Jake Tapper was going to do this segment on Zohran Mamdani's wife, and Sam was going to be the representative or somebody who was going to go on and debate Olivia Reingold about it, or not even debate her. I think she was supposed to go on first, and then Sam was supposed to go on after, because she was the one that wrote that crazy Free Press article that aggregated all of Rama Dawaji's likes.
Yes.
Curious that this came out a few days after. There's a really important race in my home district, Dan Goldman versus Brad Lander. The New York Times wrote an article about how Dan Goldman's wife, who he met at an AIPAC event, not even joking, was liking and retweeting things like from End Wokeness, and comparing Jews for Palestine to chickens for KFC and things like that are
Classic.
Obviously, I would say, anti-Semitic a little bit, but
That's insane.
race counts. And is this story the biggest story in the world? No. I mean, Dan Goldman's wife, she did serve in a more official position, I think, in his.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Yeah.
I'm forgetting. She was treasurer of something. I'm forgetting exactly what it was, so I don't want to say something definitively. But my guess is that Olivia Reingold got a pitch from somebody that said, "Oh, they're going to do this about the likes about one of our favorite Zionist plants who's in trouble right now with a very competitive primary challenge. Why don't you do this about the already elected mayor's wife? Even because they're going to keep trying this over and over again.
Right.
So."
By the way, guys, if you're just joining, have not subbed or liked the stream, please do.
Monday, this was supposed to happen. Trump's speech goes over. He was an hour late, and so Tapper bumped the segment. Sam and I were kind of talking about it behind the scenes.
I just realized we never got to Professor Jiang.
We're kind of like, all right,
Here,
it stinks. It would have been really funny, but at least they're not doing this insane segment that is just directing hatred towards Zohran and his wife from Zionism.
All right, we'll get when they stop this segment. We'll go to back to the Piers Morgan one because I want to finish that.
As this climate is really horrible, there was an anti-Islam protest right outside Gracie Mansion a few days prior to that. So we were like, okay, good. Segment got bumped. They can't return to it on Tuesday, the next day, right? Just kidding. It was so.
By the way, did you guys see Jake Lang got busted in a fucking pedo sting?
Important to Tapper and the CNN team.
Jake Lang being the one that was the behind the whole like counter protest that instigated the whole New York thing.
Apparently on his production team. You know how this works. Stories get bumped and you move on because you go over on something. He thought it was significant enough and important enough to bring the segment back to the next day to do it on Tuesday. And instead of having Sam on, he had Neera Tanden and some other and Jonah Goldberg.
Yeah, he got busted trying to solicit a 16-year-old.
I think. And
it's like a 15 or 16-year-old. But it turned out to be the like whatever group.
Just both ripped into.
You didn't see that? Oh, you know what? We'll come back to this. I'll do this later. Here, you know what? Let's go. Jake Lang. Good to see Franny on. Christian Pedo. Where are the texts? Where are the texts? Where are the texts? Here we go. Here we go. Here's the proof. You coming to my next protest in Texas? I can if you want me to. Yes. What's your number? Can we talk here instead of only text? I have too many DMs. Text only, sweetie. I'm laying down my What did your mom say? How old are you, by the way? I'll ask tomorrow. I just turned 30. Honey. Or wait, how old are you, by the way? I'll ask tomorrow. I turned 30, honey. Why? Why you up so late, young lady? Nice. And I don't know. I'm a night owl. I might be young for you. How old are you, by the way? Unless you are 18, I don't care. I'm 15. Or unless you're... Wait. Oh, wait. How old are you, BBY? Unless you are 18, I don't care. Ha 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 ha. I'm 15, LOL. Sends pic. When do you turn 16? In 6 months. I won't get you in trouble if that's what you're worried about. I can keep a secret. What state do you live in? I can't see you until you're 16. Arizona. I just moved up here. Crash. Yeah. Just a heads up. Oh, that girl's not
Zoran.
real. It turned out that was actually one of those organizations that pretends to be that. And they did a Chris Hansen. Yeah. Yeah, it turns out that he was trying to hook up with a 15-year-old, but he ended up hooking up with not a cop, but, one of those, one of them types. All right. Sorry. I'm going to go back here. We go to the Piers Morgan.
A very long time,
Yes.
operating from bases along the Iraqi. Back in 2024, he predicted that Trump would win the presidency, that Trump would go to war with Iran, and that the US would lose that war. This has sparked a flurry of interest in both his work and his rather colourful adjacent opinions. Professor Zhang joins me now. Professor Zhang, thank you very much indeed for joining me on Uncensored.
Hi, Piers.
Let me start.
He just says, hi, Piers.
With these three big predictions, because you've been proven obviously completely right about two of them, and the third one is now unfurling before our eyes. Are you confident that you'll be proven right with the third prediction, that Iran ultimately will prevail in this war?
Right. So right now, the United States and Iran are fighting a war of attrition.
NBC is citing two informed sources. Trump fears that the markets could turn against him and that high gasoline prices pose a political danger to him in the midterms.
The United States is trying to degrade Iran's military capacity, and Iran is trying to strangle the world economy. And it turns out that Iran is putting a lot of pressure on the GCC. And I think at the end of the day, the United States will be compelled to send ground forces. Once the United States sends in ground forces, there's no turning back. It's all in. The sunk cost fallacy kicks in. It'll be another Vietnam for the United States because Iran...
Cray, nobody's asking you to.
...is a mountain fortress. And the United States right now doesn't have the manpower, the manufacturing capacity, and the political will to fight a long war of attrition on the ground in Iran.
Right, so I think because of what you've said at the end there, it's highly unlikely that Trump would commit ground forces because he's always pledged not to, and I think he would see the inherent danger of that. So if he doesn't commit ground forces, how do you see this war playing out?
Well, right now, if Trump doesn't commit ground troops, he does have a variety of options. The first option is just to simply declare victory and call it a day. Unfortunately, the problem with that is that U.S. bases are still exposed. The GCC economies are still under pressure. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. And there are no signs that Iran is interested in peace negotiations. Iran feels as though it has the upper hand because it has the political will and the resources to draw this war out.
This little shit was just in the dog treats. Say, I just got busted in the dog tweets. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Now,
Little
let's
shit.
assume that Trump does withdraw from the Middle East. Then
What the hell was
is
that?
that the GCC nations of Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, UAE now are forced to pay a ransom to Iran because
He literally was just like, yeah. He was going into this box. This little fucker.
they supply the world with their oil for the Strait of Hormuz. 20%
Yeah, you're
of the
being a
world's oil
shit.
flows for the Strait of Hormuz. But in return, they
love
get
you.
food. So the GCC nations import anywhere from 80 to 90% of their food from
Also
overseas.
such a shit.
And so basically the center of gravity shifts from the petrodollar to whatever financial system that Iran wants to focus on. And it could be BRICS, it could be gold, it could be anything. But remember, the problem with that is that the U.S. economy is a
Cats are the brains, dogs are the bronze. Well, that would be different if my cat wasn't literally Garfield and he's Odie.
Dependent on the GCC investing in AI.
Say hi to my Odie.
Tech stocks, in startups like Uber.
He looks like Odie.
In order to finance the U.S. economy. If this financing stopped, then the U.S. economy could face collapse. And this means that these young men could not afford their OnlyFans anymore, and this could lead to a revolution in the streets. So the consequences for America would be dire if America were to retreat from the Middle East.
I mean, it seems that the key part of all this sort of economic
How to live with a smile. Hi.
Relation, if you like, by Iran is the Strait of Hormuz. We've already seen.
Oh, by the way, I just noticed that you're in the older chat. Nice to see you.
In the last few hours today, that the success.
We're in a quiet recession.
To
I forgot what the
Ayatollah
hell they call it.
Khomeini's
Yeah, it's a
son,
quiet recession or a
has
silent
come
recession.
Out, apparently, we haven't seen him or heard from him directly, but there's a statement in which he talks about keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed indefinitely. If that was to happen, what would be the consequences for the global economy, and how soon would we see those consequences?
Well, I mean, the consequences would be dire because cheap energy, cheap petroleum products are the very basis of the global modern economy. So it just wouldn't be jet fuel that would be affected. It would also be food because remember, food is produced by fertilizer, which comes from the GCC as well as sulfuric acid, which helps the process of some semiconductor production. So artificial intelligence, food production, global travel are all dependent on products from the GCC. It's only been 2 weeks that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed for almost.
But according to Americans, we're bringing productivity back to America, and we're gonna make all these products within the next 4 to 5 years. But that means cutting them off now.
2 weeks now.
Wait.
And already we're seeing high oil prices surpassing $100 a barrel. Iran says that they want to move it to $20 a barrel, which signals that they want the Strait of Hormuz closed for months. Now remember, even if Iran were to open up the Strait of Hormuz, it would take weeks before oil production continues. So I think for the global economy, I think we've reached the point of no return. And in the future, global economies have to commit to a bit of deindustrialization and even mercantilism in order to survive future shocks. So if you go to Southeast Asia, Vietnam and Thailand have already ordered the government workers to work from home in order to save fuel.
You've pointed out that the Gulf Cooperation Council monarchies, the GCC, as you've alluded to several times here, are structurally unusual states because they're propped up.
Oh, you have a golden retriever? Love him.
By oil.
Adam Nichols.
Desalination. They don't have their own water supply naturally. And American protection.
I had a yellow lab that was very much like a golden retriever.
You say correctly they were
God, those dogs are so good.
built in open desert with no food security, as you said, 80% imported, no water security, the desalination dependency, no geographic defenses, they're flat, exposed terrain, no demographic cohesion. In places like Dubai, for example, 90% of the population are expats, and no independent security architecture reliant on the US, who have bases, obviously, in many of the states there. If you put all this together, is what's happening now, in terms of the tactics that Iran are deploying, including the threats to desalination, but also targeting...
I had a retriever named Reppy. She was the best.
It's targeted hotels and airports and so on, going to the heart of...
Rest in peace, Reppy. That was a good dog.
What the states there would like to see as the future...
Oh, you got a white boxer?
...of their
Oh!
economy, which is tourism...
I also knew a brown boxer named Spawn, who was the shit. He was my close friend's dog. You ever have that moment where you were like better friends with the dog than you were the actual person?
For entertainment.
That was
really
me and Spawn.
designed to scare people away from that. Is this now
I
representing...
remember we went on a camping trip in Wisconsin, and he wouldn't listen to my buddy, but he would listen to me. I was just like, that's how you know.
an existential threat, do you think, to the business model of the GCC?
I miss Spawn. Rest in
states going
peace. He was a good boy.
forward?
Right. So the most vulnerable city and often the most glamorous city in the GCC is Dubai. And for many years,
That's my buddy who plays guitar. He'll be on my stream soon.
Dubai has
Not soon, but like coming up.
been very successful in cultivating an image as the new city of London, as the new Hong Kong of the Middle East. And thousands of these millionaires flock to Dubai for the glamour.
Yeah, Spawn was a good dog, man. He was a fucking great fucking dog. You want to talk about a dog? Like, he rivals how some of my dogs would get excited to see me, where he would just be, oh shit, oh shit, oh Pep's here, oh shit.
Lifestyle as well.
He was so amazing. And then the entire night he would just he wouldn't leave me alone.
As the tax-free aspect of
I love
the
that
city.
dog.
But the reality is that this was all premised on global peace, on Pax
Like I said, we went on a camping trip. And it was so funny when Spawn would listen to my buddy, and he's just like, "Oh, I'm coming."
On the capacity of America to project power.
He's just like, I guess I thought I had a dog
around the world and provide security guarantees to the GCC. Now this aura of inevitability and invincibility of American empire has been shattered.
Pour one for the
It was
dog.
an illusion.
Yep.
It's shattered. There's actually
Shout
no
out
coming
Spawn, man.
back from this. And that's what people don't really appreciate about this war. This war is not just directed at...
Crazy story. My old black lab, he would follow my grandpa anytime he went to the fields, be it truck or tractor. One day he got a little too close to the
Israel. This war is not directed just at the GCC and the illusion of American empire.
And he survived? Oh.
This war is directed at American empire itself. And what people don't...
You know what? That doesn't surprise me because, like, yeah, my lab, I just put her down in August. Or no, October. Sorry. Yeah, but she had like a T-Rex head.
Appreciate is
she was a good girl.
The eschatological aspects of this war, in that Iran sees a moral duty.
Will not be given her name.
A moral imperative from God to destroy the great.
She's one of those dogs where I was just like, she was with me for a long time, so I'm just like, I had,
American empire, and the basis.
Let's call her my cutie.
Of the American empire, of course, is the global economy.
Right. At the heart and the head of the American economy is the President of the United States. You've argued that Trump is not the most powerful person in America, and you've inferred that actually the real power base is Israel. Explain that.
Right. So I actually don't say the real power base is Israel. What I say is that the real power base are a collection of secret societies that have an eschatological view of this war. And these secret societies include...
this is why Piers gets paid way too much, because of that shit. like the fact that he got that wrong.
Which are now called the Rosicrucians and the Knights Templars. They include Jewish organizations called the Sephardim Frankists, who are embedded in religious movements called Shabbat Lubavitch. And then you have the Jesuits. You have a collection of secret societies. And
hey, this one right back there, this guy, he survived a tornado and a coyote attack.
And they believe
all before I got him. So I got myself a little ball of anxiety.
that a war in the Middle East would start a process that would culminate in the end times and the return of Jesus, the arrival of the Jewish Messiah, the building of a one world government. They have different eschatologies, but a lot of their time frames do align. So where they converge is that there has to be a war in the Middle East to kick things off.
Stan went through it, man.
This war,
he watched his mom die right in front of his eyes.
In the Middle East will lead,
like if it was like a Pixar movie, it'd be the most heartbreaking Pixar movie ever.
To the defeat.
He watched his two brothers and his mom die. He came to me. Well, I got him at a shelter, but he had two other in his litter. They were Huey, Dewey, and Louie. And I got Dewey.
Of the American Empire, and this will lead to the culmination of the Greater Israel Project, where Israel.
He's my baby, and he's neurotic, and I love every single bit of him.
Is able to control the Middle East from the Nile to the Euphrates. Once the Greater Israel Project is in place, it will transform into the Pax Judaica, which is an AI surveillance state.
That's why
this will eventually
he's loud. Like when he's not down here, like I think you guys, like if you have been part of my stream, you have heard him go full Stan. It's rough sometimes, specifically when anybody walks past my house, but I don't care. Like I love that dog so much. You have no idea.
Magog, the destruction.
That's my buddy.
Of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the building of the Third Temple. The return of the Jewish diaspora to Jerusalem.
I have a permanent scar from breaking up him and my other dog.
And
most people would have put him down when he did that too.
The arrival of the Jewish Messiah or the Antichrist.
No.
So
they had to learn their limits.
They have the script.
I was a moron and I got in between them.
Scripted out. And unfortunately, a lot of
I should have just let it happen.
World events are conforming to this script.
Because realistically, they know their limits way better than when they actually come towards us.
Right. I mean, a lot of people say a lot of what you've just said is a load of fantastical baloney and driven by
barely see it anymore.
Anti-Semitic tropes. What do you say to that?
Look, I completely sympathize with this argument. 5 years ago, I would have said the same thing about this sort of argument and thinking. So what I do is predictive modeling, okay? Meaning that
you can't breed attitude out of an animal. Sometimes it's personality based.
I'm going to throw some theories out there.
Separate them
and
first.
Then based on these theories, I'm going to extrapolate into the future.
Yeah, I had stitches.
And see what the predictions are. If these predictions are correct, then
dude, this was over 10 years ago.
My theories ought to have some legitimacy. Now,
I had an Irish terrier.
When
and him got into it.
I teach, I don't engage in historical analysis. I engage in speculative analysis. And so in 2024, 2 years ago, I did say that this war in Iran would happen, and I provided a lot of my analysis. And a part of my analysis that's very important.
Oh, if he's the best at anything, he's an alarm.
The eschatological analysis.
Nobody's sneaking up on me.
Christian Zionists control the United States. There's a preacher called John Hagee who runs an organization called Christians United for
I know John Hagee.
Israel.
I've met John Hagee,
which has about 7 million members. Christian Zionists are heavily embedded in the.
I met him at a church conference where Bill Hybels was leading it.
National security apparatus.
Who Bill Hybels, if you don't know, he was a friend of President Clinton. And technically, I think he's listed in the Epstein files.
And in the Pentagon, there's reporting that
my ex-girlfriend is one of the victims of Bill Hybels, which is public. That's why I'm just going to say it. And he ended up being one of those ones that was like, he got busted not only like committing, adultery, but he was trying to groom like 16-year-old girls. The church brought him in, forgave him, and now he still comes and does seminars.
U.S. commanders have told their troops that this is a war to bring back Jesus.
Christianity, yeah.
And to be not afraid. So that's my argument. Like,
Didn't you know he was best friends with Walter Payton?
I don't want to believe this, but because this war in Iran is happening, I'm forced to conclude that some of my speculative analysis
allegedly
has validity. Otherwise,
I think to be honest, I think the
damn, we got something in my eye. That's crazy.
word speculation doesn't quite do it justice. I mean, look, there's no doubt your
crazy.
predictions so far have been proven to be uncannily accurate in relation to Trump winning and then going to war with Iran. But I think the idea that this is all part of a plot to bring back Jesus Christ, look, there might be some people out there that carry such a phrase. I think it's highly unlikely unless any evidence emerges.
It's not about it being highly unlikely, motherfucker. Stop hedging your bets. Have some balls, dude.
To the contrary, that they are current commanders of the United States military. But Professor Zhang, you have a big following. Lots of people are interested in your predictive analysis. It's good to have you on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
I love how he always brings that up, where he's like, you have a big following. Like, I've seen some things. Yep. Yes, I have. That was some things. I also had a youth pastor that got busted. Like, he got busted too, by the way. Fuck. Well, that's weird. All right, so usually... Oh, that's why. I'm dumb. I was like, wait, what's going on here? There we go. Because I had to adjust it because of the last video. All right. I'm going to hang out for another 20 minutes with y'all. We'll find some videos or a video to go through, but yeah, I just want to elaborate a little bit on this. Yeah, so Pep, good show. Best of luck voting. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I think that I'm going to do this. I think that tomorrow I have a guest booked to talk about this voting situation. Alex, Devil's Advocate, wants to come on and try to convince me to possibly vote for Cat. Keep falling asleep. Good night. Good night, Mitch. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm gonna just chill. Yeah, we're not gonna do anything too serious. So there we go. Is Bessem video okay for viewing? Yeah, it is. So here's what I'll do. Tomorrow, for the fun half, we're gonna watch the Candace and Bassem Youssef. Cause it's good. It's worth it. Oh, shit. Excuse me. Berube politics with Austin. What do you mean by that? Because Berube is actually the name of a goaltender that I used to know. His dad was a legend, dude. And he ended up going and playing in the minors. Bassem and Candace, that should be good. Oh, yeah. No, I think it will be. I think it's going to be a good time. I just realized I have to kind of talk about this, like the whole thing with Kat, and I know that, like, he's going to try and convince me to vote for her, but I don't know. It's not for him to convince me. It's for her to convince me. It's for her to actually, like, I don't know, just do the bare minimum. Like, here. I think I showed this before. Here, let me I'll find her first pamphlet. Let's see. Here we go. Only candidate who has... Oh, it's literally the top one right there. The only candidate who will meet any district resident to discuss any issue. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. Yeah. Fact check. Fact check. False. Yep. The fuck did I do? Like, the thing is, I didn't talk shit about her, like, before she did all this, so. Sylvie, I appreciate what you said earlier about my vote being mine. I don't think you understand that You didn't talk shit about her now. You told the truth. Thank you. Well, I have people that think that I was talking shit. So, gonna talk about that a little bit tomorrow. But I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know what to do. Like, this is so fucked up. Can I just say that this year's been so messed up, like, with my mom and all, like, everything that I've been dealing with, like, personally, but then to have her, like, just be part of all this, and just to you guys, where I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, so you know how, like, Hassan had this one, like, this one girl on that you all like? It's kind of like, ooh, shit. She lost easy votes by doing the ghosting thing. She did! She did! My only contention is how close the race could potentially be. Any vote would be allotted no matter to matter. Yeah, well, she should have thought about that. We don't have ranked choice. If we had ranked choice voting, this would be something she could afford to do. But honestly, whatever, man. I'm not trying to, like, make myself as, like, oh my god, I have all the leverage. But, dude, to lose 4 votes, that's insane. I'm voting. Don't worry about that. I'm voting no matter what. I got to vote for Raja. I'm actually excited to vote for Raja. But I think that I'm going to vote for Mike. Because I think that Mike Simmons, this guy, the QR code there, or you can just look at all his literature, which is a lot. It's a lot, but here, hit that QR code, and you can look at his website. Raja being squishy on ice bums me out. He's not. He is wanting to abolish ice. What are you talking about? Squishy on ice. Yeah. All right. Unless that's all lies. What state? IL9. Chicago. You graduated from Georgetown? Nice. What up, Shield? I've heard he calls it Trump ice and he wants to reform it. No. No. Vote Democrat. This is a primary. Scruff McDuff, Chicago, 60652. Well, it's not like I'm giving out my info, but now I'm in a very rare position here, man. Like, I really am. A's kids now, yeah. Scruff McGruff. McGruff the crime dog. 80s kids. I was a 90s kid technically, but hey, you don't know McGruff the wait. McGruff the crime dog. Let's see, is that technically copyright? No, it can't be, because that was. There we go. I hope this doesn't get me struck, but we'll see. If I have to delete it, I will. There we go.
That's Jenny. But that's not Jenny's dad. If she gets into that car, you may be looking at Jenny for the last time. I'm McGruff, the crime dog. Let me show you something.
Let me show you something.
See that playground? A lot of kids there. Every day in this country, 60 kids disappear. Some run away, but a lot are kidnapped by strangers or even by people they know. Almost 20,000 kids a year. 20,000 kids, one kid at a time. Maybe your kid, on your street, just like Jenny.
Just like Jenny.
You know, your kids can learn to protect themselves against crime at home, at school, on the street. Hey, nice going, Jenny. She's going to tell her folks about this. And you can write to McGruff. Learn how to keep your family and your community safe and help take a bite out of crime.
Take a bite out of crime. Hold on, that's McGruff the crime dog. Let's see. Is this has got to be copyright free. Hold on. If you guys have never seen this commercial, you need to see this commercial. I'm probably gonna get dinged for this. If I gotta fucking cut out the last bit of stream, just know that it's because I played this.
What's that?
What's that?
Do you have insurance on this car?
Did you? I forgot how bad the acting is.
No.
No.
It must be Eagle Man.
It must be Eagle Man. Wait.
I've got
something
for you.
Oh, look at those low rates.
I fucking love it. The Mad Cow version haunts me to this day. Oh, fuck Mad Cow. God. Eric Mueller. That's it. That's his name. Eric Mueller. Let's see. Horrible acting? Yeah, that was the whole point. Wait. Victory records.com. All right, so you guys don't get it. So here's the thing. You're Chicago if you know this. If you know this commercial, I can claim you as my own.
That old car might be worth money. Call Victory Auto Wreckers at 860-2000 for a quote. Victory will tow no matter what condition your car's in. Victory tows 7 days a week, and you might get cash on the spot or save money by fixing up your car with used parts. Victory has 10 acres of used parts, starters, transmissions, batteries for all types of cars. Victory Auto Wreckers, 710 East Green in Bensonville near O'Hare. Call 630-860-2000.
Oh, we didn't get the victoryautorecords.com. God damn it. Well, I guess I'll just do it. Ooh, Dark Brandon.
Hey there, folks. Hope you're doing well today. Well, the escalations and outcomes only
know Brookfield Zoo? Do I know Brookfield Zoo?
Get more real and more violent.
Motherfucker.
Today we
Do I know Brookfield Zoo? Do I know Brookfield Zoo? Come on now. Come on now. The answer is yes.
We saw a shooting at a Virginia school, and an armed gunman ran a synagogue in Michigan. And none of
Did I mention I love my fucking city?
this happened overnight. Donald Trump started a war.
Zoo member?
We're now seeing
Nice.
retaliation. The far right
Jag, have they did they finish the monkey enclosure yet?
and the right married
Because I know that they were rebuilding it.
and embraced ideas of hate and anti-Semitism went mainstream. And don't get it twisted. You should call out Israel. You should call out Netanyahu. But don't hold people
Shields out here questioning my Chicago authenticity.
responsible
I don't think so. I don't think so.
for their nation or their leaders.
They sure did. It's really cool. I'm going back.
And that could be
Yes!
said about everyone here.
How about the dolphins? I know that they were doing a huge retrofit on the dolphin enclosure too, and the polar bears.
Whether we're talking about the people of Iran or the people of Israel. Regardless, whoever you are, you should be able to practice your faith without
Honestly, if you guys have never visited Chicago and gone to Brookfield Zoo, do it. Also, Lincoln Park Zoo, free.
risk of death. This was the whole point.
I think it's one of the last free zoos you can go to, and you can see I know they got a giraffe, a lion, they got a polar bear that's still there, and it's not depressing. They at least the free museum made the enclosures a little less depressing before Brookfield did, which is now way better.
In freedom of religion in America. And
Nothing changed yet there. Ah, shit.
right now, it only feels like the people who are less at risk are atheists because they're not going into a house of worship, places that we see shootings are consistently occurring. And so this takes us to this question. Is America on the cusp of a religious war? We're seeing white Christian nationalists go after both Jewish people and Muslims. We're seeing Muslims go after Jewish people and probably Christians. We're seeing Mormons drinking way too much soda.
You got married at the Denver Zoo? I met my favorite giraffe and meerkat at the Denver Zoo.
And all of this takes us to the YouTuber we're looking
Denver Zoo's the shit.
at today. His name is Owen Schroyer. He used to be part of InfoWars.
A little too close to Aurora, though.
He attacked the Capitol on January 6th and went to prison for it. He used to be MAGA and has since said that Donald Trump has betrayed him. He's now identifying more as a white nationalist, pushing this America First agenda and spending a lot of time attacking Jewish people. So on a day like today, what does he do? He takes the day off. Or at least so he says. Let's take a look.
I've decided that we're not going to do a show today. But I can already tell a day like today is going to be a struggle session, and you're going to say things that maybe you normally wouldn't, or will be taken out of context or misunderstood.
Oh, Lincoln Park Zoo's the shit. I would get out of just doing some class shit, and I would go and just walk Lincoln Park Zoo.
But
they didn't get you. Anyway.
This is supposed to be our time of peace and prosperity, and we're far from it. We're far from it. And I'm so disgusted at what I'm seeing in American politics today. I don't know if I could say it's worse than ever, but it feels like it. It feels like it, and maybe that's because of the betrayal from Trump is why it feels worse now than ever before. It's not like it's a new thing that the news is corrupt and politics is corrupt and the world is corrupt. It's not like that's new.
No, it's just gotten worse because now the actual people that you thought were going to get rid of the corruption are even more corrupt than them.
But it was supposed to be different. This was supposed to be our
you got had. Just admit you got had, buddy.
time. This was supposed to be
that
our run.
sucks.
Peace, prosperity, America
It's like
first.
that C-3PO dick,
Common
dude.
sense, fixing the country, saving the country. And it's anything but today. It's anything but. It's so far from it today, it's unfathomable.
Okay, and so here we see Owen really make his case. He's a victim and Donald Trump betrayed him. And not only that, but Owen lets us know what his expectations were. And he describes it as peace, prosperity, America first, common sense, fixing the country. Like, this dipshit saw Donald Trump and thought he would bring those things. Like, Owen, you're not a victim, you're a fucking idiot. Or, if you're not, you're a grifter. Donald Trump lied countless times during his first term. You yourself just said the news and politics were corrupt, but you were too fucking dumb to see how corrupt Donald Trump was. And now you're on the fucking internet crying about how you're a fucking
You're literally 2 minutes away.
victim. You want to know who the real victims are? The Sandy fucking Hook victims and their parents. The people you tormented for years. And your bullshit ways of mainstreaming conspiracy theories, this is the outcome. But yeah, you were the victim because you were betrayed.
And so I'm doing my normal news consumption, news aggregation, and it's just death, destruction, hate, division, death, destruction, hate, division. And that's so not who I am.
Then do a funny show like me.
That is so the
Or allegedly funny.
antithesis of who I am. And so I just can't do it today. I can't do it today. I'm not going to do it today. I'm not going to add to the hate. I'm not going to add to the division. I can't sit here and do another 3 hours of death and destruction.
Then don't. Do an hour of fun.
And then in this clip, we see him try to make this case this is not who he is.
Man, just when people were ripping on what I do here, I'm just like, oh, damn.
Remember, this is the guy who tried to overthrow the government on January 6th. He had to go to prison for it. Not only that, but he worked for Alex Jones, not only during Sandy Hook, but after. So if he was this moral and principled person, he would have stopped working for him once he realized that was all bullshit. But instead, he perfected the grift that Alex Jones taught him.
It's just so draining, and it can be so depressing. It's so disgusting. I mean, again, it's just death and destruction, death and destruction. I wake up, more oil tankers on fire, another country in the Middle East.
So now you're just sad because your side is actually making it worse than it was before. And now you realize that this is a daily thing. I think he just realized that, like, actually through Biden, it was boring. And that was nice.
East bombed. Multiple countries in the Middle East bombed. Hey, it's okay. We're going to let soldiers rape prisoners now. We're going to celebrate that. And then I look at MAGA. I look at my friends.
And in this clip where he's complaining about all of these outcomes, it is your fault that these outcomes are happening. You were either too stupid to not see who Donald Trump was, or you were grifting, elevating this person up so he could get in the position he's in. Not even mentioning the vote you cast for him. Shut the fuck up with this whole you're a victim thing. You are the reason we're here, and we are going to hold your ass accountable. But don't worry, the civil war on the right is still happening here. Let's let him describe it here.
I look at people like Laura Loomer, who's out here, who says the most disgusting, vile things about Muslims. And then she goes on her account today and says, oh, if you are critical of Israel, you're responsible for the synagogue shooting in Michigan. Like, what is that trash? What is that complete trash? I see people attacking Nick Sordor. Nick Sordor has been extremely loyal to Trump. Nick Sordor has been mostly positive in this crazy time of MAGA Trump 2025, 2026. And he has one little criticism over the Massey ordeal. And now these MAGA cult members are attacking Nick Sordor, who's like one of your best allies. It's just, I'm sick of it.
And so in this last clip, we see the reality of what they've been living with for so long, but didn't want to look in the eyes. When you live in the land of bullshit, when you live in a cult, you can't be honest, you can't be nuanced, and you better not repeat facts. And so while we see some of these people starting to do it, or at least trying to do it and saying, well, I need to find an exit path out of here, the cult is kicking them out. And good, let them go to fucking no man's land.
But I think that
he was part of InfoWars, but that was a public breakup.
The ultimate realization that's starting to sink in, and there's still a level of denial.
All right,
but the ultimate realization is everything we thought we were getting with Trump is just not happening. I don't know how else to explain it. It's not happening. We get mass fraud exposed in dozens of states in the last 3 months. I mean, mass fraud. Another big one in California. Nothing.
Oh my God, like, Owen, just shut your mouth. You're just looking more stupid every time you open it and words come out. But again, Donald Trump was found consistently to commit fraud. And here you are thinking he's going to be the one to hold other people accountable for fraud. And furthermore, if fraud meant so much to you, why would you vote for him? Not to mention everything that you're saying is complete and utter bullshit. Nick did not expose fraud. The place he went to was closed. That wasn't during operating hours. So this idea that why are there no people there? Well, that's because he was there when they were closed. And yet you want to ignore that. And so this is it. You want to pick and choose the parts of reality you want to accept. And no, we're going to hold you accountable.
And then I have to sit here and watch a Senate hearing where they're trying to pretend like we didn't bomb a school in Iran. We didn't just kill hundreds of schoolgirls in Iran because of bad intelligence, and that this war is just a disaster. Like, what the hell is going on? So,
and yeah, you're right. Donald Trump has blood on his hands for bombing that school. You know who else does? You do. Anyone who helped elevate Trump, anyone who helped vote for Trump, you played a role in getting us here. So again, stop acting all fucking high and mighty. Start fucking apologizing instead of blaming him. You're the dipshit that voted for him.
You know, everything we hoped, everything we thought we were going to get with this Trump administration, with MAGA, it seems like it's beyond dead. It seems like it's died and has returned and is like now a vampire or a zombie, and now it's coming for us.
Oh my God, again, playing this victim card like, this monster I've created is coming back to get me. Yeah, dipshit, we tried to tell you for like 10 years. And it's not just Trump, it's this ecosystem you're building around the far-right ideology and conspiracy theories. All the shit you're checking the boxes on.
And I have to sit here and watch whatever is left of it tell me I have to hate Tucker Carlson or tell me I have to support a foreign country. And you know, I'm done. This isn't who I am. This isn't what we supported. This isn't what we promote. This isn't what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be in peace and prosperity. We're supposed to be putting America first. We're supposed to see the great rebound, the great reform. That's what we're supposed to be getting. And instead it's just hate and death and destruction and division. And I can't do it today. I'm not going to do that to you today. I'm not going to add to that today. It's not who I am. It's not who I want to be.
Yeah, it is.
And that's all there is.
It's who you've been.
Again, we're seeing him try to play this victim card where MAGA's telling him what to fucking believe. Dude, you were in a cult. That's how a cult works. But if we take a second and we're being honest, what he's actually trying to do here is build the platform for this white nationalist movement, for America first. And again, we see him describe it as peace and prosperity, putting America first, seeing a great rebound, and a great reform. The problem is when you marry that with white nationalism, it usually involves either getting rid of or deporting all the people that are white. Now, remember, Owen started this video saying that he's not going live today. But here in this next clip, we're going to hear him say that he will. And this exposes the grift so perfectly. He came on to tell us he's a victim and he's not doing this because he has morals and values. And then he's like, but I will be doing it. Just a little late.
That's all the news cycle currently has to offer us. So I'm not going to do it. Now, I will tell you, I will be live later tonight.
And in that last clip, you could see when he did say, I'll be streaming later tonight, all the emotion, all the passion he had just exited. It was almost like it was all just a fucking act. And again, this asshole is why Americans are in harm's way. Because not only did he vote for Donald Trump, he promoted him on his platform. He made him out to be some fucking hero. And now Owen is just the victim who got played. But don't worry, there's still some time for some conspiracy theories. Let's hear what he's got.
But today was just so crazy with the news. Like this. You have that incident at the Michigan Israel temple. Did you know a month ago they just did a federal drill there? They literally just did a drill a month ago at that exact temple. Like, here we go again. So it's too crazy. It's too insane. There's too much hate. There's too much division. There's too much disgust. There's too much death. There's too much destruction. Not today.
And so what the hell does he mean by that? I mean, the fact that there was a drill probably saved some lives. They were prepared for an event like this. I mean, he's the one talking about common sense. But here, let's see how he lands this plane.
God is good. Life is good. Remember that. It sucks. Politics is still corrupt as it's ever been, maybe more. It sucks that we were supposed to be in a time of peace and prosperity, and it looks like it's everything but.
Yeah, you voted for it, and it's your party. Like, you did this.
It sucks that MAGA and some of the people that were part of it or are still a part of it just turned out to be jokers and goons and clowns and hate mongers and warmongers and just sick people.
And, you know, I kind of like how he ends, right? He calls all of MAGA sick people and gooners. And, I mean, he is the most demasculating thing at the end of the video, right? Owen is the victim. He's not the hero. He's not overcoming challenges. He's not growing or learning. He's a fucking victim. And you know what, Owen? You're right.
Everybody, follow Dark Brandon. Based ass channel. All right. Oh, God. Well, this is it. I'm going to call it because I'm already doing overtime at this point. But I appreciate y'all hanging out up until this point. Oh, my God. All right. We're on tomorrow, 4 p.m. Yes, this was a special show tonight. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Also got to finally finish the Destiny and Taylor Lorenz thing, which was a lot. So, if you guys enjoy a good crash out, feel free to check that out because, oh boy, I think that definitely fit the criteria. All right, let's see. Get this loaded. Okay.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
That's what's coming up here in a second. Wow. I don't think I've done that live yet. Just loaded up my outro and it's just like, what? All right, also, let me fix this. Not that it matters, but better? No, not better. Here we go. And then we go up. That's better. Steve Bunnell. The 30 mean stupid name. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, Julianne Fry. Hey, welcome. And also, good night. Because it's that time. I'm going to peace out. I'm going to hit the sack, and I will see you all tomorrow. Appreciate you all hanging out tonight. Yeah, I think that's all we got. So I will see you all tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
Whoa. I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed